It is my esteemed pleasure to invite our respected principal, Dr. M.B. Bildikar sir, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning,
Please, sir.
everybody. Good morning, everybody. I am audible now.
Yes, sir.
I think you need to raise the volume because your voice is very low.
Oh, volume. Hello. Please switch off the mics. All participants are requested to switch off the mics, please. Hello. No, I am audible now. Professor Borse, sir.
Please continue, sir. Please.
Okay. A very good morning to all of you. It is my great pleasure to welcome on the occasion of a national conference on human rights issues and challenges organized by our Department of Political Science, Department of English, and our IQAC cell of our college. Human rights is a very hot issue and many less people are knowing about it. What are the challenges in this field and how that can be solved, how that can be covered? It is very need of the time to discuss these all points. And so our college has organized this conference with this motto. I must welcome here the president of today's function, Pitrutulya, Honorable Narayan Babu Agrawal, who is actually chairman of our managing board of our Chalisgaon Education Society. I must welcome inaugurator of this today's conference, Honorable S.M.A.Sci sir, who is a member of Human Rights Commission of Maharashtra State and who is a well-known personality again and who has done very much great work in this field. So it will be our pleasure that such a VIP person is actually with us and a knowledgeable person is with us. I think it will be certainly beneficial for our researchers, students and our staff members also. I must welcome President of our C Society, Honorable Principal Bala-Saheb Ji Chauhan sir, our Vice President Milind Dada Deshmukh, our Secretary of Chalisgaon Education Society, Honorable Dr. Vinod Ji Kotkar, Chairman of our Senior College Committee, Honorable Dr. Bapu Saheb M.B. Patil, Chairman of our Junior College Committee, Honorable Nana Saheb Kumawat. I must welcome all the participants and all the teaching and students of our college and all the delegates for this conference. I must take an opportunity to introduce my college, or rather our college, to our chief guest. Sir, our Chalisgaon is located in Jalgaon district, basically. And this is a somehow rural area. And our Chalisgaon Education Society is imparting an higher education since 1909. We are running schools and some primary schools in college in this Chalisgaon. Our Education Society, Chalisgaon Education Society was established in 1909, and our college is established in 1961. And since then, we are imparting an higher education in multidisciplinary approach, arts, science, and commerce. Right now, we are having we are providing here education since from 11th to PhD. So we are having 11th and 12th, the junior college in arts, science, commerce, and along with that, we are having minimum competency vocational courses are also available. Bifocal courses are also available in electronics and computer science in this college. And in senior level, senior college, we're having the degrees like BA, BCom, BSc in different subjects. Along with this, we're having the master's degree in 4 disciplines of arts, political science, English, Marathi, and economics. Whereas in commerce faculty, we are having the MCom degree, and in science, we are having MSc zoology and MSc computer science in our college. Along with this, we are running around 20 certificate, skill-based certificate courses, which are actually affiliated to our university, Kaviyatri Bainabai Chaudhary Uttar Maharashtra Vidyapit. So we are running all these 20 skill-based certificates. The students are getting benefits of it for their opportunities, their job opportunities, and their business purpose also. We know basically students of our college are basically belongs to the farmer family. So it is always our motto that we should try for the upliftment of the farmers. We should try for this upliftment of these families. And so we are running here different activities also, like weather forecasting, food adulteration, and many much more things we are spreading in the society at large. We are having a nice Dr. Vinodji Kotkar Botanical Garden. We are having the rain harvesting process. So we are trying to move towards the IT enabled and green campus. This is our motto. Along with this, we always organize for the students. Basically, we're having a legal awareness cell also, with the help of which we provide the knowledge of law to the students, and mostly to the girl students also. So what are their rights? What they can do? How they can fight with the injustice? All these things we organize the lectures of Honorable Justice from Chalisgaon, some well-known advocates. Many times we focus on the health of the students also. So we organize the lectures of eminent doctors and personalities. Today, it is a great opportunity for us that we are now eager to listen Mr. M.A.Sci sir. So I must I must wind up my introduction, and again I welcome all of you for this conference. Thanks once again. So I must want to say to Mr. Said, now you are joining online, we are hearing you, but it is a humble request to you that once in a year, might be within a year, you please visit our campus and guide us offline. That will be better, so we can have great discussions with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Speakers. Thank you very much, sir. Your thought-provoking address set a perfect platform for our speakers to deliver their presentations in the areas of human rights. Thank you once again, sir. Now, without wasting much of your time, I would like to invite Professor R.R.Borse, sir, the head of Department of English and the convener of today's international conference, for the preface. Please, sir.
Thank you, Prashant Patil, sir. Being the convener of the present e-conference on human rights, issues and challenges, I am very glad to present the preface. At the outset, it is my humble duty to welcome honorable guests. First, I would like to acknowledge Naramai Agrawal, the chairman and today's president, managing board, Chalisgaon Education Society. I welcome Honorable Balasaheb Chauhan sir, president, Chalisgaon Education Society, Honorable Milind Deshmukh sir, vice president, Chalisgaon Education Society, Honorable Dr. Vinod G. Kotkar, secretary, Chalisgaon Education Society, Honorable Dr. M.B. Patil, chairman, senior college committee, Honorable Shamlal Kumar sir, chairman, senior college committee, Honorable Principal Dr. M.V. Bildikar sir, Honorable Vice Principal Dr. P.S. Baviskar sir, Honorable Vice Principal and IQC Coordinator Dr. A.V. Kate sir. I also welcome today's inaugurator, Honorable S.M.A.Sci sir, Member, Human Rights Commission, Maharashtra State. Along with this, I would like to welcome the keynote address, Honorable Advocate Asim Sarudiji, Human Rights and Legal Activist, Pune. I would like to welcome the resource person, Dr. Jitendra Bagul, Head, Department of English, Vidya Vikas Mandal's Arts Commerce College, Akkalkuwa, District Nandurbar. I also welcome the next resource person, Dr. Vijay Kumar Tunte sir, Professor and Head, Department of Political Science, Pratap College, Amalner. At the last, I also welcome the research scholars, the fraternity, the students, and the citizens who are interested and keen to seek the knowledge regarding human rights. I welcome all. Dear friends, every person has dignity and value. One of the ways that we recognize the fundamental worth of every person is by acknowledging and respecting their human rights. Human rights are a set of principles concerned with equality and fairness. They recognize our freedom to make choices about our lives and to develop our potential as human beings. They are about living a life free from fear, harassment, or discrimination. Human rights can broadly be defined as a number of basic rights that people from around the world have agreed are essential. These include the right to life, the right to a fair trial, freedom from torture and other cruel and inhuman treatment, freedom of speech also, along with freedom of religion and rights to health, education, and an adequate standard of living. Human right to live and exist, the right to equality, including equality before law, non-discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth, and equality of opportunity in matters of employment, the right to freedom of speech and expression, assembly, association, movement, residence, the right to practice any profession or occupation, the right against exploitation, prohibiting all forms of forced labor, child labor, and trafficking in human beings, the right to freedom of conscience, practice, and propagation of religion, and the right to legal remedies for enforcement of the above are the basic human rights. These rights and freedoms are the very foundation of democracy. But we can say today's picture is quite different. The violation of human rights is the most common problem in the world today. In the theoretic states, there is much because persecution and violation in the name of religion, and the minorities suffer the most. Even in democracies, violation and infringement of human rights and freedom is widespread. The women, children, and the weaker sections of the society are victims of these transgressions and violence. The UN Commission on Human Rights' main concern is to protect and promote human rights and freedom in the nations of the world. The violation of human rights and freedom gives rise to alienation, dissatisfaction, frustration, and acts of terrorism. So, Human Rights Day is celebrated every year on December the 10th around the world. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted on December the 10th, 1948. Human rights are universal in nature in the form of a legal and moral framework, whose purpose is to protect the interest of people with harsh legal, political, and social misbehavior. In recent decades, there has been a tremendous growth in how we think about and apply human rights ideas. This has had many positive results. Knowledge about human rights can empower individuals and offer solutions for specific problems. Due to poverty, customary, and cultural practices prevalent in the country, equal opportunity has been denied to various categories of people that have prevented them from enjoying their rights, equality at par with other developed sections of the society. So finally, I would like to attract your attention towards the aims and objectives of the present conference. I enlist them as follows: to discuss the concept of human rights in detail, to evaluate the journey of human rights universally, to focus different angles of human rights topic, to highlight different issues and current challenges to human rights. The next aim is to aware people about their own human rights. The next is to trigger the feeling to respect the human rights of others. And finally, to measure the concept of human rights in the world in the two disciplines, that is political science and literature. Finally, I would like to say that I hope that the topic has invited the attention of the researchers, teaching faculties, students, citizens, and others for further discussion in the form of the present International Conference on Human Rights. I am very sure that the conference would be fruitful with the contribution of the dignitaries, the resource persons, and their influential speeches, and finally with the research purposes. So with this, I conclude my preface. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Prashant Patil, sir.
Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable insight in the area of human rights and its issues. Now, I would like to request all the dignitaries, please join us to online inauguration. I request to technical committee members to play the inauguration video.
Ya
Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Professor Pratik Agrawal sir to introduce our today's speaker of inaugural function. Please,
Please,
sir.
sir. Thank you, Prashant Martin, sir. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Professor Pratik Amarchan Agrawal, Assistant Professor in English Department of B.P.Arts, S.M.A.Sci and K.K.C.Comm.College. I am glad to welcome Honorable Narayan Agrawal, Chairman, Managing Board, Chalisgaon Education Society, Honorable M.A. sir, inaugurator of today's conference, Honorable Bala-Saheb Chauhan sir, President, Chalisgaon Education Society, Honorable Milind Deshmukh, Vice President, Chalisgaon Education Society, Honorable Dr. Vinod Kothkar, Secretary, Chalisgaon Education Society, Honorable Dr. M.B. Patil, Chairman, Senior Committee, Honorable Shamlal Kumawat, Chairman, Senior College Committee, Honorable Principal Dr. M.B. Bindikar sir, respected Vice Principal Dr. P.S. Baviskar sir, and respected Vice Principal Dr. A.V. Kate sir, and IQAC Coordinator. It's my pleasure to welcome and introduce inaugurator of today's conference, Dr. M.A.Sci sir. We are aware of this name in the field of human rights and social work after having obtained law degree from Nagpur University in the year 1978. Sir entered legal field as a lawyer. Sir has worked as assistant police prosecutor in June 1984 at Amravati Session Court. After that, Sir entered judiciary as civil judge and JMFC first in class in April 1988 and served at different places in state of Maharashtra as additional district session judge. Sir has worked as judge in family courts in Pune and Mumbai between 2003 to 2007. Also, Sir worked as registrar as judges and protocol and administration in Supreme Court of India from 2010 to 2014. Sir has posted as Principal Law Secretary and RLAMS from 2014 to 2015. It's honor to tell that presently Sir is a member of Maharashtra State Human Rights Commission, Mumbai from 28 March 2016 as well as acting chairperson from 26th of October 2018. Honorable Governor of Maharashtra awarded COVID Warrior Award on accounting of outstanding judicial work done during COVID period in 2020. Sir has been running the office of Maharashtra State Human Rights Commission single-handedly from 2018. This is his introduction of eminent personality. Friends, we are very privileged to have M.A.Sci sir as inaugurator of today's conference. Thank you so much. Now, I request Dr. M.A.Sci sir to enlighten us with their valuable words.
Sir, you are not. Sir, you are not audible.
Now,
Yes, sir.
hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible now.
A very pleasant good morning. Honorable President Mr. Agarwal, honorable principals, teachers, students, and elite members of this education society. It's really a privilege and pleasure to be a part of today's conference. I must congratulate you for taking up a very important issue. You know, we are often talking about the human rights and its implementation, enforcements, more particularly the enforcement part. But the topic which you have chosen is the issue and challenges. Now, what are those issues and challenges? Of course, I would be throwing light on it. And I think it's high time that we look into this gray area rather than focusing on rights and rights. My dear friends, before I delve on this very important issue of, or rather important topic of issues and challenges which the human right concept is facing in present era, let me give you a brief, introduction on the background of these human rights. Uh, I'm sure all of you must be aware that human rights in our country are as old as human culture, right from the Vedic times of the era 1500 to 1600 BC, laying down a very solid foundation for an overriding importance of dharma. Dharma is just law in private and public life, since dharma was conceived as conducive for highest good and welfare of all, subordination of desires, karma, and economic activities, artha, to dharma, molded good behavior to the kings and its subject. The concept that an entitlement of rights comes from proper performance of duties towards the society was at the central point, the focal point of our, excuse me, of our ancient Indian jurisprudence, as categorically declared in Ishupanishad: desire to live for 100 years, doing selfless work to wipe other tears. There is no better way to gain freedom. Now, I think this is a very important quotation which speaks volumes about today's subject. What does it say? Desire to live for 100 years, doing selfless work to wipe others' tears. So pausing here for a moment, I would like to put across board a very vital, important question to all the honorable audience. Are we concerned about the rights of others, or we are concerned only for our rights? Have we become so self-centered that in our anxiety to assert our rights, to invoke enforcement of our rights, we forget the others? So is this the real concept? This is what Vedic meant, that you should only concentrate on your own rights. You should only ensure that your rights are being implemented, or are we supposed to be concerned for the rights of others also? I'm sorry if I sound very blunt and harsh, but friends, in today's scenario, we seems to have become very selfish. We are now more focusing on our rights rather than wiping out the tears for others. Maybe, reasons are thousands. I don't want to go into it, but I think it's with the so-called advanced technologies, advancement in law, your approach and your attitude towards your life, the daily stress and strains of the life, it makes us self-centered. So according to me, the first biggest issue before us is how to ensure that we, while ensuring protection of our own rights, we also express or exhibit the same concern for the rights of others also. So this is a big question mark, and I think the good educational institutes like yours, which is running since 1960 and as pointed out by Honorable Principal Sir, 1909 was the year when this society was established. College came into existence in 1960, and it's high time that we pay great attention to this important issue. Now, rights, of course, they come with us, come to us right from our birth. But friends, what about our duties? Have we at any time paused to think about, or rather retrospect about our fundamental duties? Article 51A of the Constitution is very, very important and material. I think all of you are aware about Article 21, which gives a guarantee that nobody should be, nobody's right should be, no person should be deprived of his right except in accordance with due process of law. So, Article 21 is the foundation of, this legal rights being brought into statute in the form of Protection of Human Right of 1993. But are we only supposed to go on asserting about our rights and forget about our duties? As I have pointed out just about 5 minutes back, that we are concerned only about our rights, but do we show the same concern for the rights of others? Likewise, I would also like to point out or put a second question on board. Are we equally very sensitive to our duties towards the society at large, our duties towards the other citizens, our duties towards the country as a whole? Democracy doesn't give you a simple, a limited privilege of asserting your rights and hounding the government on each and every issue. Why do we forget our duties? This is one of the most critical issue, or this is one of the most glaring lapse which I have found out in today's scenario. Whenever the people come to us, they are always asserting about, or rather advancing their grievance about violation of their human rights by one or the other public authority. You might be aware that Human Rights Commission can take cognizance of only those complaints which are against the public authorities. The private agencies do not come under our purview. So be it health issue, be it any civic issue, be it a revenue issue, be it a case of custodial torture or humiliation by any public forum, we are there to ensure that the grievances are addressed in an effective and proper way by the commission. But I have rarely come across a case wherein a citizen also says, where a person also says that, sir, we are aware about our rights and also about our duties. I think these rights and duties, they go together. You cannot simply, go one-sided, go on asserting your rights and very conveniently forgetting about your duties. So Article 51A of the Constitution, which came to be introduced in our Indian Constitution by way of amendment in 1976, just imagine, 1948 was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Then immediately came after 2 years, our Constitution came into force. And then there was no provision of any fundamental duties at that time. No provision was incorporated in Constitution because the great framers of our Constitution thought that India is having such a generic, very unique population, having, imbibing Vedic rights, so they are bound to know about their fundamental duties. But probably it came down on the government that, unfortunately, none of the citizens were aware or rather asserting about forget about asserting, implementing their fundamental duties. Therefore, 1976 is the crucial year when fundamental duties came to be added in our Constitution, by virtue of which fundamental duties came to be imposed on the citizens of India. Remember, friends, there's a very fine line of distinction between Article 21 and 51A. Article 21 says no person, I emphasize on the word no person shall be deprived of his right except in accordance with due process and procedure of law, while Article 51A says that every citizen of this country is under an obligation to enforce his duties, which are enumerated in clause A to K. Please kindly go through this article. I don't want to take your time in citing out those, but it very categorically, it very specifically, highlights on the basic concept of the fundamental rights in the form of in a gist or in brief. It emphasizes on how you must adhere to your fundamental duties. So one of the duty is to ensure that we implement the law of the country, law of the land. We give respect to our constitution. We show concern for all and shouldn't adopt a very selfish attitude only in thinking about ourselves. So, friends, the other big challenge which I now find it's high time to introspect and to analyze is how to is to make aware the citizens of this country on the constitutional legal mandate of duties of a citizen. Article 51 is very, very clear. It says every citizen of the country. So it has very conveniently, the lawmakers should be lauded, should be saluted for drafting this article in a very, very pragmatic, in a very practical way by imposing duties on citizens of the country. While Article 21 is very wide, is very liberal, is very privileged one, it gives right to each and every person, right to live honor and dignity to every person, which include foreigners also. So, but the fundamental duties, they exclude this person and it imposes obligation and duties only on the citizens. So it's high time. It's an era now. We are in 2022. Much water has flown down under the bridge. And now with the present background, with the present scenario in the world, as the learned speaker in introduction of his, on the subject very rightly pointed out that we are going through a very stressful, very bad phase. The entire world is facing it. We have seen the worst during COVID period, how the people suffered, how the countries were devastated, where the citizens not only lost their near and dear ones, but from every angle, economical, emotional, physical, the entire countries were destroyed. And now we are trying to come up again after going through all these, difficult phases. Of course, we had to bear the wrath of the third wave also, but I am so happy that the citizens of the country very bravely faced all these tough situations and came up to, uh, in fact, friends, this COVID period taught us a lesson to be responsible, to show concern for others, which we have seen in places like, you must have observed, experienced it in your own town also, how people rush to help the others. This is what the human right means. This is what the moral of protection of human rights says, that you must honor, you must not only have a right to live with honor and dignity, but at the same time, you must also show respect and honor for the life of others also. You must also exhibit the same attitude to them as you expect the other persons to show it to you. It cannot be a one-sided affair. Does it mean that, implementation and entitlement of the rights, does it mean that we must always go on blaming the government for, failing to discharge its duty? At the same time, very conveniently forgetting as to what duties are imposed on us also. How many of us took care during, how many of us, you must have seen, just take a simple example of breach of the traffic rules. How many of us very meticulously follow it? How many of us take care to stop at the signal? I do not know why everybody is always in a haste to, probably it's the pace of the life which has made the attitude very different now. Patience seems to be lacking in each and every aspect of the life. We seems to be, master of our own, kings of our own, and we think that, अरे काय होणार नाही, काय signal लागलाय, पर अरे yellow light है, चला cross करून घेऊ आपण. But this is where we commit the where we commit the blunder or the mistake.
Hello.
Don't you think that it is our duty to be little bit patient and wait at the signal? This is just one of the example. And if at all the traffic constable stops you, cross checks with you, then you start saying, त्यांनी आम्हाला फार शिवे दिले साहेब, त्यांनी आम्हाला आमच्याकडून पैसे मागितले, अमुक केले, टमुक केले. अरे बाबा, पण तुम्ही तुमची तर ड्युटी करा ना अगोदर. Did you follow the rules? And why to, look at the any agencies of the government with a jaundice eye? Why not first look into ourselves, introspect ourselves, and then see how best we can do to improve the system? Don't you think that it's very easy to say that we have become very corrupt? But who is responsible for making the society corrupt? Don't you think that we have a part to also, somewhere we have a role to play in bringing this worsening situation of corruption in the country? How many of us have strongly resisted now when we are in trouble, and if we are given some, a kind of assurance that if you do XYZ, will probably you would be safe from this trouble, then how many of us are bold enough to say, I'll face the consequences of law rather than finding out the convenient ways to get out of it? So, self-discipline is again one of the important factor in ensuring that the human rights are properly and rightly protected. I think I do not know how much time is given to me. Is it 15 minutes or 10 minutes? I should not cross my...
You can proceed, sir.
Take your own time, sir.
No. Thank you so much, but I think you have a whole day for this thing. But friends, I would, of course, I would have loved to interact with all of you, but after my inaugural address, I'll be just seeking your permission to excuse me because I have some important personal work to attend. But I would like to emphasize on some of the very important issues of human values and challenges, which I would like all of you to ponder over and discuss on the ways to deal with it. So, friends, we are living, as I have said, we are living through very tense times, and generally under these circumstances, we become very self-centered. I have already told you this. So now it becomes very difficult for people to look at the concerns around us, and that creates a human right issue. We only remember our rights and forget about the rights of others. We not only forget about our rights, but we even very conveniently forget and ignore our duties also. Now, what is the other challenging issue? The other challenging issue is modern technology is making us extremely isolated as human beings. Now, just imagine, just see, in today's scenario, whenever you travel, whether you are in a car, whether you are on your morning walk, I see number of the persons busy on their cell phones. Even when you come back home, you find all the family members, either your daughters, your wife, your parents, they are just switching off and scrolling through their mobiles only. So don't you think it's high time that this isolation factor should also be eliminated from our life? And what are the ways and means to curb this rising tendency of becoming too obsessed with the modern technology? We seem to be connecting more virtually rather than in person. Of course, I understand this has arisen because of this COVID situations and the impositions or the restrictions imposed by the government. But even otherwise, in normal course also, we simply we have found out a convenient way of interacting with each other virtually rather than in person. Now, this is creating a very grave and worse situation. This is a big challenge on how we make young peoples to connect. It looks like a very difficult thing, but we need to work something out. Now, what is that something out? You have to tell us. The world is getting ruled more and more by the people in power. All countries in power are worried only about themselves. The mantra seems to be might is right, which stands for the opposite of believing and upholding human rights. Now, this is very important. The world is getting ruled more and more by the people in power. All countries in power are worried only about themselves. The mantra seems to be might is right, which stands for opposite of believing and upholding human rights. We had hoped of, that with the advancement, barriers between people will disappear, but opposite seems to be happening everywhere. Therefore, we need to take extremely proactive step, work out mechanisms for bridging and distancing and distances, bridging the distances that have been growing between the countries, caste, creeds, gender, classes, urban, poor, etc. When you see these bridges being built, you need to celebrate them rather than condemn them. Now, gender bias. The speaker spoke about child prohibition, prohibition of the child labor, trafficking. These are the burning issues, my dear friends. And I think it's high time we must pay attention to it. These are some of the basic issues. Now, the other challenging issues are right of the street children, right of the beggars, right of the senior citizens. How proactive we are in looking after all these class of persons. We very conveniently try to focus on only limited issues. For example, child labor, trafficking. Of course, I don't mean to say, nor with due respect, I mean to imply that they are not very important. They are very important. And they are the most crucial and burning issues. But at the same time, have you at any time paused to think about the rights of the beggars? Have you at any time taken care to check the status and condition of beggars' home in your district? Senior citizens' home in your district? So the stakeholder departments, the government, the civil societies, the citizens, they have to work in tandem to strengthen all these areas. You cannot simply go on harping on the rights of certain class of persons. Now, Mr. Sarodi is, he's going to address, he's a keynote addressee, and I'm sure he would be throwing light on a very important, challenging issue with which he has been dealing. And I had the privilege and liberty of discussing with him on number of occasions. We have been on one platform together a number of times, and in fact, I had the privilege of his gracious appearance before me when I was functioning as a family court judge Pune. Rights and responsibilities or rights of the sex workers. Now, you must have learned, you have recently, you must have come to know about how a red light area and the entire red light area in Nagpur has been closed down by the local administration. So now where do those sex workers would go for their livelihood? What about their children? What about their children's education? Have we paused and given any thought to it? Has the department at any time paused or rather thought before taking such draconian action against the red light areas? And then I put a question to the management. How do we ensure the sex workers that if if they stop this profession, we will support them, will allow them to merge with the main stream and earn a respectable livelihood? How many of us are willing to accept a sex worker as a part of our family? In one of the conference which I attended at Nagpur, one of the speakers said that the sex worker asked him कि sir आप बोल रहे हैं कि ये profession आप छोड़ दो, then are you willing to accept me as your daughter? Are you willing to accept me as a member of your family? Now, honestly, just think over this question and answer very honestly to yourself what you would do in that situation. It's very easy to give advice, preach all good norms, but when it comes to the question of implementation, then somewhere our selfish needs take the priority, and then we become a kind of non-committal person. Bagu ani karu is a lot of difference. I think this is high time where we should now go beyond all these reservations. Department of similarly rights and privileges of the street children, right of this trafficking victims. Now NGOs, they are doing a commendable job in rescuing them. You rescue the victim, you put them in a shelter home, and then what? Is there any follow-up of their further settlement in their life? Whether the NGO has a system whereby they can follow up the the movements of the victim after the release from the shelter home, whether the family is willing to accept her back. So these are the issues, my dear, over which all of us should give a very thoughtful consideration, should introspect, should know as to what should be the right course for all of us before we go on harping on the enforcement of the rights. Now, I'll just briefly, I'm just coming to a concluding part of my address. So what are the challenges? I'm just putting it across the board. Poverty and global inequities. Number 2, discrimination. Number 3, armed conflict and violence. Number 4, impunity. Number 5, democracy deficits. Number 6, weak institutions. Now, the challenges for these are the human rights challenges. And what are the challenges for the challenges of the implementation? The knowledge gap, the capacity gap, the commitment gap, and the security gap. So it's high time that educational institutes, friends, just remember, I must congratulate Mr. Agarwal for, building up this society educational institutes to such a high level. Chalisgaon, for your information, I have worked as a ADJ in Amalner, and that time I had visited your Chalisgaon this court also. I came, of course, in connection with some inquiry, and it was a brief visit. In fact, I must congratulate the citizens of this town because they have given gems like Mr. Patil, who rose from the level of judicial magistrate and become a high court judge, a very disciplined, a very, a very upright person. He is also my guru, for your information, Justice Sangeet Rao Patil. He's looked upon by all the judicial officers as a guru. So you have such noble personalities in your town who can, contribute a much lot to your institute by giving their valuable assistance and advice. Now, with this, I would like to conclude with a quote of Mahatma Gandhi. If we discharge our duties, what Mahatma Gandhi said, if we discharge our duties, rights will not be far to seek. If living duties unperformed, if living duties unperformed, we run after the rights, they will escape us like a will-o'-the-wisp. So, I'll again repeat. If we discharge our duties, right will not be far to seek. If living duties unperformed, we run after the rights, they will escape us like the will-o'-the-wisp. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity of sharing my views. I'll just like to make some corrections. I'm not a doctor, number one. Number two, I worked as a, this is my second term in Human Rights Commission. I was appointed by the government in 2016. It was for a period of 5 years. 5 years. I completed my assignment in April 21, and then government has been kind enough to again reappoint me for another term. And I took over as a member very recently in December 2021. And we have now our chairman also, a retired retired High Court Judge, Honorable Justice Tatir, as the chairman. One of the member is a former IPS officer and myself. So thank you very much, and it would be my privilege and a pleasure to visit the college personally. Agarwal Sahab, I humbly request you to continue with your, with your commendable contribution to the society, because education is one of the most important issue, which again is a very challenging human right issue. So education is the most foundation for, grooming a young person to be a good citizen. And I think you are doing a noble job. I salute to you, Agarwal Sahab, and to all the management. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, and all the best to you. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. And I seek, your permission to leave the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And we are really happy to see you soon at our college. Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable words on the role of human rights. As you discuss and you differentiate between the human rights and values, as you made aware how we commit the mistakes in our day-to-day life, even with the factual phone call while driving. Thank you for making us aware about these things. Sir, I'm sure your address will help a lot. in understanding the issues and challenges. Thank you, sir. Friends, now I would like to request Honorable Naganbo Agarwal, the Chairman of Chalisgaon Education Society, for the presidential speech. Please, sir.
सर्व उपस्थित मान्यवर, विशेषतः शहीद साहेब आणि सगोदर साहेब, माझ्या विद्यालयाचे प्रिन्सिपल, ज्यांनी हा प्रोग्राम अरेंज केला, ते सर्व माझे सहकारी मित्र. आतापर्यंत सर्व लोक इंग्रजीत बोलले. दुर्दैवाने माझं शिक्षण झालं आहे BSc पर्यंत, परंतु मला आता गेली 60 वर्ष इंग्लिशचा संबंध राहिला नाही, म्हणून मी माझ्या भावना मराठीत व्यक्त करतो, त्याबद्दल क्षमा मागतो. आजचा दिवस हा आमच्या कॉलेजला अगदी सोन्याचा दिवस म्हटला पाहिजे, कारण इतके विद्वान लोक, साहेब, शहीद साहेब आपल्याला पाहिलं तरी आम्ही धन्य झालो. आपल्या ऐकायला मिळालं, जेवढं समजलं त्याच्यातून खूप काही शिकायला मिळालं. आणि जे उपस्थित विद्वान आहेत, आमच्या विद्यालयाचे, महाविद्यालयाचे जे लोक आहेत, त्यांना याच्यातून काहीतरी बोध होईल आणि समाजाला सुद्धा काही चांगला संदेश देईल. आपल्यासारख्या इतक्या बिझी माणसाने आम्हाला एवढे वेळ दिला, अर्थात त्याबद्दल मी आमचे स्नेही, आमचे मार्गदर्शक संगीता पाटील साहेब, म्हणजे माजी न्यायमूर्ती उच्च न्यायालय, यांचे आम्ही आभार मानतो, म्हणायला होय, कारण त्यांच्यामुळे आम्हाला शहीद साहेब भेटले. खूप खूप धन्य वाटलं आज. आणि या संस्थेचा प्रमुख म्हणून असे कार्यक्रम आमच्या लोकांनी घेतले, त्याबद्दल त्यांचं अभिनंदन. आणि काटे सर, दिल्लीकर सर आणि सर्व उपस्थित माझे विद्वान मित्र यांना सर्वांना विनंती करतो की असले प्रोग्राम तुम्ही जेवढे घ्याल तेवढ्याला मी संमती देईल. आणि मला शहीद साहेब माझं ऊर बघणार आहे. इतका मोठा माणूस, ज्याला पाहणं मला म्हणजे पाहायला धन्य वाटतं, त्याला इतक्या वेळ ऐकायला मिळालं. साहेब, तुम्ही खूप चांगलं बोललात. अर्थात काही मला काही समजलं, काही नाही समजलं, हे मान्य करतो. परंतु बाकीचे लोक जे आहेत, जे विद्वान लोक होते, आहेत उपस्थित किंवा जे ऐकतायत, त्यांना मात्र याच्यातून खूप बोध मिळाला. आणि आपले अनुभव तुम्ही जे सांगितले ते आमच्याकरता खूप उद्भूत आहेत. मानवी अधिकार ही अतिशय मोठी गोष्ट आहे साहेब. याच्यात तुम्ही काम करतायत, याबद्दल तुम्हाला पुन्हा अभिनंदन करतो. आणि मला इतक्या विद्वान सभेमध्ये अध्यक्ष म्हणून काम करायची संधी मिळाली, त्याबद्दल माझ्या सर्व दिल्लीकर म्हणजे काटे, ज्या लोकांनी मला या हा सन्मान दिला त्यांच्यासाठी आभार मानतो, उपस्थितांचे आभार मानतो. आणि या कार्यक्रमाला मनापासून शुभेच्छा देतो आणि सांगतो, जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your words of wisdom. That was indeed motivating and extremely informative. We are so honored and privileged to have among us you. भावांच्या खूप खूप आभार आजच्या या कार्यक्रमाला तुम्ही जे 2 शब्द आम्हाला माहिती दिली त्याबद्दल आम्ही आणि तुमचे ज्या माहिती दिली त्या माहितीवर आम्ही पुढे जाऊ. नाव तुमचे सहकार्य असेल आम्हाला भविष्यातील लाभो. धन्यवाद भाऊ. Now I would like to call Professor Pathan sir for the vote of thanks of inauguration function.
Thank you so much, Prashant Patil sir. Good morning to all of you. Me, myself, Professor S.U.K. Pathan from English Department of B.P.Arts, S.M.A.Sci, K.K.C.Comm.College. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the presence of all honorable the dignitaries and honorable chief guests, the entire fraternity of the institute. We are very Honorable Chairman Chalisgaon Education Society, his loving encouragement assure us to always believe in things. Thank you, Bow. Life and affection for you. I would like to thank Honorable Balasaheb Chauhan, President CE Society, Honorable Milind Dada Deshmukh, Vice President CE Society, Honorable Vinod G. Kotka, Secretary CE Society, Honorable Dr. M.B. Patil Sir, Chairman Senior College Committee, Chalisgaon, Honorable Shamlal Kumawat, Chairman Junior College Committee. Friends, this is opportunity to record Sir, who spent his busiest time gracing the occasion. Today, we had the opportunity to hear your thoughts, sir. Thank you so much. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep regards to our principal, our dashing principal, Dr. M.V. Bildikar, sir, for being a constant motivator and guiding force in all our activities to excel in the field of education. I would like to thanks our vice principals, Dr. P.V.S. Baviskar and Vice Principal Dr. A.V. Kate sir for their support and confidence. And last but not least, let me thanks to our professor, teaching and non-teaching staff, and also the technical support team. In the end, thank you all for being with us today. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor N.M. Nanavade sir to introduce our today's keynote speaker, Honorable Advocate Asim Sarodi. Over to Nanavade.
Sir, please declare that, sir, please declare that inauguration function is over. Sir, please declare that inauguration function is over.
Sorry, I would like to.
Patil sir, please unmute yourself. Patil sir.
Sorry, I would like to declare that the function is over, the inauguration function is over, and I request Professor N.M. Nanavade sir to introduce our today's keynote speaker. Please, sir.
Thank you, Patil sir. Good morning to all of you. I am Nitin Nannavare, Assistant Professor in Department of Political Science. Being the organizing secretary, I am very humbled to welcome and introduce today's keynote speaker, the most renowned person, Honorable Advocate Asim Sarodi ji. We are very much familiar with this name in the field of human rights and social work. He developed the novel concept of socio-legal lawyering, means lawyer for the sake of society. It's noteworthy that Asim ji is the first person to start a practice of being a lawyer for the protection of human rights in 1999. He shared his studious thought in various
newspapers and magazines. He strongly opposed Jat Panchayat, and that's why Maharashtra is the unique state which is having a law against Jat Panchayat. Asimji advocated the idea of Sarvodaya, initiated by Mahatma Gandhi, to secure equality and liberty to all. He was the president of National Green Tribunal. He was advisor to Planning Commission of India. He was invited as the expert witness in American court. He puts forward his views on human rights in United Nations meeting at Geneva and also on different television channels, newspapers. He received Ashoka Fellowship from America to bring about this social change, and Nehru Yuva Award, Citadel Social Activist Award, JSS 10 Outstanding Young Person Award. Asimji offered voice to many downtrodden and exploited class of society in the form of PIL. He has been working for more than 23 years in the field of law and social work. It is quite impossible to highlight the achievements of Advocate Asimji in such a short time. He is a man with simple living and high thinking. He never used his profession to earn money, but to serve the society. Human rights, sympathy for poor, human values, constitution flows in his blood. He believes that ground level actual experience is more than useful than the bookish knowledge. To conclude, friends, we are very fortunate to have Advocate Asimji as a keynote speaker. The organizers, participants are very eager to enjoy intellectual feast in the form of his studious address. Thank you. Over to Dr. Prashant Patil, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Honorable Said, sir, to deliver the speech. Ashim, sorry.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very thankful for inviting me for this seminar. The topic for today's discussion is related to challenges before the human rights or human rights protection. And India as a country which actually don't believe on human rights. It is not in our culture is a fact. Though our religions in India, all religions in India, they talk about human rights. They talk about our duties to be followed while living in the society. Generally, we see that people are not very much willing to follow their duties while living in the society. And so encroachment on others' privacy is India's culture. And that cultural problem, lacuna in implementing various human rights provision can be seen in Indians' general tendency and behavior. So the problem starts with the behavior of Indian persons who really need to understand the international norms of behavior, considering the human rights and bringing it into action. There are various definitions of democracy, and we are still learning the process of democracy or how to live in the democracy. Democracy is integral condition of having human rights situation in presence. So considering the fact that we are not much democratic in behavior, our political parties are also pushing us not to behave like democratic citizens. So the autocratic kind of political parties who are really not willing to make the citizens or train the citizens in a more democratic manner. The basic problem emerged from the political parties in India. I'm not supporter of any political party, and I wish to mention that if anybody is willing to understand, talk about fundamental rights and constitutional norms, or anybody wish to understand the human rights concept, then that person should keep himself or herself on same distance from all political parties as well as all religions in India. Being religious is a very important thing, and that is again individual part of freedom. Bringing religion each and every time on the streets, celebrating religion each time on the streets in public is sign of underdeveloped nation, and that's why we have to learn the religion and bring it into our behavior. Various definitions, as I was telling, various definitions of democracy were made. We know many of those definitions of democracy, but generally democracy means power to the city people, power to the citizens. I was dealing recently a case in the Bombay High Court related to 73rd and 74th constitutional amendment. Now it is a fact that 74th amendment is not being implemented properly. Though according to 73rd amendment, we can see Gram Sabha are in existence. So according to Gram Sabha concept, every Gram Panchayat has to conduct Gram Sabha periodically. And if they fail to conduct Gram Sabha or organize Gram Sabha, the Gram Panchayat can be suspended and the Gram Sevak has to resign. It is very strict implementation of Gram Sabha in accordance with 73rd constitutional amendment, which brought into force to introduce public participation, common citizens participation in a local level democratic system. So that gives powers to the common citizen and voter to participate in a democratic system at Gram Sabha, Gram Panchayat level. But in the same manner, 74th amendment, which talks about the democratic process to be brought in on the local level of municipal corporations and Nagar Parishads, municipal councils, it is not being implemented since long. In 2009, we have adopted the amendment in various corporation laws, but still the 74th amendment is not being brought into action. According to 74th amendment, on the same level as Gram Sabha, there should be area sabhas conducted in Nagar Parishad and Mahanagar Palika areas. So these 74th amendments provision are not being adopted and there are no area sabha. So denial to the common person from public participation in the democratic way of decision making actually violates the constitution, but nobody is looking to it as very serious nature of flaw being committed or fault being committed by the government and the government agencies. On this background, at one stage, the judicial thinking was that part 3, which guarantees certain enforceable fundamental rights, and part 5, which talks about directive principle of state policies, needs to be combined together, and on implementation level, they should be brought in action. But these two unmistakable features of our constitution of democracy, which have been mentioned under the chapters of enforceable fundamental rights or fundamental rights, you can say, and the directive principle of state policy, which lays down fundamentals in the governance of the country. So generally, directive principle of state policy wish to change the behavior pattern of the government and government agencies and the persons working with the governance agencies in a more democratic manner, so that the guaranteed fundamental rights can be enforceable and implemented. Now we can see that the part 3 of the constitution, which guarantees fundamental rights, is directly connected with International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, which is floated by the United Nations, and this corresponding nature is not being considered while implementing the fundamental rights in India. That is main challenge before the constitution and the human rights concept in India. Now, the directive principle of state policies also confirms the provisions and mandate of International Convention on Social, Economic and Cultural Rights, which has been introduced in 1966 by the United Nations and the League of Nations. So this needs to be implemented, and nobody is talking about implementing these principles and bringing it into actual practice. I will be talking more about the challenges and giving some solutions also. So this is what I want to start with. That at one stage, the judicial thinking was that fundamental rights had primacy over directive principles, were considered to be subordinate to fundamental rights. Subsequent judicial thinking was that fundamental rights and directive principles complement each other, and together they form the core of conscience of our constitution. So this conscience which is expected by the constitution is very important, and which needs to be taken into consideration, that fundamental rights are related with the directive principle of state policies, and it is duty of the state government to implement it in coordination of each other. The main first difficulty on this background, according to me, before the constitution or challenge before the human rights concept is about making social and economical rights justiciable. So making it justiciable is very important, even though Supreme Court and various high courts have from time to time given some directions and passed some judgments and asked the government to do something. I will be narrating that how government failed. Various government, I'm not talking about this government only. As I told you, again, the disclaimer needs to be considered that if you want to really understand the human rights, you should not follow any political thought process. So very neutral analysis of the situation needs to be done if you want to understand the challenges before human rights concept. Government's tendency to conjure up a sense of panic in order to make its position stronger by subsiding the freedom of rights of the individual and liberties of the citizen is main challenge, according to me. Again and again, government is trying to project. Now I'm talking about this government. Again and again, the government is trying to project that government is under threat, that some religion is under threat, and those threats can be removed only if we stringent the provisions of law, and if we subside the fundamental rights given to the citizens, or some persons needs to be under surveillance. So this is very bad situation or bad practice of governance. It is misuse of powers given to the government, and that is why Supreme Court also said again and again that you cannot encroach. You means government cannot encroach on the fundamental rights of the people under the name of giving security to the nation. So you have to define what insecurities are being faced by the nation. You have to define well that what insecurities and threats being faced by the borders of India, and then you can do some action. But under the name of providing security to the nation and the borders of the nation, you cannot subside the fundamental rights of many people and breach on their human rights. The second challenge, according to me, is in same relation is extraordinary laws in India. There are various extraordinary laws. If you can consider it from 1958, the Armed Forces Special Power Act, which was introduced by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru for some months, it is still in existence, and there was constant struggle going on. There was constant struggle going on in those seven sisters of Indian nation that remove the Armed Forces Special Power Act because it suppresses our identity, it violates our human rights, but still no government has dared to remove those laws and bring the peaceful situation in Manipur, Assam, Nagaland, and all those seven states on the border. So extraordinary laws in India are suppression of human rights, are bypassing the procedures of law at various levels. So just starting from Armed Forces Special Power Act to the Maharashtra Organized Crime Control Act, which is in existence in Maharashtra, all laws which subsides the basic concept that any statement given before the police cannot be considered in law as evidence. and make the evidence given by the person before the police as sole evidence against him is definitely violative of human rights. We have to consider that due process of law means following the fundamental rights and abiding to the human rights concept defined by the International League of Nations. The common thread runs through these all laws. There are some 48 to 50 laws of such nature throughout the Indian continent. We can see that throughout Indian state there are various state governments which have introduced such kind of suppressing laws, which are extraordinary, taking their jurisdiction in their hand to suppress the human rights of common people. The common thread runs through all these laws is an autocratic nature of the authoritative nature, autocratic nature of government is definitely bad, and giving scopes to such nature by making some laws, by introducing and implementing some such laws which are extraordinary laws, that is one of the important challenge before the human rights concept. Now, the third challenge, according to me, is securing the rights, right to food in Indian nation. So, right to food is very important, right defined by the Constitution, but then interpreted by the Supreme Court in the year 2000. 2001. 2001 has seen. कोणीतरी बोलत आहे सतत कुठे? हॅलो हॅलो
सर प्लीज कंटिन्यू.
हा, ते त्यांना म्यूट करायला सांगा. आणि मराठीत बोलायचं मी मराठीत पण बोलू शकतो, इंग्लिश मध्ये बोलणारे जास्त नसतील तर आपण मराठीत बोलू शकतो जास्त चांगल्या पद्धतीने.
चालेल सर, काय हरकत नाही.
So securing the right to food is very important initiative by the Supreme Court, which has been taken by the Supreme Court in its hand in 2001 when the PUCL had filed one case. It was numbered as 96 of 2001. अन्न अधिकाराबद्दलची ही केस अत्यंत महत्वाची केस होती जी 2001 मध्ये आली, आणि सध्या भारतामध्ये अन्न अधिकार सिक्युअर करणं हे सगळ्यात मोठं चॅलेंज आहे. भारतामध्ये अनेक जण उपाशी जगतात, उपाशी जगण्याचा प्रयत्न करून मरतात. त्या लोकांबद्दलची कोणतीही सहानुभूती जर गव्हर्नमेंटला नसेल तर मग आपण हे पाहू शकतो की आपण ह्युमन राईट्सचं व्हायोलेशन हे किती मोठ्या मोठ्या लेवलवर करतोय. म्हणून मला वाटते की कन्सिडरिंग टू सेक्युरिंग द राईट टू फूड अँड ऍड्रेसिंग द hungry persons and their needs is very important if we want to address the third challenge I am mentioning is about right to food and securing the right to food of common people. आपल्या इथे 2001 मध्ये ही केस झाली सुप्रीम कोर्टामध्ये. PUCL म्हणजे पीपल्स युनियन फॉर सिव्हिल लिबर्टीज यांनी ही केस केली होती, आणि त्याच्यानंतर त्यांनी 2000 नंतर ही गाईडलाईन्स कोर्टाने दिली, आणि त्याच्यानुसार 2002 मध्ये बिलो पॉवर्टी लाईन म्हणजे काय हे डिफाईन करण्यासाठी सुप्रीम कोर्टाने सांगितल्यानुसार बिलो पॉवर्टी लाईन डिफाईन करण्यात आली. पॉवर्टी लाईन एक्सक्लुडेड मेनी हंग्री पर्सन, दॅट इज द मेन फॉल्ट अँड ऑब्जेक्शन्स ऑन द आयडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ बिलो पॉवर्टी लाईन पीपल. आता त्याच्यामुळे जे भुकेले आहेत, ज्यांच्या पोटामध्ये भूक आहे आणि अन्न पाहिजे तरी मिळत नाही, अशा प्रकारच्या लोकांची मोजणीच बीपीएल कॅटेगरीमध्ये न केल्यामुळे त्या लोकांचं अस्तित्वच त्याच्यामध्ये आलं नाही, ते रिफ्लेक्ट झालं नाही, आणि त्यामुळे त्यांचा अन्न अधिकार हा कधीच मानवी हक्कांचा भाग म्हणून कन्सिडर केला गेलेला नाही. अजूनही हे आहे, आणि त्यामुळे हे खूप मोठं चॅलेंज आहे आपल्या समोर की भारतातले जे भुकेले लोक आहेत, ज्यांच्या पोटात भूक घेऊन ते जगतात, त्यांचा विचार करायला पाहिजे, त्यांचा विचार प्लॅनिंग मध्ये करायला पाहिजे, त्यांचा विचार बजेटरी प्रोव्हिजन मध्ये करायला पाहिजे. ते होताना दिसत नाही. विकासाची आपली सगळी संकल्पना ही इंडस्ट्री, कारखाने आणि उद्योगपतींचं भलं कसं होईल याच्यामध्ये जर लागलं असेल तर मला वाटते की ते खूप मोठं चॅलेंज आहे आपल्यासमोर. की ते लोक सुद्धा जे भुकेलेले आहेत ते सुद्धा भारतीय समाजाचा भाग आहे आणि त्यांच्या अन्न हक्काचा, अन्न सुरक्षेचा विचार, फूड सिक्युरिटी मस्ट बी प्रायोरिटी ऑफ इंडिया while planning anything, and then we can address the human rights of those persons who are not having sufficient food to eat. आता याच्यामुळे काय होत आहे की जेव्हा अन्न मिळत नाही तेव्हा आपोआपच काय होते की हे लोक सुसायडल होतात, हे लोक बरेचदा क्राईमसाठी वापरले जातात, या लोकांचं बरेचदा एक्सप्लॉयटेशन होते, या लोकांचं बरेचदा मारून टाकून त्यांचं किडनी आणि बाकीचे अवयव म्हणजे जे त्यांचे ऑर्गन्स आहेत त्याच्याबद्दलची तस्करी होते. या सगळ्या गुन्हेगारीला आपण प्रोत्साहन देत असतो आणि म्हणून गव्हर्नमेंट रिस्पॉन्स हॅज व्हेरी स्टेल, ड्युएल अँड रुथलेस असं सुप्रीम कोर्टाने या संदर्भात म्हटलेलं. सो PUCL केस नीड्स टू बी इम्प्लिमेंटेड इन अ प्रॉपर मॅनर अँड वी कॅन रिव्ह्यू दिस. So what are the implications of this landmark order needs to be seen by the government agencies, so to address this third challenge I was narrating. The fourth challenge according to me is non-implementation of fundamental duties. Now we have considered that fundamental duties need not to be worried about, they are not required to be bring into action, and that is the very basic mistake we have done since the inception of constitution. And so fundamental duties which are touchstone according to me of the constitutional mirror, we need to see the implementation of fundamental duties. I will not narrate all the fundamental duties. The most fundamental duty according to me on the current situation or on the background of the current situation is related to Article 51A subclause H, which talks about to develop the scientific temper, humanism, and spirit of inquiry and reform. हे अत्यंत महत्वाचा कलम आहे. तुम्ही लक्षात घ्या की when we talk about fundamental duties, we should be abide by all the fundamental duties, and all citizens are duty bound to follow those duties and bring them into their practice. Now when we talk about all citizens, all politicians are also part of the citizenship. All persons who are propagators of some religion, they are also part of the citizenship. So they all are citizens and they need to follow the basic principle mentioned in the fundamental duties, and that's why I'm narrating just one provision of fundamental duties narrated in 51A subclause H, which is about developing scientific temper, humanism, and spirit of inquiry and reform. This is a great challenge before us. कारण की आपण पाहतो की सायंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट म्हणजे आपण त्याला मराठीत काय म्हणू शकतो, वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोन. वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोन आपल्यामध्ये असला पाहिजे. आपण माणुसकी प्रधान आपली वागणूक असली पाहिजे आणि आपण चौकशी करण्याचे जे अधिकार आहे लोकांचे, प्रश्न विचारण्याचे जे अधिकार आहे लोकांचे, ते आपण मान्य केले पाहिजे आणि त्याच्यानुसार रिफॉर्म झाले पाहिजे. आता भारतामध्ये रिफॉर्म ही कन्सेप्ट जणू काही मागेच पडलेली आहे असं आपल्याला दिसते. जे आवश्यक आणि जबरदस्तीने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल फ्रेमवर्कनी ठरवून दिलेले असल्यामुळे काही रिफॉर्म्स त्याला आपण फॉलो करावंच लागते, तेच फक्त फॉलो केले जात आहेत. नवीन रिफॉर्म्स कोणतेही होत नाही. सो the fundamental duties principle talks about obligations of citizens to follow the principles of duties. Then what is the difference between obligation and responsibilities? This is the main question. I think obligation is more deeper than just responsibilities. Responsibility म्हणजे आपण त्याला म्हणू शकतो जबाबदारी, पण ऑब्लिगेशन म्हणजे कायदेशीर जबाबदारीचा भाग आहे. आणि त्याच्यामुळे if obligation includes something legal and legal imposition on us as citizens to follow those principles, then we must follow as Indian citizens all the duties mentioned in 51A of the Constitution. आता त्यातलं जे मी तुम्हाला आता सांगत होतो सायंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट, या सायंटिफिक टेम्परामेंटचं तुम्ही बघा की प्रत्येकाला कर्तव्य आणि राईट्स याचा संबंध आहे आपल्याला कळतं की एव्हरी ड्युटी इज करस्पॉन्डिंग विथ द राईट्स connected with the rights. So without duties, we cannot talk about rights. So duties and rights can be considered as two sides of one coin, and that's why the corresponding nature needs to be underlined and understand well by the citizens in India. आता आपण जर हे पाहिलं की भारतामध्ये जो संघर्ष साधारणतः सुरू आहे तो या 51A मधल्या H मध्ये सगळं आपल्याला नॅरेट करता येऊ शकतो. म्हणजे त्याच्यात आहे की सायंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट. आता सायंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट म्हणजे मी आपल्याला सांगितलं की वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोन असला पाहिजे, माणुसकी प्रधान आपली वागणूक असली पाहिजे, आणि स्पिरिट ऑफ इन्क्वायरी शॅल बी अपहेल्ड. आता हे खरंच होते का? भारतामध्ये आज प्रश्न विचारणारे व्यक्ती, गव्हर्नमेंटच्या प्रोसेस बद्दलचे प्रश्न उभे करणारे व्यक्ती हे थ्रेट खाली आहेत, त्यांच्या जीवनाला धोका आहे. उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार सारख्या अनेक राज्यांमध्ये असतील आणि अनेक बाकीच्या पण काही राज्यांमध्ये अशा अनेक लोकांना कायद्याच्या कचाट्याखाली पकडून मारून सुद्धा टाकण्यात आलेला आहे. ही फॅक्ट आहे. माझी आकडेवारी असल्यामुळे मी आपल्याला सांगतो, आणि मी परत आपल्याला सांगतो की तुम्ही कोणत्याही राजकीय पक्षाचा विचार न करता जर बसलेले असाल तरच ह्युमन राईट्सच्या कन्सेप्टचा विचार करू शकता. सो जेव्हा धर्मसंसद भारतामध्ये आयोजित झाली, कशासाठी आयोजित झाली धर्मसंसद? काय उद्देश होता? आताच धर्मसंसद का घ्यायची होती? निवडणुकांच्या पार्श्वभूमीवर उत्तर प्रदेश मधल्या जे क्लिअर डिवाइड करायचं होतं उत्तराखंड मधल्या इलेक्शन मध्ये सुद्धा, त्याच्यावर आधारित ही धर्मसंसद घेण्यात आली. आणि धर्माच्या नावाने प्रचार प्रसार करण्याचं स्वातंत्र्य प्रत्येकाला आहे, त्यांचा कोणत्याही निवडणुकीशी संबंध नाही असं सांगून ही धर्मसंसद आयोजित झाली. आणि त्या धर्मसंसदेमध्ये ज्या प्रकारचे विषारी वक्तव्य भगवे कपडे घातले लोकांनी केले त्याच्याबद्दलचा निषेध आपण केला का? हा सुद्धा एक महत्वाचा विषय. मग ते भगवे कपडे घातलेले लोक असो किंवा कट्टरवादी विचार करणारे हिरवे कपडे घातलेले लोक असो, निळे असो, पिवळे असो, कोणत्याही रंगाचे कपडे असो, माझं असं म्हणणं आहे की या सगळ्या वेगवेगळ्या रंगाच्या कट्टरवादी विचारधारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनच्या विरुद्ध आहेत. आणि त्यामुळे आपण हे समजून घेतलं पाहिजे की भारतीय संविधानिक वागणूक आपल्याला जर करायची असेल, आपल्याला घटनात्मक वागायचं असेल भारतीय नागरिक म्हणून, तर सगळ्यात महत्वाचं आहे की आपण संविधानिक विचार केला पाहिजे. आणि म्हणून मग माझं असं म्हणणं आहे की धर्मसंसदेच्या माध्यमातून जे विषारीपण भारतामध्ये पसरवण्यात आला ते अँटी कॉन्स्टिट्युशनल होतं. आणि शेवटी भारतामध्ये जेव्हा सगळा गजब झाला तेव्हा सुप्रीम कोर्टाला सुद्धा याची दखल घ्यावी लागली आणि सुप्रीम कोर्टाने धर्मसंसदेच्या संदर्भातली चौकशी सुरू केली आहे. ख्रिश्चन असो, हिंदू असो, मुस्लिम असो, कोणत्याही धर्माचा जातीचा असो, कोणीही आपला धर्म अशा प्रकारे विषारी स्वरूपात आणू नये. आणि धर्म ही जर जगण्याची पद्धत आहे, म्हणजे भारतीय आपल्या सुप्रीम कोर्टने काय सांगितलं की हिंदुइझम इज अ वे ऑफ लाईफ. मग हिंदुइझम जर वे ऑफ लाईफ असेल तर डेफिनेटली मुस्लिम रिलीजन ऑल्सो इज अ वे ऑफ लाईफ, ख्रिश्चन रिलीजन ऑल्सो इज अ वे ऑफ लाईफ, बुद्धिझम इज ऑल्सो वे ऑफ लाईफ, Jainism is also way of life, Judaism is also way of life. So every religion is, if a way of life, it should be personal and it should be exercised as a personal right and liberty part. It should not become poisonous in the society to actually pollute the fundamental rights and human rights given to all common citizens. पाचवं चॅलेंज माझ्यानुसार आहे ते म्हणजे जेंडर व्हायलन्स आहे. इंडिया इज गोइंग थ्रू व्हेरियस स्टेजेस ऑफ अंडरस्टँडिंग द जेंडर डिस्पॅरिटी इन नेशन, द कल्चरल रिफ्ट बिटवीन various genders. Yesterday I was in Kolhapur and there was a program organized by the collector of Kolhapur. I think it was first of its kind program on the act called the Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act 2019. कोणी या कायद्याबद्दल चर्चा वगैरे केली नाही, पण तिथले जिल्हाधिकारी जे आहे त्यांनी हे तृतीयपंथी लोकांचे अधिकार काय आहेत हे समजून घेण्यासाठीचा कार्यक्रम काल कोल्हापुरात ठेवला होता. आणि आय एम व्हेरी हॅपी टू पार्ट ऑफ इट टू मेक अंडरस्टँड देम ऑल द provisions in law and how to implement the law. The Kolhapur district collector is very much willing to apply the provisions of this law and give sanction of existence to all those people who are carrying different gender. त्याच्यामुळे आता आपल्याला माहिती आहे की सुप्रीम कोर्टाने जे आता गाईडलाईन्स दिलेले आहेत त्याच्यानुसार मेल फिमेल म्हणजे स्त्री पुरुष याच्यासोबतच ट्रान्सजेंडर म्हणजे TG असा लिहिलेला पण एक रकाना आता प्रत्येक ठिकाणी आहे. आणि त्याच्यामुळे आपल्या आजूबाजूला असलेले हे जे वेगवेगळे जेंडर्स आहेत त्याचा आपण अपमान करायला नको, त्यांचा सन्मान करून त्यांना सुद्धा माणुसकी प्रधान वागणूक सगळ्यांनी देता आली पाहिजे. सगळ्यांना हा जो वागणुकीतला भाग आपण अपेक्षित करतोय, that is very important part, and we can remove the challenge or address the challenge related to human rights of various genders and gender violence by making ourselves more understandable towards the nature and natural rights given to all genders. Now I want to narrate some two more points which we are actually dealing with in the High Court. One is gender-based tests. So, two-finger test of a rape victim, which has been actually discarded by the Supreme Court and the High Court, saying that two-finger test म्हणजे जी बलात्कार झाल्यावर स्त्रीच्या योनीमध्ये 2 बोट घालून ते बोट जातात का, ती हॅबिच्युअल टू सेक्स आहे का वगैरे याच्याबद्दलचं आयडेंटिफिकेशन केलं जायचं. ती टू फिंगर टेस्ट अनसायंटिफिक आहे, ह्युमन राईट्सचं व्हायलेशन आहे आणि अत्यंत मागासलेली पद्धत आहे असं सुप्रीम कोर्टाने सांगितलं. त्यानंतर हायकोर्टाने सुद्धा त्याच्याबद्दलचं मत व्यक्त करून सांगितलं की ही टू फिंगर टेस्ट आपण बॅन केलेली आहे. तरी सुद्धा अजूनही अशा प्रकारची टू फिंगर टेस्ट केली जाते आणि महाराष्ट्रात त्या अभ्यासक्रमात सुद्धा ती आहे. तर आम्ही हायकोर्टामध्ये साधी पिटिशन दाखल केली की रिमूव्ह द पोर्शन ऑफ दोज पेजेस फ्रॉम द मेडिकल एज्युकेशन which talks about two finger test, because two finger test is banned and considered as human rights violation of women. तो ते काढून टाकलं पाहिजे. पण आपल्याला हे सांगायला काही हरकत नाही की आपल्याच समाजातले काही जण न्यायाधीश होत असतात आणि त्यांची पण समजशक्ती मर्यादित असू शकते. तर सध्या असे काही न्यायाधीश आहेत मुंबई उच्च न्यायालयामध्ये आणि त्यांनी असं सांगितलं की तुम्ही याच्याबद्दलचा स्टडी दाखल करा की कसं काय हे ह्युमन राईट्सचं व्हायलेशन आहे. मी त्यांना हे सांगण्याचा प्रयत्न करत होतो की ते ऑलरेडी डिसाईड झालेलं आहे की ही टू फिंगर टेस्ट ही इनह्युमन आहे. विषय आत्ताच्या पिटिशनचा एवढाच आहे की तुम्ही त्याच्यातला मेडिकल एज्युकेशन मधला टू फिंगर टेस्टचा भाग हा डिलीट करायला सांगा मेडिकल एज्युकेशन डिपार्टमेंटला. पण तरी त्यांनी अजून तुम्ही अभ्यास दाखल करा, हे करा, तुम्ही अभ्यास केलेला नाही. तर माझं असं म्हणणं आहे की लो अंडरस्टँडिंग ऑफ सम ऑफ द जजेस इन इंडिया इज ऑल्सो डिट्रिमेंटल टू ह्युमन राईट्स कन्सेप्ट. And that is also a very bigger challenge, because you cannot tell a judge that you are not having sufficient understanding of some issue. कारण की त्यांना सगळंच कळते असं समजूनच आपल्याला त्यांच्यासमोर बोलायचं असते. So it is also one of the challenge how to tackle with such judges of low understanding regarding the human rights and low understanding of fundamental rights, who never want to protect the fundamental rights and always see the public interest litigation in a very polluted manner. की जणू काही कोणी जनहित याचिका करणारे व्यक्ती म्हणजे आपल्या विरुद्धच केस करताय अशा आविर्भावात काही न्यायाधीश असतात. ते सुद्धा एक खूप मोठं आव्हान आहे आपल्या समोर की त्यांना ह्युमन राईट्स कसे समजून सांगायचे, त्यांना फंडामेंटल राईट्स कसे समजून सांगायचे. कारण की त्यांना सगळं कळते असं म्हणूनच त्यांना जज म्हणून अपॉइंट केलेलं असते. त्यामुळे हे पण एक खूप मोठं चॅलेंज आहे असं मला वाटते. अनेक चांगल्या जजेसना भारतातल्या मोठ्या मोठ्या पदांवर जाण्यापासून रोखण्यात आलेलं आहे. हे सुद्धा आत्ताच्या काळामध्ये पुढे आले. त्यामुळे हे चॅलेंज आहे आपल्या समोर की कशा प्रकारे चांगल्या न्यायाधीशांना, चांगल्या बुद्धिमत्तेच्या लोकांना रोखलं गेलेलं आहे त्याचा सुद्धा अभ्यास झाला पाहिजे. त्याच्यावर सामान्य माणसांनी बोलणं सुरू केलं पाहिजे. अनदर इश्यू इज रिलेटेड टू शक्ती बिल इन महाराष्ट्र. शक्ती बिल इज पोजेस इटसेल्फ ॲज इफ इट इज अ व्हेरी ॲडव्हान्समेंट इन द लॉ, की रेप झालेल्या विक्टिम्सना न्याय देण्यासाठी शक्ती बिल महाराष्ट्रात करण्यात येते. अशा प्रकारचं एक चित्र तयार करून शक्ती बिल हे पारित केलं गेलं. राज्यपालांची सही अजून त्याच्यावर झालेली नाहीये. ते राज्यपालांकडे सहीसाठी पाठवण्यात आलेलं आहे. पण याच्यामध्ये एक जणू काही शॉपिंग मॉल आहे कोर्ट. म्हणजे अशा पद्धतीने इतक्या दिवसात चौकशी झाली पाहिजे, तितक्या दिवसात बलात्काराच्या केसमधले सगळे एव्हिडन्सेस झाले पाहिजे आणि त्याच्यानंतरच्या पुढच्या 20 दिवसामध्ये निकाल लागला पाहिजे. असं आपण काही कोणत्याही कायद्याच्या प्रक्रियेचं सूत्र ठरू शकत नाही. and we can only receive the accidental justice through such processes. So jumping on the processes is not allowed to any judge also. आणि त्याच्यामुळे अशा प्रकारचे कायदे करणं चुकीचं आहे. आता हा कायदा जो आहे तो ते तिकडचं आंध्र प्रदेश मधलं जे दिशा बिल आहे त्याच्या आधारावर केलेला आहे आणि दिशा बिलचा अभ्यास झालेला आहे आंध्र प्रदेशमध्ये. तिथे कोणत्याही प्रकारचं सक्सेस या कायद्याला आलेलं नाही. जे निर्णय देण्यात आलेले आहे ते हायकोर्टात आणि सुप्रीम कोर्टात हे सबसाईड करण्यात आलेले आहे, शिक्षा कमी करण्यात आलेली आहे. असं असताना सुद्धा वी आर ट्राइंग टू पोज अवर सेल्फ ॲज व्हेरी ॲडव्हान्स गव्हर्नमेंट अँड मेकिंग सच लॉज विच आर detrimental to the constitution or which are not fitting into the constitutional norms, I definitely say that bills like Shakti bill, which have been proposed by the Maharashtra government, will get definite challenge in the High Court, and those laws which are extraordinary in nature can be subsided by the Supreme Court or the High Court. त्याच्यानंतर child sexual abuse is one of the bigger challenge before us. We are not still addressing the child sexual abuse cases well. That's why we have seen one of the High Court judge giving very different judgment which was not fit in the constitutional norms. त्यांनी सांगितलं की स्किन टू स्किन टच झाला नसेल तर चाइल्ड सेक्शुअल अब्यूज ते झालेलं नाही. वरून जर कपड्यांच्या वरून एखाद्या मुलीची छाती दाबली असेल तर त्याला आपण अब्यूज म्हणू शकणार नाही. अशा प्रकारचा जवळपास निर्णय देण्याचा प्रयत्न त्यांनी केला होता आणि तो अत्यंत चुकीचा सुप्रीम कोर्टाने मानला आणि दे क्वॅश द जजमेंट गिवन बाय दॅट जज आणि त्या जजना पण शेवटी चावं लागलं. तर आपण हे पाहू शकतो की चाइल्ड सेक्शुअल अब्यूजच्या कन्सेप्ट इम्प्लिमेंट करण्यासाठी आणि त्यांना जस्टिसच्या डोअर्स पर्यंत पोहोचवण्यासाठी खूप मोठा प्रयत्न आपल्याला करावा लागणार आहे. कारण की लहान मुलांचे दुःख, लहान मुलांचे प्रश्न, लहान मुलांवर होणारा अत्याचार समजून घेण्याची भाषा वेगळी आहे हे आपण कधीतरी समजून घेतलं पाहिजे. जे लहान मुलं सांगू शकत नाही त्यांच्यावर अत्याचार कसा झालेला आहे ते त्यांच्या न बोलताही समजून घेणाऱ्या अनेक समजदार लोकांची गरज भारताला खरं म्हणजे आहे आणि त्याच्यामुळे ते सुद्धा एक चॅलेंज आहे. हाऊ टू ट्रान्सलेट दीज थिंग्स into local justice is the main challenge, and this was the fifth challenge I was narrating. The sixth challenge before us is defining religion. How to define religion, how to define the process and way of religion, how to define preaching the religion, that is main challenge before us. And as I told you, if हिंदुत्व हा आपला किंवा हिंदू धर्म हा एक वे ऑफ लाईफ आहे, जीवन जगण्याची प्रक्रिया आहे असं आपण म्हटलंय, तर सगळेच धर्म जीवन जगण्याची प्रक्रिया आहे आणि आपण ते समजून घेतलं पाहिजे. अँड दॅट्स वाय व्हॉट इज कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, व्हॉट इज इंडियननेस, दॅट इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टंट थिंग. की भारतीयत्व म्हणजे काय, या सगळ्या वेगवेगळ्या धर्म जातीच्या लोकांसह जगणे म्हणजे जर भारतीयत्व असेल तर त्या भारतीयत्वाला जे नख लावत आहेत, त्या भारतीयत्वाला जे ठेस पोहोचवत आहेत ते लोक हे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन साठी मोठं चॅलेंज आहे, आपण केव्हा समजून घेणार हा प्रश्न आहे. आणि म्हणून ह्युमन राईट्स समजून घ्यायचं म्हणजे केवळ असं आपण भाषण ऐकायचं आणि जायचं असं नाही, तर मला असं वाटतं की हा खूप मोठा विषय आहे, विचार आहे आणि आपण तो त्या अर्थाने समजून घेण्याची गरज आहे. आपण जर या सगळ्या जेंडर व्हायलन्स बद्दल विचार करत असताना एक विचार करू शकलो की ह्युमन राईट्स आणि जेंडर याचा विषय हा इट इज रिलेटेड टू ट्रान्सलेटिंग द इंटरनॅशनल नॉर्म्स अँड लॉज इंटू लोकल जस्टिस असा आहे. की आंतरराष्ट्रीय परिमाण जे तयार केलेले आहेत त्यांना आपण लोकल लेवलवर आणून आपण कशा पद्धतीने प्रॅक्टिस मध्ये आणायचा हा खरा प्रश्न आहे आणि तो विचारात घेता आला पाहिजे. डिस्पाइट ऍडव्हान्सेस इन ह्युमन राईट्स लॉ, violence against women is rampant in India, and that is a fact. Rampant across the globe, across the nations which are backward in nature in considering religion. आणि त्याच्यामुळे आता तुम्ही बघा की हिजाबचा विषय आला. हिजाबचा विषय हा कधीच एवढा महत्वाचा नव्हता. अनेक शाळा कॉलेजमध्ये आमच्या वेळेस सुद्धा हिजाब घालून मुली यायच्या आणि बसायच्या. कोणी त्यांना तुम्ही हे वेगळं का करता, असं का घालता असं कोणी विचारलं नाही. कारण की सहज धर्म ज्याला आपण म्हणतो, सिम्पली रिलिजन फॉलोइंग, दॅट वॉज कन्सिडर्ड ॲज वे ऑफ लाईफ. की एक सहजपणे धर्म कोणी पाळत असतील तर पाळू द्या. आता अर्थातच माझ्या माहितीनुसार कुराणमध्ये कुठेही हिजाब घातला पाहिजे असं सांगितलेलं नाही, पण ती जर अनेक वर्षांची प्रॅक्टिस असेल असू द्या, काय त्यांनी काय करायचं तसं करायचं नसते. तेव्हा हिजाबचा प्रश्न हा जाती धर्मामध्ये तेढ निर्माण करण्याचा आहे. प्रश्न हा वेगळ्या प्रकारे इलेक्शन लढवण्याचा आहे की ज्या ठिकाणी कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट जाहीर झालेला आहे त्या राज्यामध्ये जे विषय आणले जाऊ शकत नाही त्याच वेळेस ते विषय दुसरीकडे आले पाहिजे. त्या विषयाचा राष्ट्रीय विषय होऊन त्याच्याबद्दलची चर्चा सगळ्या राज्यामध्ये झाली पाहिजे आणि त्याचा फायदा निवडणुकीत झाला पाहिजे. हा तो विचार जो आहे तो जास्त धोकादायक आहे, आपण समजून घेतला पाहिजे. आणि म्हणून मला असं वाटतं की कोणाला कोणते कपडे घालायचे आहे, कोणाला कोणतं अन्न खायचं आहे, याच्याबद्दलचे व्यक्तिगत अधिकार मान्य करून आपण जे सहजपणे राहत होतो या भारतामध्ये, तसंच आपण राहू शकलो पाहिजे. मी ज्या गावामध्ये शिकलो तिथे मी पाहत होतो की समोरून येणारा एखादा मुस्लिम माणूस सुद्धा सहज जाता जाता क्रॉस होताना राम राम असं म्हणून जायचा. कुणाला असा प्रश्न पडला नाही की तो मुस्लिम आहे, तो राम राम का म्हणतो. त्याच्या धर्मातल्या पण कोणी त्याला विचारलं नाही की तू अरे राम राम का म्हणतो, तू मुसलमान आहे, कोणी विचारलं नाही. पण ज्या वेळेस या देशामध्ये घोषणा देण्यात आली की इस देश में रहना होगा तो जय श्रीराम कहना होगा, तेव्हा प्रॉब्लेम सुरू झाला. आणि मग लोकांना म्हटलं अरे राम राम आपण म्हणतो ते म्हणायला नाही पाहिजे, ते चुकीचं आहे. माझं असं म्हणणं आहे की हे जे क्लिअर डिवाइड निर्माण करण्याचा प्रयत्न आहे, जाती धर्माच्या आधारावर तेढ निर्माण करण्याचा प्रयत्न आहे, तो ह्युमन राईट्सला खूप मोठं आव्हान आहे भारतामध्ये. आणि ते आपण समजून घेतलं पाहिजे. आपण जर या फक्त धर्माच्या सगळ्या गोष्टींमध्ये आणि भांडणामध्ये अडकून राहिलो तर आपला विकास होणार नाही, हे सुद्धा महत्वाचं आहे. So one of the challenge which is being posed by such situations or creation of such artificial situations by political parties is challenge before development. त्याच्यामुळे विकासासमोरच महत्वाचं आव्हान हे लोक तयार करत असतात आणि म्हणून ह्युमन राईट्सची कन्सेप्ट ही खूप महत्वाची आहे असं मला वाटते. आपण वी हॅव टू डिफाईन द बाउंड्रीज ऑफ फेथ. वी हॅव टू कीप अवर सेल्फ अबाइड विथ द बाउंड्रीज ऑफ फेथ. That faith should be limited to me as a person, as my very personal right. आणि त्याच्यामुळे घराच्या बाहेर धर्म आणि सगळ्या संस्कृती काढू नये हे आपण कधीतरी समजून घेतलं पाहिजे असं मला सारखं वाटत असतं. सो इट इज ऑल्सो रिलेटेड टू व्हॉट आय वॉज टॉकिंग अबाउट इज आर्टिकल्स ऑफ फेथ. विश्वास आणि श्रद्धा ठेवण्याचं जे स्वातंत्र्य आहे, आर्टिकल्स ऑफ फेथ इन द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, दॅट नीड्स टू बी इम्बाइब्ड in the culture. And we must follow the religion with all secular norms, which is expected by the Constitution as well as by the Supreme Court of India. त्याच्यामुळे सुप्रीम कोर्टाने सुद्धा आपल्याला धर्मनिरपेक्ष राहायला सांगितलंय. म्हणजे काय की तुमचा धर्म तुम्ही पाळा, परंतु विशिष्ट धर्मावर आक्रमण करू नका. कोणाच्याच धर्मावर कोणी आक्रमण न करता जगता आलं पाहिजे. हा जो सर्वधर्म समभावाचा विचार आहे तो मला अत्यंत महत्वाचा वाटतो. आणि देर आर व्हेरियस ज्युडिशियल इंटरव्हेन्शन्स मेड ऑन दिस रिगार्ड इन इंडिया टू टॅकल विथ व्हेरियस इश्यूज रिलेटेड टू रिलिजन. माय व्हेरी हंबल सबमिशन ओपिनियन इज that Ayodhya verdict needs to be rethink. अयोध्येबद्दलचा निर्णय दिलेला हा कायद्याला धरून नाही असं माझं स्पष्ट म्हणणं आहे. अर्थात ते भांडण मिटवणं आवश्यक होतं आणि त्याच्यासाठी मात्र कायदेशीरच निर्णय व्हायला पाहिजे होता. इमोशनवर बेसिसवर निर्णय होणं हा चुकीचा ट्रेंड सुप्रीम कोर्टाने तेव्हा ऍक्सेप्ट केला. त्याच्यावर माझं व्यक्तिगतरित्या कायद्याच्या क्षेत्रात काम करणारा म्हणून ऑब्जेक्शन आहे असं मला सांगायचं. नाउ the third challenge before the human rights concept is related to defaming the public interest litigations. And who are committing or who are doing this defamation of public interest litigations? The judges themselves. There are some judges in India who are anti-social nature, who thinks that public interest litigations are bad. And that is fault in their thinking process. That's why my opinion is, if public interest litigation म्हणजे जनहित याचिका, if it is an integral feature of procedural jurisprudence, then why some judges are opposing the public interest litigation concept? आता हे आपल्याला जरूर पाहायला पाहिजे की पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट लिटिगेशन कोणी सुरू केलं. न्यायाधीशांनीच सुरू केलेलं आहे. सुप्रीम कोर्ट आणि हायकोर्टातल्या न्यायाधीशांनीच पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट लिटिगेशन ही संकल्पना अपहेल्ड करून ही प्रत्यक्ष अस्तित्वात आणलेली आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये जस्टिस कृष्णा अय्यर, जस्टिस भगवती अशा अनेक लोकांची नावं घेता येतील. आणि आज काही जजेसच पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट लिटिगेशन हे चुकीचे आहे, वाईट आहे अशा प्रकारची जी काही टेंडन्सी पसरवत आहेत, विचार पसरवत आहेत, ते अत्यंत चुकीचं आहे असं माझं स्पष्ट म्हणणं आहे. सो अवर चॅलेंज इज टू प्रोटेक्ट the concept called PIL, ज्याच्यातून आपण ह्युमन राईट्सचे, फंडामेंटल राईट्सचे अनेक मुद्दे हे कोर्टामध्ये आणू शकतो. आणि त्यामुळे पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट लिटिगेशन ही संकल्पना अत्यंत उपकारक आहे, ऍडव्हान्स आहे आणि रीट्सचा एक महत्वाचा पोर्शन वापरण्याची खूप मोठी ताकद सामान्य माणसाला देणारं पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट लिटिगेशन हे एक मेकॅनिझम म्हणून प्रिझर्व्ह झालं पाहिजे, रिस्पेक्ट झाला पाहिजे त्याचा. आणि त्याच्याबद्दल रिस्पेक्ट करणारे काही न्यायाधीश आहेत, अनेक न्यायाधीश आहेत इनफॅक्ट, आणि ते जास्त पद्धतीने वाढले पाहिजे असं आपल्याला विचार करणं आवश्यक आहे असं मला वाटते. The eighth challenge before the human rights concept is understanding equality. India as a nation has constantly shown failure in understanding the concept of equality because we are not trying to understand the process of inequality. आपण काय केलंय की आपल्या स्वतःला जाती धर्मामध्ये विभागून ठेवलेलं आहे की कोणी त्या हिंदूमध्ये पण जे वेगवेगळे आपल्या सगळ्या कॅटेगरीज आहेत त्याच्यामध्ये मग कोणी कुणबी असेल, कोणी मराठा असेल, कोणी लेवा पाटील असेल, कोणी जैन असेल, कोणी बुद्ध असेल, या सगळ्या कॅटेगरीज मध्ये आपण स्वतःला विभागून ठेवलेलं आहे आणि त्यामुळे आपलं अंडरस्टँडिंग हे इनइक्वॅलिटी बद्दलचं चांगलं नाही आहेच. आपण दुसऱ्यांच्या संदर्भात होणारी विषमतेची प्रक्रिया समजूनच घ्यायला तयार नाही. आपल्याच सोबत सगळ्या प्रकारच्या इनइक्वॅलिटी होत आहेत असं आपल्याला वाटत असते आणि त्यामुळे आपण कोणत्याही प्रकारे समानतेकडे जाण्याचा विचारच करू शकत नाही. ही आपली दिस इज अवर फेल्युअर. सो टू रिमूव्ह दॅट फेल्युअर we need to understand the process of inequalities so that we can travel ourselves with our society in a well manner before towards the equality. So traveling towards equality needs the understanding of inequality, and that processes needs to be understood well by us if we really want to address this challenge. The lack of domestic remedies for human rights victims and collapse of rule of law is one of the challenges according to me. Human rights commissions आपल्या इथे आहे. त्याच्याबद्दल आचार्य विनोबा भावे यांनी फार चांगलं वाक्य एका वाक्यात त्यांनी सांगितलं होतं कमिशन्स बद्दल. नॉट टॉकिंग डायरेक्टली अबाउट ह्युमन राईट्स कमिशन्स, बट त्यांनी भारतातल्या कमिशन्सना कसं इफेक्टिव्ह करता येईल असं विचारल्यावर त्यांनी सांगितलं की याच्यातलं क काढून टाका, कमिशन मधला क काढून टाका, म्हणजे काय राहील, मिशन राहील. वी हॅव टू मेक इट मिशन. आता हे खूप महत्वाचं आहे, ही थॉट प्रोसेस आहे खूप महत्वाची की आपल्या सगळ्या इम्प्लिमेंटेशन मध्ये जो प्रॉब्लेम तयार झालेला आहे ह्युमन राईट्सच्या बाबतीत, मला हे स्पेसिफिकली वाटते की आपण इतके दिवस इतके वर्ष हा ह्युमन राईट्स कमिशनचा प्रयोग करून बघितला. स्टेट ह्युमन राईट्स कमिशन्स असतील वेगवेगळ्या राज्याचे किंवा नॅशनल ह्युमन राईट्स कमिशन असतील, आता तो प्रयोग फेल झालेला आहे कधीतरी समजून घेणार की नाही आपण. इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल फॉर एव्हरी कॉमन पर्सन टू अप्रोच द ह्युमन राईट्स कमिशन अँड गेट जस्टिस. अँड व्हॉट काइंड ऑफ जस्टिस दे आर गिव्हिंग? इफ इट इज जस्ट advisory kind of justice, directive kind of justice being given by them, then it is not effective at all. आणि त्याच्यामुळे या कमिशन्सवर, ह्युमन राईट्स कमिशन्सवर एवढा मोठा खर्च करणं त्वरित थांबवलं पाहिजे. आपल्याला हा ह्युमन राईट्स कमिशनचा पांढरा हत्ती पोचणं परवडत नाही असं माझं स्पष्ट म्हणणं आहे. आणि आता तर ज्या पद्धतीचा माणूस हा नॅशनल ह्युमन राईट्स कमिशन मध्ये चेअरपर्सन म्हणून अपॉइंट झालेला आहे, अत्यंत चुकीची गोष्ट आहे. केवळ कायद्यामध्ये बसणारे एखाद्या व्यक्तीची अपॉइंटमेंट करणं ही एक वेगळी गोष्ट असते आणि ज्या माणसाला ह्युमन राईट्सचा विचार आहे त्या माणसाची अपॉइंटमेंट करणं ही एक गोष्ट असते. ह्युमन राईट्स म्हणजे काय हे ज्यांना कळणारच नाही आणि जे अत्यंत भडक विचाराचे समर्थक आहेत अशा माणसांना जर नॅशनल ह्युमन राईट्स कमिशनचं कोणी अध्यक्ष करत असेल तर माझा व्यक्तिगतरित्या डायरेक्ट आणि स्पष्टपणे जाहीरपणे मी आपल्या कार्यक्रमात सांगतो की माझा त्याला विरोध आहे. आणि म्हणून आपण ह्युमन राईट्स कमिशन बंद केले पाहिजे आणि ह्युमन राईट्स जस्टिस ट्रिब्युनल सुरू केले पाहिजे. दोज ट्रिब्युनल्स विच नीड्स टू हॅव मोर पॉवर्स टू adjudicate matters related to human rights violations. And that's why we have filed a PIL in the Bombay High Court demanding that human rights courts shall be established at every district level. Human Rights Act मध्ये आपल्या ह्युमन राईट्स प्रोटेक्शन ऍक्ट मध्ये जर सेक्शन 30 मध्ये प्रोव्हिजन दिलेली आहे की तुम्ही ह्युमन राईट्स कोर्ट एस्टॅब्लिश केलं पाहिजे, तर का आतापर्यंत ह्युमन राईट्स कोर्ट एस्टॅब्लिश होत नाही? हळूहळू ह्युमन राईट्स कमिशन बंद पडू द्या आणि ह्युमन राईट्स कोर्ट सुरू होऊ द्या. पण आता परत प्रॉब्लेम हा येणार आहे की वेदर रीट ज्युरिडिक्शन कॅन बी शेअर बाय द हायकोर्ट अँड सुप्रीम कोर्ट विथ द लोअर कोर्ट, आणि त्याच्यामुळे कॉन्स्टिट्युशनल अमेंडमेंटची त्याच्यामध्ये गरज पडणार आहे. मला असं वाटते की आपण बदल जेव्हा करत असतो तेव्हा आपल्या अनुभवावर आधारित आपण कुठेतरी काही यंत्रणा बंद केल्या पाहिजे, काही नवीन सिस्टीम सुरू केल्या पाहिजे. तशा प्रकारे आपल्या इथे होतच नाही आणि त्यामुळे जे सुरू आहे ते सुरू आहे, त्याचे केवळ नावं बदलले जातात. कोणीतरी येतात आणि प्लॅनिंग कमिशनचं नाव नीती आयोग करून टाकतात, म्हणजे काही प्रोसेस बदललेली नाहीये. अजूनही नीती आयोग असेल किंवा ते तेव्हाचं प्लॅनिंग कमिशन असेल, त्यांच्या कोणत्याच सूचनांचा आदर सरकार करत नाही असं माझं स्पष्ट म्हणणं आहे, कारण मी स्वतः तिथे काम केलेलं आहे. सो माय ओव्हरऑल submission and observation is that there are various challenges being faced by the human rights concept in India. ह्युमन राईट्सच्या एकूणच संकल्पनेसमोर एक मोठं आव्हान आहे. आणि शेवटचं आव्हान मला जे सांगायचं आहे, द लास्ट चॅलेंज विच आय वॉन्ट टू मेन्शन इज मिसयूज ऑफ व्हेरियस इन्व्हेस्टिगेशन एजन्सीज इन इंडिया. आपण जर आता पाहिलं की साधारणतः ज्या वेगवेगळ्या एजन्सीज आहेत त्याच्यामध्ये मी तुम्हाला वाचून दाखवतो. मी त्या एजन्सीची नावं आपल्याला वाचून दाखवतो. इंटेलिजन्स ब्युरो, सेंट्रल ब्युरो ऑफ इन्व्हेस्टिगेशन म्हणजे सीबीआय, नॅशनल इन्व्हेस्टिगेशन एजन्सी म्हणजे NIA, रिसर्च अँड अनालिसिस विंग म्हणजे रॉ, द डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ सिग्नल इंटेलिजन्स, त्यानंतर द नार्कोटिक्स क्राईम कंट्रोल ब्युरो म्हणजे NCB, द एन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट म्हणजे ED, आणि द सेंट्रल बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्ट टॅक्सेस, द डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ रेव्हेन्यू इंटेलिजन्स आणि दिल्ली पोलीस कमिशनर. या ज्या अथॉरिटी आहे यांचा मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये गैरवापर होतो आहे, आणि दॅट इज थ्रेट टू द ह्युमन राईट्स इन इंडिया, दॅट इज थ्रेट टू द फंडामेंटल राईट्स इन इंडिया. आणि द गव्हर्नमेंट इज ऍक्च्युअली ब्रिंगिंग सर्व्हिलन्स स्टेट इन इंडिया, की कुणावरही पाळत ठेवायची, कुणाच्याही मोबाईलमध्ये घुसायचं, कोणत्या तरी देशामधून कोणते तरी सॉफ्टवेअर विकत आणायचे आणि अनेक लोकांना त्या सर्व्हिलन्स खाली ठेवायचं. हे अत्यंत चुकीचं आहे. आपल्या समोर हे लोकशाही समोर आव्हान आहे की आपण जर सरकार अशा प्रकारे चालवणारे लोक असतील तर ते आव्हान नेहमी राहणार. आणि म्हणून मी आपल्याला सांगतो की हा कोणत्याही राजकीय पक्षाचा प्रश्न नाही. इंदिरा गांधींनी सुद्धा इमर्जन्सी लावली होती. सगळे मूलभूत अधिकार आणि ह्युमन राईट्सचं उल्लंघन करून ती इमर्जन्सी लावली, ज्याला आव्हान देण्यात आलं. ते आव्हान कॉन्स्टिट्युशनल प्रोव्हिजनमुळे लावल्यामुळे ती इमर्जन्सी त्याला आव्हान देऊ शकलो आपण. पण आज जेव्हा छुपी अशा प्रकारची हुकुमशाही सुरू आहे, लोकशाहीच्या नावाखाली हुकुमशाही सुरू आहे, त्याला आव्हान कसं देणार, हा मोठा प्रश्न भारतामध्ये निर्माण झालेला आहे. आणि आता जे युक्रेन आणि रशियाचं युद्ध सुरू आहे, आपली भूमिका काय असली पाहिजे? तटस्थ भूमिका म्हणजे काय? पंडित नेहरूंनी केव्हा तटस्थ भूमिका घेतली होती? जेव्हा एक देश दुसऱ्यावर आक्रमण करतोय आणि एका देशाचं पूर्णपणे चुकीचं आहे, तेव्हा तटस्थ राहून कसं चालेल? तेव्हा सांगावं लागेल त्या देशाला की तुमचं चुकीचं आहे, तुम्ही लढाई सुरू केली तेच चुकीचं आहे. युद्ध हे गरिबांविरुद्धचं षडयंत्र आहे, आपण कधी समजून घेतलं पाहिजे. आणि गरीब म्हणजे आपणच नाही, प्रत्येक या पृथ्वीवरचा माणूस या युक्रेन आणि रशियाच्या लढाईमुळे गरिबीला सामोरं जाणार आहे. कारण आताच आपण पाहू शकतो की महागाई केवळ आपला काही संबंध त्या युद्धाशी नाही, त्या युद्धाशी भारतीय लोकांचा काही संबंध नाही, तरी आपल्याला महागाईला तोंड द्यावं लागणार आहे. आणि म्हणून मी आपल्याला हे सांगितलं की युद्ध हे गरीब करणारं एक षडयंत्र आहे, गरिबी विरुद्धचं षडयंत्र आहे, आणि म्हणून युद्धाला विरोध करायला पाहिजे. या सगळ्या चॅलेंजेस सोबत आपण हा विचार करायला पाहिजे की ह्युमन राईट्स कन्सेप्ट इज व्हेरी नोबल कन्सेप्ट विच इज व्हेरी रिलिजियस इन नेचर. एव्हरी रिलिजन टॉक्स अबाउट ह्युमन राईट्स अँड प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ ह्युमन राईट्स. आणि त्याच्यामुळे आपण त्या मानवीय दृष्टिकोनाने विचार करून हे जर सगळे विचार समजून घेतले तर आपल्या लक्षात येईल की आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या प्रगतीसाठी आवश्यक असलेला ह्युमन राईट्स हा विषय आपण असाच दुर्लक्षित करू शकत नाही. आणि सो टू युटिलाइज दिस कॉन्फरन्स आय हॅव स्टेटेड माय ओपिनियन्स व्हेरी डायरेक्टली अँड व्हेरी क्लिअरली that protecting human rights will take us to the path of development. Otherwise, we will be backward forever. So I finish my narration here. मला जो संवाद आपल्याशी करायचा होता तो एवढाच आहे. आपण ह्युमन राईट्स कन्सेप्ट सगळ्यांनी समजून घेण्याचा प्रयत्न केला, त्याबद्दल मी आपले आभार मानतो.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for influential message. We are delighted by your sharp fluency. It's my privilege to thank Advocate Asim, sir, for their precious time and sharing such a wonderful thoughts with all of us. Thank you so much, sir. Now let's move to the plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Professor S.K. Pathan, sir, to introduce today's resource person, Professor Dr. Jitendra Bagul, sir, the head of the Department of English, Vivek Mandal's Arts Commerce College, Akkalgoa. Please, sir.
Thanks, Prashant Patil. Good morning, all of you. I welcome all of you again. I'm here over here to introduce our resource person and my evergreen mentor, Dr. J.B. Bagul sir, from Head Department of English, B.P.M. Arts and Commerce College, Akkalkuwa. He has teaching experience of 15 years in B.P.M. Arts Commerce College, Akkalkuwa. There are 3 books to his credit. He is also a research guide in K.B.C. NMU, Chalisgaon and JJT University, Rajasthan. He has published many quality research papers in different reputed national and international journals. He has achieved 2019 Samaj Bhushan Award by Songarh, Gujarat. He has worked as a resource person in national and international conferences and webinars also. Dr. J.B. Bagul sir always write and raise a voice for human rights. That we will know it in his speech very soon. Nothing taking too much time, I am handing over to Dr. Prashant Patil sir. Please.
Thank you, Patel sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. J.B. Bagul sir to guide us. Please, sir.
Sir, allow me to share my screen, please.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are post now.
Okay. Just a minute, sir, please.
Okay, sir, no issue. I request all, please stay tuned. There is some technical issue.
Patil sir,
Yes.
please allow me to share my screen. Some problem is occurred here.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Just yes, yes.
Sir, you can share your screen now. Hello, sir. Can you share it now? Hello, sir. We have allowed you to share the screen.
Mobail लिखे गए थे ऊपर वो मैं मर गए मोबाइल बंद हो गया
We are resolving.
All are requested. We are resuming very soon. Please stay tuned.
करना वो या फिर एक बार खाने का मम्मी अच्छी थांब ना DJ चौक
I want coming.
I request to Professor Borse, sir, please see my PPT in your mailbox. and share from there because I'm in college and I got some problems.
In a couple of minutes, I will resolve it. Stay tuned, sir. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Sir, you can continue with your session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your sweet word for me. The inaugural of the wonderful conference is Honorable M.A.Sci, a member of Human Rights Commission of Maharashtra State. The president of the conference, Honorable Nanabhau Agrawal, chairman of the organizing college, Honorable B.V. Chauhan, sir, respected M.B. Deshmukh, sir, respected Dr. Polatkar, Honorable Dr. M.B. Patil, sir, Honorable S.V. Kumar, sir, the keynote speaker, Honorable Advocate Asim Sarode, sir, the human rights and the legal activist, Pune, respected principal, Dr. M.V. Bildikar, sir, the source of inspiration for the young faculties and students. The next discussed person, Dr. Vijay Tunte, Vice Principal, Dr. Bhaviskar, sir, Dr. A.V. Kute, sir, Professor R.B.Borse, convener of the wonderful conference, co-convener, Professor M.U. Aire, sir, Professor Nitin Nanavare, the organizing secretary of the conference, all the teaching and non-teaching staff of the B.P.Arts, S.M.A.Sci and K.K.C.Comm.College, Chalisgaon, all the participants, research scholars, students, and from all over the India and abroad. Before I, sir, please, next PPT. Before I begin to talk, I would like to quote of greatest philanthropic and the real upholder of human rights, that is M.K. Gandhi. Borse, sir, please, next PPT. Okay. The great philanthropic M.K. Gandhi said that peace all over the world can be established not on gunpowder, but on the pure justice. Mahatma Gandhi is the greatest apostle of the peace the world has seen after the Buddha and the Christ. He is widely recognized as one of the 20th century greatest political and spiritual leaders. Gandhiji is known as the apostle for non-violence and peace. Gandhian concept of satyagraha, education and unity, truth, etc., related to the human rights and its responsibility. And he is the real upholder of human rights. Human rights are rights that person can enjoy for being born as human being. So please, next PPT. René Cassin, the principal drafter of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, has rightly defined that the science of human rights as a particular branch of social science, the object of which is to study human relations in the light of human dignity while determining those rights and faculties which are necessary as a whole for the full development of each human being's personality. Almost all the countries of the world adhere to, sir, next PPT please, to the principal declaration of Universal Declaration of Human Rights and maintaining equality of rights, dignity, peace and brotherhood in the people. India has always played an important role in the formation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Constitution of India is very well reflect the key principles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and allows sufficient free play of the right and liberties to the Indian citizens. A literary genre directly or, sir, next slide, please. A literary genre directly or indirectly focus on human rights The concept of human right is as old as literature. Literature has substantially contributed to the protection of human rights. Literature can inspire us to change our world and give us the comfort, hope, passion, and strength that we need in order to fight to create a better future for us. Literature has always spoken about human rights through texts written against the formally established hierarchies, and the latter with the post-colonial and the feminist, etc. It is said that literature is the mirror of life. The writer very tenderly catches the subject of human rights. The poets, novelists, dramatists, and essay writers become the voice of sufferer and help the Sir, next PPT, please. Something is wrong there on the PPT. Hello, Borse sir. Next PPT, please. Okay, thank you, sir. As Rockwell says that the pattern connection between the society and fiction is so discernible and so reliable that literature ought to be added to the regular tools of social investigation. This is exactly what all fiction strives to attain, no matter what the theme or the techniques of the writer. Literary writing may be, and this is why I feel that fiction does directly or indirectly promote the values of human rights, and Indian English novelists were inspired and influenced by the great national heroes like Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, Mahatma Jyotirao Phule, Rajaram Mohan Rai, and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, name and so. The novelists of Indian writing in English thus are keenly handle the subject. They never miss to react against the denial and the deprivation of human rights and civil rebellions such as inequality, exploitations, discrimination, untouchability, and rights of children. The novels of Indian writing in English present the socio-political situation of society, and some of the novelists may therefore be regarded as the human rights activists behind the mask. For their presentation in the course of expression of creative urges, whatever goal the writing aims at, may it be history, anti-colonial, post-colonial, modern, postmodern, feminist, etc. Purposes, what come up once and again is the story of Indian man and woman, stress on, glorified against all odds and oddities. Indian literature is one of the oldest literature representation that highlight the demography and the culture of the country. It's interesting to note that Indian culture has never taken the individual and the society as the antagonist to each other. The novelists of Indian writing in English are keenly aware of the fundamental abilities and which life and words are confronting us in day-to-day life. I would like to take a bird eye views of some Indian English novelists and their work on human rights. The heroes of R.K. Narayan present the irony of the life, and the heroines exposes the deprivation of common housewives who are denied an equal right in their day-to-day life. Another greatest novelist is that Mulkraj Anand is the greatest humanist, and his prime concern is human predicament. Manohar Malgavkar always present the pathetic life of the laborers of tea plantation of the state of Assam. Kamla Markandeya, she is the feminist, but sometimes she highlighted the pitiable condition of the peasant of Indian tribe and Indian downtrodden society. Anita Desai shows the denial of the social justice to women. Khushwant Singh and Salman Rushdie draw the attention toward the sexual abuses of children. Thus, the literature carries the human experiences which raise the heart of those who have been treated improperly by denial of the basic human rights. Sir, please, next slide. Borse sir, please next slide, please. Before turn to issue rights of children in Indian fiction, which is I have chosen the topic. I would like to focus on what Indian Constitution has bestowed different kinds of rights on children, such as Article 7 and 8. It is about the rights to identity. Children are entitled a name legally registered with the government and nationality. Further, they must have the right to identity in the form of public record. This ensures national support as well as the access to social services. A right to health. In Article 23 and 24, it is deals with the right to health, medical care, nutrition, protection from harmful habits, and safe working environment are covered under the rights to health. Right to education, it is one of the greatest issue which Advocate Sarode also talk on. Right to free primary education is critical for helping children develop discipline. This includes freedom from violation, abuses, or neglected. Another issue is that family life, right to family. It is included in Indian Constitution, Article 8, 9, 10, 16, 20, 22, and 40. It is about the right to family life. Children who do not have access to a family life have a right to special care and must be looked after properly by people who respect their ethnic groups, religion, culture, and languages. Another right is that Article 19 and 34, it is about the protection from violation. In our India, this is a very important article. Protection from violation extend even to family members, and children must not suffer ill treatment or sexual or physical violation. The right to an opinion, a right to express our feelings or speech. It is also important article which now we are handling, and due to this article we are also here to express our feeling. It is in Article 12 and 13. All children deserve the right to voice their opinion free or criticism or contempt. A right to be protected from exploitation, as the exploitation is usually achieved through the violation, means protection from abuses, negligence, and violation by the parent, even if it is justified as an instrument of achieving discipline at home. What's the next slide, please? Children must have similar right that of an adult only, that they are made to be more protected because of their vulnerability of the age and tenderness. According to the Children Right Convention, the children, for the full and the harmonious development of his or her personality, should grow up in a family environment in an atmosphere of happiness, love, and understanding. The child should be fully prepared to live an individual life in society in the spirit of peace, dignity, tolerance, freedom, equality, and solidarity. The plight of children trapped in the vicious circle of the exploitation and tries to decipher the psychosomatic agonies as represented in certain novels, which I would like to turn on. Sir, next slide. Thou Anand's Untouchable, Om Prakash Valmiki's Juta, A Dalit Life, Bama's Kurkut, Gopinath Mohanty's Paraja, Anita Desai, The Village by the Sea, and Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Thing. I have taken the brief survey of these novels, which I have mentioned here. The major children rights issue in the novel mentioned above can be grossly categorized into, sir, next slide, please. Conflict with the adult world, psychological exploitations, physical abuses, maltreatment, and loss of dignity, sexual abuses, inequality, caste issues, victim of adult threats, fear and pressure, health problems, lack of love and care of elders, child labor, and discriminations. It is worthwhile to mention that children too are victim of the caste and gender discrimination. A girl child doubly marginalized, and their plight can sometimes outmatch the plight of the woman. Not when gender, sexually assault are taken into the consideration. The work strive to delve in the issue one by one. Sir, next slide. The poverty stricken. Next. Okay, thank you. The poverty-stricken existence of the children marked by the scarcity of basic needs and the abundance of malnutrition, ill health, and the lack of identity is not only the need for the bare necessities, but also the lack of their socio-psychological security that leads the protagonist to the abyss of the poverty-stricken existence. For the low class Dalit, the problem of untouchability add to this problem, given it a very bad shape. From Mulk Raj Anand, we can see that untouchable or Anand to Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things, a very little sure change if the poverty-stricken state of the people is compared. Now the word poverty seems to affect the adult world. It is pathetic to the note that poverty is unavoidable in the children, as they are very much as a part of the poverty affected community. Children are ruthless, denied of their rights because their parents' inability, to get them proper food, clothes, shelter, education, and even the dignity of a child that is due on them for being born as a human being. If we analyze gravely, we can easily find that all problems in the novels converge to one major socio-economical problem, that is the poverty. Poverty has taken away their land, freedom, has forced them to work as a bounded labor and even become the prostitute. It denies them voice and gives rise to negative feeling like anguish, hatred, revenge, and fear. And that's why we said that the children are becoming terrorists and other things. They grow up crippled, and their personalities are not exposed due to the above things. Poverty on the whole hinders in their physical and psychological growth, which in turn ruins their hopes for better future. Baka and his friend in Untouchable, and Om Prakash and his friend in Juta Dalit Life are representative of Dalit children who not only are deprived of love, affection, right to proper education, playfulness, and the care, but are heaped with the curse, insulted, and hated from the world they live in. Their lives are burdened with the burden of caste that they have inherited from their forefathers and would have to carry on till their own death. This is the harsh reality of Indian culture. In Untouchable, Anand very well depicted the hardship of boy Bhaka from morning till evening, who become tired and frustrated with life because of of maltreatment he received out of the rich, for whom he and his parents serve for a meager of meal, not for money. They serve for meager of a meal. Daubaka has reached just 18. We see in him all the qualities of a childish. His utter desire to grow up like an adult Sahib, bringing him in category of a child. In fact, this reaching of the adult age is very much contrast and the confusion of his own self as the world demand from him more than what he can actually think and do. Anand purposefully sketches his age as an 18 because 18 it is the age of maturity, and that's why Anand has sketches his age as 18. Here Baka is considered as an adolescent and is studied in the light of child rights. Both Valmiki and Anand brings out the picture of the local of their protagonist and the state of living in their work. This directly highlights their living condition, proving the foremost basic right to proper living condition is violated because of their caste. Baka of the untouchable and Om of Juta, a Dalit life, are son of low caste sweeper. So they have their houses are staying away from the mainstream of life. In untouchable, the untouchable people have typically not been accorded the same right as higher caste and are not able to use different temples and public facilities for their comforts. People in untouchable live in a mud wall, cottage handle in a colony, who are the scavengers, the leaders, workers. So next slide. In this regard, Anand described the pitiable condition as follows. The outcast colonies was a grow of mud wall houses that clustered together in 2 rows. Outside their town and cantonment boundaries and separate from them, there lived the scavengers, the leather workers, the washermen, the barbers, the water carriers, the grass cutter, and other outcasts from the Hindu society. Anand's untouchable characters paint a very pitiable time and only share the agonies with the readers and the research scholars. Their plights is very much depressing, and they have to depend on mercy of a high caste Hindu for the fulfillment of the basic needs like even water and food. Imagine what was the condition of the characters sketches by Anand in the untouchable. Baka, who was in charge of cleaning public toilet, experiences physical and mental anguish on the way to town while sweeping roads and cleaning toilet. He was doing the work for the people, even he was humiliated. He observed that men came one after another toward the latrine. Most of them were Hindus, not from the another religion. They all are from Hindus. Yet they exploited the person. He feels thirsty and does not get water. He feels even humiliated at the cigarette seller and sweet seller give him cigarette and even jalebi for eaten, but they throw it toward the character, and even they do not touch him and touch his money. This is the reality of Indian society. In Juta, a Dalit life, it is sketches by Om Prakash Valmiki, was born into the Chure caste, which is popularly known as the Chamar in Maharashtra, whose iodine job it was to sweep the road, clean the cattle barns, get sipped of the flour, disposed of dead animals, work the field during the harvest, and perform other physical labor for upper caste people, including the Tyagi Brahmin. This Tyagi didn't address them by even their name, only called out Oi Chure or Abe Chure. It was all right to touch a cow and stray dog, but touching a chura inflicted instant pollution on the taggies. It is very dangerous. It means to touching an animal, it is allowed, but to touching a chure person, to touching a chamar, it is very dangerous. It is we can say that the people avoid them. During his boyhood, his entire family life work hard and they didn't manage to get decent 2 meals a day. We see that friends here. Om and his family work hard on the farm, and even the other peoples, but they do not give them money, and when they demanded or asked for money, they abuses on them and call them very bad language, use them very bad language. The society and even teacher were not allowed him to get the education. It is also a very dangerous thing. We see in the biography, his father had admitted him into the primary school. When the boy finally got in, he was not allowed to sit on the benches, but on the floor. It was also happened with Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and same thing happened here with the character away from the upper caste boys at the back by the door, from where he could not see even the blackboard, but yet he get education. Other boys beat him casually, turning him into the covering introverted kids. Even the teacher looked for excuse to punish him. He writes that. Sir, next slide, please. I pick up the 3-day next. So next slide, please. I pick up the 3 days old broom. This stick tears were falling from my eyes. I started to sweep the compound while my tears fell from the door and the windows of the schoolroom. The eyes of the teacher and the boys saw this spectacle. Each paw of my body was sunburned and abyss of anguish. As it turned out, his father was passing by the day and saw him sweeping the ground. So, sobbing and overcome by the hiccup, the boy told him the story. Father snatched the broom and with our blessing began to scream. Who is the teacher? That Pravanj of Dronacharya, who forced my son to sweep. All the teachers step out, including even the headmaster, who called his father name and rode back. The headmaster even was so angry, and he said that take him away from here. The chure want him educated. Go, otherwise I will have your bone broken. This is the statement of headmaster. On his way out, his father declared in a loud voice, I am leaving now, but this Chureka will study right here in this school, and not just him, but there will be more coming after him. His father's courage and the fortitude left a deep and decisive mark on the boy's personality. And the result, we have been saying that the writer name is acclaimed as a worldwide. In next slide, please. In intermediate school, once on one Om had got his scout uniform iron when he had approached the laundryman. He has approached the laundryman and he denied to iron his clothes. he observed that and he put it in his work. We don't wash the clothes of Chure Chamars, nor do we iron them. If we iron your clothes, then the Tagas won't get their clothes washed by us. We will lost our rotis. His reply crushed me. I came back without a word. My heart was heavy. I had lost faith in gods also. Once one can somehow get past poverty and deprivation, but it is impossible to get a past caste. It is traumatic realization that how the system of caste has torn in the unity between the people. The Dhobi, who are also considered as the low caste, but higher than the sweeper, as rejected earning Ohm's clothes not because they are lower in the caste than the Dhobi, but because serving the lower would depriving by business from the rich, which is the major source of income for the poor. The irony of the caste domination is such a interrelated and relative at every section of life that it has created a vivid handicap the usual values of brotherhood between human being and paralyze the social system. It is ironic that that one has to respect the caste divide to save his job and family from this starvation. Next slide, please. Another novel is Paraja, is one of the milestone novel on human rights. The novel deals with the life of the Pajaras, the tribal in the Koraput district of Odisha. The protagonist of the novel is Sukru Jani, a widow who has two sons, Mandia and Tikra, and two daughters, Jili and Billy. Life is not a bed of roses for this simple man, as he has to work hard to make both ends meet. Sukru's girls suffer from poverty. We find how Jili and Billy strive to exist through grinding poverty. Here, as Jili started at her empty store of grain, hundred of forgotten incidents came back to her, little insult and humiliation from those who had been her friend, and neglect and indifference. She was filled with a sense of shame. For the first time in her life, she understood the poverty. Friends, they live a life of not only poverty, but also of exploitation and abuses. Jili and Billy too faces the brunt of harsh life. We have to keep in mind the fact that life is no longer beautiful for the young girls. It is mere drudgery and a burden. In such condition, it is hard to talk about any rights, may it be for children or adults. But children who are intended to be kept out the life square is forced to experience all the bitter blows of life from the very morning each day until the night, when they are agonized and frustrated and are forced to question certain fundamental questions like why they cannot get the squirrel meals when they are working so hard. Another question may be raised in their mind, why they are called as untouchable, or why they are so poor despite their toys. This question may be raised in the minds of children while they are exploited by the society. Sir, how much time I have? Sir, may I continue?
15 minutes more.
15 minutes, na? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Another issue, sir, next slide. Another issue is that deteriorating health and increasing malnutrition. It is one of the dangerous issue in our India, and this issue is very tenderly handled by the Indian English novelist and another in another languages also. Another major problem. Hello. Please unmute yourself. Another major problem, very much attached to their living condition, is the factor of deteriorating health and increasing malnutrition in this slum because of the lack of adequate malnutrition and money to buy food for the entire family. Death of the children in this slum are very common, and we see how the doctors refuse to treatment either because they are unable to pay price for the treatment or they are hesitate to serve the low cost. Their deteriorating health is usually caused by the malnutrition, ignorance, and the lack of proper medical facility in the Indian villages. The doctors and Vaidyas tries to stay away from the poor as they cannot pay proper prices for the treatment, and maybe all they avoid treatment, treating or entering the low caste people places as they are overweight with the caste prejudice. Both Untouchable and Juten, a Dalit life, describe the plight of the helpless patient when they taken to the doctor. The neighbors of the part of the society for not providing health care to the poor children is huge violation of the human rights that is left unregarded by the contemporary administration and mindset of the elite society. It is not only a violation of fundamental right, but we can say that fundamental needs of having food and health facility also. Valmiki described one such incidents among the most powerful in the text. His community looked forward to marriages feast in the villages when they would gather outside with a big basket. After the guest had eaten, the dirty leaf plates were put in the churres basket, which they took home to save the jutas taken to them. At the end of one such marriage feast, Valmiki's mother requested the Brahmin host for the additional food for her children, only to be humiliated and told to mind her place, be satisfied with what she already had collected, and to get going. Valmiki rightly says that. Sir, next slide, please. Valmiki rightly said that that night, the night, my mother, goddesses Durga, entered my mother's eyes. It was the first time I saw my mother so angry. She emptied the basket right there. She said to Sukhdev Singh, pick it up and put it inside your home. Feed it to the Bharatis, the guest, tomorrow morning. She gathered me and my sister and left like an arrows. Sukhdev Singh had pounced on her to hit her, but my mother had confronted him like an lioness without being afraid. This is how the poor people even neglected of eaten food. It is its lead health problem among the children's. Next slide, sir. Patil sir, please next slide. Back. Issues of children.
Is it, sir?
Back, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sir.
Issues of children, child labors, it is also one of the very harmful issue. Indian government was handled this issue in, I think, 2004. And the issue, it is also tenderly handled by the Indian English novelist. In Paraja, we see that the free play of child labor and witness the terrific result in the end. Not only are Tikra, Mindia, Jili, or Billy away from their healthy childhood, they are unaware of the feeling of pampered love and enjoyment as a child. Poverty makes them mature from their infancy, and they know that they should not ask for the willful or knack for any ever desired object. Another great example on the child labor is of the Anita Desai, the village by the sea. Desai brings for the issues of the violation of child rights and points out the free play of the child labor, even in big cities like Bombay and Calcutta. Desai's portrayal of the plight of the children in lifelike but fantastic. It is very distinct in Desai's portrayal that the elder in the Thul are aware of the necessity of education in children. That's why we see that the children go to the school eagerly and cherish love for education, but it is poverty that keep them from going to school. Hari from village by the sea, Hari is forced to think like an adult. This brings these very conditions in the little day-to-day activities of the children. As Hari returned frustrated to his hut empty-handed, unable to get any fish or vegetable for food, he sees his sisters Bella and Kamla skipping and playing with the squirrel pebbles. It is very astonishing to learn that between their games, they think of their scarcity and responsibility. The girls seeing Hari empty-handed mocks him for not bringing anything. Hari accuses them for swallowing their skirt in the mud. Why he accuses just because that it is he accuses because it is their conversation that we realize that Leela had become the mother surrogated for them. Leela will wash it, even though they realized that the work pressure of Leela was an excess, and detergent is so expensive. That's why he accuses on his sister. And they try to keep to the fact that it is everybody's responsibility, and Leela, being a mother, will do the most, as Hari is accused of not bringing anything. Hari restores, saying, "You took home some Maulaks, didn't you?" There are two things to be noted in this small conversation between the siblings. First, the children are conscious of their work while playing, which is gross child right violation, as children should have the free mind and time to play and leisure. And second one is we see that Hari's inability or frustration that he wants to make up with the issue that Bella had taken some mollusks at home for a meal. Here we see each other expressions, two ideas. One that they are a unit and strength to keep up the family, and second, all are nothing each others, strive to keep up everyone at He'd want to lead a life of a child, laughing, playing, imagining, and not working hard to get some PT material for food after being abused and frustrated. We are also pained to see them filling up some which are not considered as comfortable in the food list. It is also one of the dangerous thing. Another novel, it is of Bama. Bama also criticizes the situation that uh, in the face of such a poverty, the girls' children cannot see the sense of schooling and stay at home, collecting firewood, looking after the house, caring for the babies, and doing household work, chores. Here, Bama consciously or unconsciously, while describing her childhood and other children, do not forget to notice the differentiate of boundaries of work allotted to a boy child and a girl child. A girl has to do housework cause confined in the boundaries of house, where the boys were free to go out, plus with the sheep and cattle, which were comparatively easier than the household. She sums up in the end and rationalize with the practical but bitter truth that a girl child is marginalized heavily and has to sacrifice her childhood more than boys stuck in the kitchen and agriculture work. Such is the efforts of poverty, illiteracy, lack of health, healthcare, and care for the humanity. In this way, the Indian novelists have very aptly depicted the concept of human rights and its importance in their work. Um, it is with people. It is the duty of every citizen to raise the occasion. This can be brought up by only through general awakening, which make everyone understand the internal values of life and dignity of individual, irrespective of religion, caste, class, sex, languages, and rich and poor. Thank you, sir. I'm very thankful to all the organizers who have given me such a great opportunity to present my view in these international conferences. I would like to stop my long lecture on right of children with a heartfelt thank to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. With his great effort, we got the rights of expression and speech. The champion of human rights, he says that my final words of advice to you are educate, agitate, and organize. Have faith in yourself. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. That was really an amazing speech about human rights. We came to know through the speech of Dr. Babul, sir, how human rights are being violated in society. It has been depicted in Indian English literature. Is understood through the speech of sir. Thank you, sir, for sharing your great knowledge on human rights issues and how it has been reflected in English literature. Thank you so much, sir. Now we will begin next session. Now I would like to request Professor R.B. Patil, sir, to introduce another research person for this session. Please, sir.
Good afternoon. I am here to introduce our resource person, Dr. Vijay Tunte, sir. Professor and Head Department of Political Science, P.Arts, Ammaner. He has a teaching experience of 20 years in Pratap College, Ammaner. He is BOS member of Kavitri Bainabai Chaudhary, North Maharashtra University, Chalisgaon. There are 21 books to his credit. He is also a research guide. 2 students have been awarded PhD degree and 6 students are about to complete their degree as well as. He has published many quality research papers in different reputed national and international research journals. He was honored PhD degree and his title was Hindu Dalit in Politics of Maharashtra. The thesis itself observe the status of human rights in Dalit class in Maharashtra state. He has successfully organized a conference on human rights and globalization in 16-17 years. He has worked as an external referee in many universities. Dr. Tunte sir has a sound grip over the topic human rights, the Constitution of India, Dalit study and social movements. Not taking too much time, I am handing over to Dr. Prashant Patil sir. Further proceed.
Now I request Dr. Vijay Kumar, Professor, BOS member, Political Science, JDC, SMU, Chalisgaon, to express his views. Please, sir.
कुठं चालले
Sorry to disturb you, sir. There is a technical glitch. Can you please fix your mic? You are not audible, sir. No, sir. There is a technical issue from your side.
सर आवाज येतो का आता?
Yes, sir. आता येतोय सर आवाज. Please continue.
Okay. International UN Conference on Human Rights Issues and Challenges. C societies B.P.Arts, S.M.A.Sci and K.K.C.Comm.College, Chalisgaon district, Chalisgaon, Maharashtra. Today's convener of this conference, R.R.Borse, sir, Head Department of English, co-convener M.O. Ahire, sir, Head Department of Political Science, Secretary Mr. Nitin Anware, sir, Department of Political Science, Principal Dr. M.V. Bildikar, sir, and Vice Principal Dr. P.S. Bhaviskar, sir, and Internet Quality Assurance Sales Coordinator Dr. A.V. Kate, sir. Very good afternoon to all of you. Today's title of conference is very significant. In morning session, M.A.Sci. sir and Advocate Asim Sarode sir have pointed out very significant aspect of human rights. They rightly mention about human rights, how to ensure human rights in nowadays. Fundamental duties and fundamental rights there are quite difference between both concepts. And why not we look into ourselves? This is also today's question before all of you. I think now before recently Dr. Jitendra Bagul sir, a very nice presentation by Dr. Bagul sir has been given very significant aspects and some fundamental content and units about human rights through English literature. We know that most of articles published on internet regarding multiple issues of various class of society. I know human rights is a global concept. Mahatma Phule, Rajashri Shahu Maharaj, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar have described these issues in proper way, in right way also. I'm focused on deprived class human rights, as well as focus on before I start my presentation. Just I focus on some articles in Indian articles in Indian constitutions. Article 16. What is the provision? What are the provision in Article 16? That absence of discrimination by the state on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. What about of Article 17? Abolition prohibited of untouchability. Article 21 is regarding very specific human rights. Our constitution provides that no person shall be deprived of his life. No person shall be deprived of his life. This type of provision in Article 21. Each and every person have natural rights. We know that from society. Some social thinkers contributed on thoughts of rights like Hobbes, John Locke, Rousseau, T.H. Green, Bonjako, Bernie Jentham, John Stuart Mill, John Austin, etc. We know that human is another concept, rights is another concept, and development is also another concept. Very quite differences between all these concepts. What call in Marathi, विकास ही संकल्पना महबूब उल हक, अमर्त्य सेन, डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंग यांनी अतिशय चांगल्या पद्धतीने मांडलेली आहे. We know that who are deprived of human rights, deprived class of human rights, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, other backward community, minorities, outcast of people, and untouchables of people have been subjected to deprivation and discrimination class of society. In so many books, reference books, there are various aspect and meaning of deprived class of human rights. How to define human rights in present days? Generally, human rights means equal rights. We want equal rights. equal rights is associated with social justice. In section 242, according in Indian Constitution, a crime for a person acting under color of any law to willfully deprive a person of a right or privilege protected by the Constitution. We know that 7 main types of deprivation are considered in the Index of Multiple Deprivation 2009 by India. Income, employment, education, health, crime, access to a house and services also, living environment. These are the 7 multiple aspects of human rights about deprivation class of society. Nowadays, can money buy the rights? No. But this picture has been seen in somewhere. In Indian Constitution, human rights are in fundamental duties, in human rights, in directive principle of the state. In directive principle of the state, they clearly mention and direct to the state by Indian government. Human rights is the necessary rights. Human rights is the fundamental rights, and we should protect all human rights. What are the reasons for deprivations? There are some issues. I think poverty has a single cause of human rights. And then lack of work, social security, insecurity also. As we know that deprived class issues are multiple. For example, rejection of good food and water. Rejection of good food and water. Rejection of good food and water from the members of other caste. In this context, it is discrimination thought of the society. Inter-community tension raised from them. In morning, I have read some references. Mishra and Mondal have pointed out that social equity depends on water. And therefore, reliable and clean source of water is necessary. Each and every person has get these fundamental resources to develop ourselves. In Marathi, नदी आहे पण पाणी नाही, काही ठिकाणी पाणी आहे पण वीज नाही. And these types of pictures have been seen in everywhere. Health is a human right. Second issue of deprived class, that is health. Rightly mentioned in WHO's preamble that health is fundamental rights of every human being. Health issues, there are multiple health issues. A poor health status, lack of health services, healthcare system, lack of good quality, lack of good quality food. Basically, health is a unity, harmony within the mind, body and spirit, which is unique of each person. And stress and illness is a big problem of the private class. Stress and illness is really very big problem of the private class. So many people face these types of situation and problems. They suffer from protein also, malnutrition also, effect on weight and height. According to National Family Health Services, they rightly mention effect on weight and height. This is the big issue in the deprived class community. Third issue, as per my observation, education. The process of education is very low and very slow in a deprived class of Maharashtra and beyond the Maharashtra. Education is the must to change all face of society. Education is the power. Right? Swami Vivekananda rightly said, education is the power. It not only rupee of information, it is the input of your mind. And what about the education status of deprived class of society? There are dropout rate is very high. And similarly, language problem is there. Local language and national and international language is there. Problem is there. Lack of role model to follow in the area of education.
Hello, sir.
I think education,
Sorry to
health,
interrupt.
rejection of
Please
food and
start
water,
your
these are the major issue faced by deprived class of society. And fourth issue, I realized that clean energy, clean energy is the another big issue of deprived class of society. Household electrification, they are forced to cook with firewood, coal, etc. Mantri Ujjwal Yojana tried to provide LPG cylinders to all women, weaker women especially. I focus on that. But what is the real position of that types of society? They can't get such types of facility provided by state and central government of India. I think another issues are also important for deprived class society, just like political behavior is there, lack of good administration is there, lack of house is there, and in Marathi, I must say, शमशान भूमी न मिळाल्यामुळे सुद्धा महाराष्ट्रामध्ये अनेक जण वंचित राहिले. Deprived class means that वंचित, उपेक्षित, दुर्बल. This concept, this meaning of deprived class and human, these are the, I think these are the several issues faced by deprived class of society. And what are the solutions? What are the solutions of deprived class and other weaker section of society? I think we should keep our human dignity. We should keep our human dignity in day-to-day life, in day-to-day entire life. And states choose to pursue human rights in their foreign policy for a variety of reasons. Second one, culture and human identity is necessary to build ourselves, to develop ourselves. Fourth is implementation of good policies. State and central government have published good policies, produced good policies, but what about their implementation? Real implementations, effective policy, lack of effective policy. Due to lack of effective policy, there are multiple issues are raised. Generally in India, policies have failed to entire development of a deprived class. Supreme Court says right to life insurance policy, right to good health policy, right to doctor assistance policy, right to reputations. In morning, hijab issue raised by someone, right to reputation, right to privacy. This judgment also made by Supreme Court of India. I think Supriya Sule, the member of Lok Sabha, Supriya Sule rightly mentioned in Indian Parliament, right to water, right to privacy also. I think these are the issues, and these are the issues solved by scholars, Indian Parliament, and eminent scholars of particular, they are working in a human rights perspective, enhanced to social rights in society. I think this is the solution for protection of human rights, enhanced to social rights in society. Gender equality is there, physical and mental health is there, intercaste marriage is there. If these are the social rights in society, we should accept and we should admire, we should perception, this all sub-content of a society. This is the social rights. And therefore, we should adopt this policy of connectivity, good connection with the society to all people. Teaching and implementation of human rights is also necessary. Teaching and implementation. We teach at class, in public also, But what about the implementation of human rights? A comprehensive approach to teaching for human rights is teaching for peace and development. I think we should implement ourselves. Beginning at home. Human rights is the global concept. Human rights is the human. They have multiple dimensions of human rights, so biggest issues is there. Some solutions is there. I have less time to express my views in front of you, and therefore, I finally observe I express my conclusion that human rights is the necessary aspects in days. Now, recently, we should implement all human rights, basic human rights concepts in day-to-day life. We should try to get respect to other persons. We should try to keep human dignity. In Marathi, Dr. Surendra Jondole rightly mentioned in his book, मानवी हक्काचा दैनंदिन अनादर होत आहे. मानवी हक्काचा दैनंदिन अनादर होत आहे. यामुळे मानवी हक्क जतन करणं गरजेचं आहे. म्हणजे वी शुड कीप ह्युमन डिग्निटी. ह्युमन मीन्स मेन अँड वुमन. मानव या संकल्पनेमध्ये मनुष्य म्हणजे महिला आणि पुरुष दोघांचा समावेश होतो. आणि म्हणून दोघांचा विकास हे साध्य करणं हे मानवी हक्काचा फार महत्वाचा एक संदर्भ आहे. आणि म्हणून जे डिप्रायव्हेड क्लास आहेत त्यांना ह्या सगळ्या फॅसिलिटी मिळाल्या पाहिजेत. भारतीय संविधानाच्या संदर्भातल्या असतील किंवा इतर असतील, त्यांना त्या फॅसिलिटी आणि त्यांच्या संदर्भात असणारे जे काही इश्यूज आहेत, जे काही सोल्युशन्स आहेत, चॅलेंजेस आहेत. एक चॅलेंजेस मी या संदर्भात असं सांगतो की त्याला इंडियन ज्युडिशरी चॅलेंजेस आपण म्हणू की आजच्या काळामध्ये 2,29,000 केसेस आर पेंडिंग इन इंडियन ज्युडिशरी रिगार्डिंग ह्युमन राईट्स. हे आजच्या काळातलं हे वास्तव आहे. दिस इज द रियालिटी टुडे. आणि म्हणून या संदर्भामध्ये आपण सुद्धा काही थोडंसं ऍक्टिव्ह होऊन गांभीर्याने याला विचार करणं हे फार गरजेचं आहे. आणि म्हणून हे लिंगभाव समानता असेल, वंचितांचा हक्क असेल, नैसर्गिक हक्क असेल, या सगळ्या हक्कांची मांडणी ही आजच्या काळात जर झाली आणि त्याचं इम्प्लिमेंटेशन प्रॉपर झालं, प्रॉपर वे झालं, तर खऱ्या अर्थाने मानवी हक्क हे जिवंत राहतील. नाहीतर मराठीमध्ये असं म्हटलं जातं की कोण मानवी हक्काचा तर आदर केले ना तर या जगात कोण राहील. आपण पाहतो आता युक्रेन आणि रशिया वार आपण पाहिलेला आहे. मानवी हक्काचा तर आदर आपण केला नाही ते जगात कोण राहील. तर नद्या, नाले, पशु, दर्या, डोंगरे हे सर्व वस्ती करून राहतील, पण मानव मात्र दिसणार नाही. मानव हा दिसणार नाही. म्हणून मानवाला दिसायचं असेल तर त्यांच्या या हक्काची अंमलबजावणी झाली पाहिजे, त्यांचा आदर आपण केला पाहिजे. निर्भरा तक्रार पेटी असेल, शक्ती कायद्यात दुरुस्ती असेल, राईट टू प्रायव्हसी ज्याला आपण म्हणूया, राईट टू इम्पॉवरमेंट सबलीकरण असेल, या सगळ्या गोष्टी अतिशय महत्त्वाच्या आहेत. आणि म्हणून राज्यांनी सुद्धा याच्यात पुढाकार घ्यावा आणि आपल्या पॉलिसीमध्ये सुद्धा यामध्ये प्रभावीपणे त्यांनी या संदर्भामध्ये नोंद करावी. हा एक महत्त्वाचा भाग आहे. कारण डिप्रायव्हेड क्लास जे आहे ते दे आर सफर फ्रॉम मल्टिपल इश्यूज. इतके मल्टिपल इश्यूज ते सफर आहेत. आणि म्हणून त्यांच्या या सगळ्या समस्या सोडवण्याच्या दृष्टिकोनातून प्रयत्न अशाच या परिषदातून होणं आवश्यक आहे. म्हणून फायनली मी ह्या संदर्भात इतकं सांगेन की मानवी हक्क आजच्या परिप्रेक्ष्यामध्ये इतकं महत्त्वाचे आहेत, पण मानवी हक्क नाकारलं जाऊ नये. नोबडी कॅन रिफ्यूज ह्युमन राईट्स ऑफ डिप्रायव्हेड क्लास अँड अदर कम्युनिटी ऑल्सो. त्याला कोणी नाकारू नये आणि म्हणून त्याचा स्वीकार केला पाहिजे. ऍक्सेप्टन्स ऑफ ह्युमन राईट्स ऑफ ऑल सोसायटी त्याला आपण केलं पाहिजे. इन दॅट पर्स्पेक्टिव्ह ह्युमन राईट्स इज ए सिग्निफिकंट राईट्स, इज ए नॅचरल राईट्स अकॉर्डिंग टू इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, अकॉर्डिंग टू WHO, अकॉर्डिंग टू इव्हन युनायटेड नेशन्स. आपण त्याचं पालन करणं हे फार आवश्यक आहे. आणि म्हणून डॉक्टर बिल्दीकर सर असतील, डॉक्टर नितीन ननवरे असतील, बोरसे सर, आहेरे सर, वाविस्कर सर आणि काटे सर असतील आणि चेअरमन असतील आपले अग्रवाल साहेब, यांनी जो हा विषय आपल्या चर्चेपुढे ठेवलेला आहे, हा विषय फारच महत्त्वाचा आणि विजनरी स्वरूपाचा विषय आहे. आणि म्हणून या विषयाच्या संदर्भात वेगवेगळे डायमेन्शन्स आहेत चर्चेच्या अनुषंगाने. मी Finally, I am very thankful to organizer, especially convener of this conference, principal of this conference, co-convener of this conference, I.K.C. Coordinator, vice principal, chairman of this institute. You giving me an opportunity to express my views in front of you. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your influential message. We are charmed by your sharp fluency. Now it's time for the break. Let's all assemble back sharp by 2 p.m. Before that, I would like to thank Vijay Kumar Tunde sir for being with us and sharing his thought. Thank you so much, sir. Now it's break for lunch. Let us all assemble back by 2:15. Before that, I request the paper presenters to get ready for the presentation by 2:15 with the respective PPTs. We will allow 5 minutes each participant. We will announce the participant name twice for the presentation. Thank you so much. See you soon.
Honorable Dr. Ravindra, Secretary, Chalisgaon Society. Honorable Dr. M.B.Patil, Chairman, Senior College Committee. Honorable Shamdal Kumar, Chairman, Senior College Committee. Honorable Principal Dr. M.B. Bidikar, sir. Respected Vice Principal Dr. P.S. Vaisar, sir. Respected Vice Principal Dr. A.D. Patil, sir, and I.K.C. Coordinator, and all dear delegates. It is my pleasure to welcome and introduce today's chairperson of the session, Dr. Atul Tanaya, sir. Dr. Atul Tanaya, sir, is an eminent scholar in the field of session of education. After completing education, sir started his career as a teacher of English in higher secondary school. When sir worked at College of Education for 6 years, Dr. Tanaya, sir, even worked as in charge principal at the Department of Education for 12 years. Presently, sir is working at the Department of Education at K.K.C.Comm.College, University, Gujarat. As of now, sir has published almost 18 research papers on various topics. Sir has also participated and presented papers in international, national, and state level conferences and seminars. Sir is a member of Board of Studies and Academic Council as well. Sir actively works in number of clubs such as Environment Club, CCDC, and Placement Center.
Sir was the convener of the national seminar held at Department of Education, K.K.C.Comm.College, University, Gujarat, in 2015. Sir is also works on different committees of Gujarat and Bhavnagar universities as an external evaluator. Dr. Kanaya is also known as PhD Research Guide. At present, 2 students pursuing PhD and 18 students completed and still under the guidance. Sir has received first prize at national seminar which was held by CTPD and M.A.Sci. Sir has delivered 22 expert lectures in HRDC, Saurashtra University, Rajkot, and 17 public lectures in schools and colleges. Sir, as the coordinator of Central Assessment Center, we are happy to have such versatile personality among us. With the kind permission of Dr. Atul Kanaya, sir, let's move towards the paper presentation session. Over to Atul Kanaya.
जी नमस्कार. I hope my voice is audible. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, fine. First of all, I congratulate the college as well as the principal and the staff members, the faculties, to hold such a very interesting international conference. And I also, I'm also happy to welcome all the participants who are going to take part in this conference. They are going to present their papers. And particularly, I'm thankful to Bagul sir, my very good friend since 2012. I must be obliged to him that because, you know, whenever any conference is there, he remembers me with love and affection. And Bagul sir, I'm very thankful to you for giving me this opportunity. And one by one, whoever the participants are, I'll welcome and invite one by one to present the paper. Time has been declared. How much time will be given by to him or her, and everybody will present the paper very succinctly, very briefly. Instead of reading the paper word by word or sentence by sentence, you can give the gist of the paper, and later on we can also have discussion, open discussion, so that the papers that are going to be presented here, we will have the gist of that, the idea of that. So I invite the first participant who is going to present the paper, and I'm also thankful to the handling this program. So please, one by one, who the participants are, please start presenting the paper. Please mention your name, the name of the paper, and the gist of the paper. Fine, please.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Shomal Ghosh. I am from West Bengal. Thanks to the college. First, sir, 1 minute. I'm just sharing my screen.
Yes, please.
Yeah. My topic is on judicial interpretation of Article 21 and right to health as fundamental right, gross violation during pandemic in India. Actually, we know that I'm just coming to the COVID-19 pandemic has brought to fore the knacked condition of existing health infrastructure of the countries which have waged war again. India, which is one of the worst affected country by the pandemic, has been proved unable to a large extent to uphold the right to health, particularly for the poor and marginalized people during pandemic. It is apparently clear that present ruling government and the center has failed to provide minimum health care facilities to the infected persons who have breathed their last falling in floor without getting any treatment in government hospitals. The paper starts with the general introduction of right to health as human right, which has been defined by United Nations. From this, I will discuss how the judiciary through its various judicial interpretation has upheld right to health as fundamental right under the ambit of Article 21 of the Constitution of India. Issues will be discussed through which violation of the fundamental rights have been committed in India during the pandemic. And finally, this paper will end giving focus on some particular areas. Now, research objective without a clearly defined objective and a research paper is incomplete. This paper has been written to find out whether inclusion of right to health under Article 21 of the Constitution of India has been given full weightage by the Indian state during the time of COVID-19 pandemic. Research hypothesis, keeping parity with the issue of research question following the hypothesis, the state has been proved successful in upholding the fundamental right to health. Right to health, we all know, because according to the World Health Organization, right to health, according to this, if we identify the health with the only from the absence of disease, then it is our misconception. Health in its broadest term indicates state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. Now, there are various case judgment, particularly, which has through which the Indian judiciary has tried to transform the increase the ambit of Article 21. First, Bandhua Mukti Morcha, then CSC Limited, then Consumer Education and Research, then Paschim Banga Khet Majdur Samiti, Unnik Krishnan JP and others, then Vincent case. Through these cases, the Supreme Court or the Indian judiciary has attempted to include right to health within the ambit of Article 21. Now, coming to my finding area, second wave has taken lives of a huge number of people, huge number of patients, particularly the poor people who don't have the affordability to go for the private hospitals or better government hospitals have been thrown into uncertainties by the state. What was our utmost importance during this pandemic was make arrangements for availability of beds, minimum healthcare, medicines, and uninterrupted supply of oxygen. But these all arrangements have fell short of what required in actuality. Now we all know that right to health depends on a collectivity of factors, because right to health is not an exclusive right. It is an inclusive right. Hence, a person's social, economic condition, physical environment, education, etc. But the COVID-19 pandemic has affected this factor too. Complete shutdown of production and industrial hubs have thrown large number of workers into who have been appointed in informal sector into dire poverty. For a huge number of people, managing 2 square meals a day is a daydream. State has come forward, but it is true that what it has done is meager in comparison to what it should be done. Mere supply of rice, wheat, and sugar through PDS is not enough to ensure a healthy body. It has ensured mere survival. Next, coming to the conclusion area, the health crisis has forced us to face severe challenges. It is the proper time to focus our attention to serious question regarding health, which has been kept aside by our polity before the breakout of this pandemic. The question which deserves utmost importance is whether health is a commodity which can be brought before us and sold to buyers according to their affordability, or is it a basic human rights which has been bestowed upon us by the supreme law of the land. Right to life under Article 21 is there, but what can be seen in reality a gross violation of the right by the state. This indicates states willingness to discharge its role. This is a serious concern. Citizenry as gradual movement towards privatization of healthcare system is not enough, but application of neoliberal ideology, particularly says market ideology, which has thrown the country's poor and lower middle class citizens into edge of the polity. Those in power, particularly those in power, have to rise above the narrow political interest to ensure that everyone can get access to the proper medical care, healthcare. Full-fledged decentralization of healthcare system is the urgent demand of the situation. Primary healthcare units must be given power and sufficient resources with other necessary facilities. A bottom-up approach needs to be adopted in sphere of health also. Apart from this, state has to utilize its public distribution system to deliver other food grains to needy and vulnerable people to increase their immunity level, a welfare state like India needs to keep in mind the fruits of government policies should be reached to those who are living at the bottom end and of our hierarchical social order. Hence, health for all must be given fullest expression in reality so that every citizen of India can enjoy his or her fundamental right to health. Thank you.
Ji Somalia ji, you presented your thoughts in a very succinct manner.
Yes,
and particularly you highlighted the judicial interpretation of human rights and the healthcare particularly.
Yes,
that
sir.
has been given much more importance over here.
Yes, sir.
So I congratulate sir for presenting this paper in a very interesting manner.
Thank you.
Again, I congratulate for presenting this paper. Thank you. Now next presenter, please be on screen. Introduce yourself and your paper title and the brief presentation of that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Ramnath Sarwani. I am going to present my paper on that is belonging to literature, and the title of my paper is Assertion of Human Rights, Assertive Human Voices. In the autobiographies written by Samina Durrani and Malika Amar Sheikh. So I'm going to share my screen.
Please.
Yes, the title of my paper is Assertive Voices of Human Rights in Tamina Durrani's My Feudal Lord and Malika Amar Sheikh's I Want to Destroy Myself. First, I would like to talk about the objective of this paper. The objective of this paper is to discuss the issue of gender discrimination and women's rights as found in the two autobiographies, that is Tamina Durrani's My Feudal Lord and Malika Amar Sheikh's I Want to Destroy Myself. And the reason that I chose these two writers for my research paper is that these two writers have been the victim of violence at the hands of their husbands, and the marital violence is one of the issues that basically raises the issue of human rights. Tamina Durrani basically comes from Pakistan. She is a Pakistani writer, whereas Malika Amar Sheikh comes from Maharashtra, India, and they actually belong to two different nations. But if we talk about their experiences, their life experiences very much reflect that the boundaries are collapsed on the issues of women's victimization in the hands of patriarchy and its agents. However, if we talk about their struggle for survival in this patriarchal society, so their life narratives very much tell that the tale of not only their victimization, but also how they struggle hard, how they struggle in order to protest against the subjugation of women. And after their protest, they also gain some kind of sense of empowerment. Now, what are the issues of human rights that have been addressed by these two writers in their autobiographies? So there are some issues like women's economic rights. Now, we find that if women are not economically independent, then they are perhaps the reason they are being targeted, they are being victimized at the hands of the male members of the family, male members of the society, because they have to be dependent on their family members, their male family members, for the economic stability, economic security. And that is why we also find in the life of these two writers, Tamina Durrani, who has been exploited, who has been victimized by her husband, Mustafa Khan, and he not only victimizes her in an economic level, but also how she is being targeted on the sexual terms. She is being raped, she is being forced, she is emotionally tortured by her husband. Her reproductive health and reproductive rights are also being violated, as highlighted by Tamina Durrani. She has been denied over the rights of her own body. Her body is used by her husband. She is beaten. She is tortured in the torture chamber. There is a term used in this autobiography in My Feudal Lord, that there is a torture chamber, that the husband, whenever he wants to control his wife, Tamina Durrani, he rather locks her up in a room and then beats her. So there is some kind of physical violence there. And because of those physical violences, Tamina Durrani suffers a kind of schizophrenic existence. Now that schizophrenic existence is actually very pertinent here, because it creates a kind of psychological problem. It creates a kind of existential issue where a character fears that if she dares to tell the truth to the society, then she will be more in pain, and that is why she becomes the victim of psychological damage. As a result, she emerges simply as a kind of puppet in the hands of her husband, with no mind, with no thoughts of her own, with no idea of her own. So there is a kind of disability of thought there. And then that kind of same issue of human rights we also find in the autobiography written by Malika Amar Sheikh. The title of the autobiography, as I mentioned, is I Want to Destroy Myself. Even in that autobiography, Malika Amar Sheikh highlights that her husband, who was also Dalit leader, he was known as the Panther leader, but he rather, Namdev Dhasal was the name of her husband, and he also tortures Malika Amar Sheikh in such a manner that she finally finds herself to leave him and assert her rights in order to live the life of dignity of a woman. And then we also find the issue of extramarital affairs. Now, extramarital affairs are very important here, simply because this extramarital affair by husbands creates some kind of emotional torture for women. And that is why, not even in the life of Tamina Durrani, but also in the life of Malika Amar Sheikh, both of them are being tortured because of the emotional lack, because of the emotional bonding between their husbands. So these are some of the issues of human rights. Now, how these women struggle in order to say no to the violence, domestic violence, and in the same way, then after their struggle, their protest, they gain some kind of assertion of their identity, they get some kind of empowerment. So these women's stories are not simply the stories about victimization, but also how they protest, how they assert their identity, how they assert their rights. Their strength is visible in their determination, rather, that how they rend the shroud of silence. Now, shroud of silence here, the term is very important, because women are forced to remain silent simply because of some family honor. But these women, Tamina Durrani and Malika Amar Sheikh, try to protest against that kind of silence, and they take charge of their own life. In that series of denial to the violence, Tamina Durrani denies her husband Mustafa Kar to touch her body, and she also prepares herself to counter back at him by if she is forced to any kind of wrongdoings. Then we also find that she determines to cross the threshold and carve out her lived experiences on paper with the purpose to give message to the perpetrators of women that personal is also political. Now, domestic violence, physical violence, marital violence has been always the issue of private affairs. But these women, by carving out their life experiences of domestic violence onto the papers, they make the private issues public, and in this way they assert that every personal experience if that personal experience is being targeted, violated, then they are forced to make it public. Then we also find that these two women assert their financial independence. They become financially independent when they come out of that domestic periphery where the violence is being targeted. And in this way, they severed their ties with their husbands. Samina Durrani takes action against her husband by making his name on public, that he is a wife beater, he is a violent husband. And at the same time, there is Malika Umar Sheikh, who also asserts her rights. First, she takes a job in order to make her financially independent. And after that, she also claims for the custody of a child, and also makes her assertion to husband that you cannot have the child because you have no rights over him and he isn't yours in the first place. So this kind of statement to husband itself suggests that she has become financially independent, she has control over her own life. And the experiences of these women, if I come to the conclusion of my paper, then I would like to make the point here that these women's life experiences gives a kind of message to us that the women's situation in society can be improved only when these women share their life experiences with other women. They share their experiences of beatings, blackmailing, violent marriages, and how they are being targeted in society. Then they create a kind of sisterhood, because most of the women are the victim of domestic violence and extramarital affairs, and that is why their stories reveal some kind of sisterhood. And these two women, although they come from different countries, but their life story is very much as they have used autobiographical writing as a kind of tool to assert their vices and counter back at the concept of male hegemony and female subordination caused by the patriarchal social system. So coming to the conclusion, I would simply say, I would like to highlight that their struggle, their effort, their assertion to raise their voices brings a kind of feminist resistance against patriarchy, as critic Rahat Imran has made it clear. So that's it from my side. Thank you for giving your precious time. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Ramnathji,
Yes.
human rights, and particularly in personal life, in married life, human rights are talked about in a larger sense to the society, but the society starts from the family life, and particularly the relations between the husband and the wife. How the relations between the husband and wife means how women are maltreated by husbands, and what type of human rights are violated by them, and how the women suffer, how the wives suffer. In this autobiography, you have highlighted very with the interest. And when you were presenting your paper at that time, more than 38 or 39 participants were listening to you. So I thank you as well as the 39 participants who were present here. So now the next turn is the person. Please come and present your paper, please. Thank you, sir. Very nice, interesting paper.
Okay, very good afternoon, everyone. Okay, this is Manoj Vardekar, working as a professor of English, Dr. Ambedkar College, Chandrapur. Sir, actually, I couldn't prepare my PPT. So, can I read the paper only?
Yes, you can.
Go ahead, sir.
So, my research paper is violation of women's human rights in So as we have seen that the constitution has conferred many rights to women, right? But as we have observed in the society that she always remain deprived of her rights. and right of freedom, which actually promotes the freedom of speech and expression. And our Constitution of India, it advocates it also. But as we have seen how the gender disparity is also in the society. Gender disparity, which actually leads to domestic violence on women in many forms, but the defense to women, the defense to gender inequality, which actually sparked a revolution in women. And as we have seen that in the particular novel of Minakanda Swami's When I Hit You, we have seen voices, her strive to get her equal identity to the men. Minakanda Swami's novel When I Hit You, which encompasses the ordeals of women, concept of ideal women, cultural and socially enforced identity of women, violation of women's rights, emergence of new women. This paper throws light on discrimination and underreported crime through which the protagonist undergoes. Impact of patriarchal hegemony on women's life, its ruinous effects on the protagonist of the novel, and marital rapes are analyzed in this paper. As we have seen that, if we talk about the Charter of the United Nations of 1945 and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights 1948, which set out for the first time fundamental human rights to be universally protected. But the 9 convention also, which known as the Core Human Rights Convention, were also adopted, and India has ratified or acceded to 7 of the 9 Core Human Rights Convention. Convention on the elimination of discrimination against women was actually prominent in all these conventions. As we see, when UN acknowledge the dehumanizing condition of women and her subordinate condition in every phases of life, when she becomes a daughter, when she's a wife, when she's a mother. As we have seen that convention on the elimination of discrimination against women was adopted in 1979, and it is acceded to India in 1983 in order to safeguard the women's right to equality and non-discrimination, whether it is irrespective of class, sex, gender, religion, creed. As we have seen, the full and equal participation of women in political, civil, economic, social, cultural life at the national, regional, international level, and the eradication of all forms of discrimination on the grounds of sex, gender are a priority objectives of the Women's Human Rights Framework. Indeed, as we have seen, the CEDAW, it establishes Women's Human Rights Framework that can be utilized to define, analyze, and articulate women's experience of violence, subordination, discrimination, and marginality. As we have seen that convention, many declaration, charters are adopted by the UN and India also, especially that CEDAW, that the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, as we have seen Article 14 and Article 15 also, means in order to eliminate inequality and discrimination, Article 14 and Article 15 has advocated equality and non-discrimination. But even though the Constitution of India has conferred all these rights, but the condition of women is really pathetic in today also in India. Though in Minakanda Swami's in When I Hit You, it captures gender-based inequality, discrimination she receives after her marriage. Though the narrator is very educated, she is very educated, and she is very aspiring, especially to be feminist and to be writer. But as soon as she gets married with the professor, she found herself trapped in the abusive marriage. Her romantic notions about love marriage, though she didn't get married, she didn't get arranged marriage. She was dreaming for the love marriage, and she got a love marriage also. But all her romantic notions, about love marriage relegates her life and degrade her life and make her lose her identity. And she became the only possession of her husband. She only became the chattel of her husband. Minakanda Swami strikes on the concept of marriage and consequences patriarchal hegemony. Marriage, which obliges women to accept the role of wife and play it like an actress, which actually is the main cause to relegate the women's life. First, women suffer at the hands of her father. Then she suffers at the hands of her husband. But at the same time, when she becomes a widow, she has to suffer. She has to be dependent on her son also. In the patriarchal society, once women gets married, She is left only with one option, with only one role, and that is the wife. She cannot assert her own identity. She is hidden behind the man's identity. She cannot, we can say, conceive her own identity. Constitution of India guarantees the right to equality to women in Article 14. I have already told you. But on the ground level, her rights are violated. Right to equality advocates the equal opportunity to women. She can aspire to work parallel to men. She can choose any kind of profession where she is interested in, and she can explore her skill and she can become independent. But the narrator wish, but as we have seen, narrator wish to become a writer, but her dreams come to end when she gets married. Narrator, being a writer and feminist, was against the arranged marriage. I have told you, that's why she nurtured the idea of love marriage with the expectation of becoming free and independent. But when she get tired in a nutritional with a professor through love marriage, she realized the real face of the patriarchy and dehumanization of women through marriage. The only role she plays after marriage is only one. When she says, when the narrator says, there are not many things a woman can become when she is a housewife in a strange town that doesn't speak any of her mother tongue, not when she has been trapped for 2 months in the space of 3 rooms and a veranda. Where we have already seen that home, which is actually called a safest place for everyone, for women also. But when we see the narrator in her own home, in her husband home, her home actually, she feels it like a prison. She was forbidden to cross the threshold. The 4 walls of the home degraded her psychologically and emotionally. In the middle of, when the narrator says, in the middle of this, the house itself stand, only house itself stand, small and self-contained. It's a well-defined boundaries in sharp contrast to the open, vibrant garden. It makes a perfect film scene. Means through this time, as we come to know that she became an actress. She has to play the role which the society which have constructed. The society, the role which constructed by the society. That particular role the woman has to adapt and has to play. She cannot act herself, act about her own interest. She cannot. She is an actress, which is, I can say, the role which is given to her, which is given to the woman by somebody else. By whom? By the society. Society to the patriarchal system. Okay. In the middle of this, she has to play the role of ideal wife. Ideal wife in our society also, as we have seen. Okay, who is entitled, who is good, who is very obedient. Husband, to follow the rules and regulation which are made by the society, which are made by the men, especially for the women. Do that women, we actually call the ideal women. Such an ideal woman society wants. If the ideal woman becomes a rebellious, then she can be called a scrupulous. She can be kind of petty middle bourgeoisie. So that, as we have seen how the ideal wife in patriarchy was curbed by her husband, how she was controlled by her husband. Her behavior at home and in must be comply with the stereotype character of the woman, and if she endeavors to cross the whole lines of the ideal woman, she would be entitled with the many names as a pseudo-feminist, petite middle class bourgeois and bored, and is compelled to remain unaware of her own identity. As we have seen, means the only role the woman actually remains to play, that is the ideal wife. Right? We see. So we have many the rights which are conferred by Constitution of India, even though you can see the real condition of the women in our society. But here we see the right to freedom and right to speech. She wanted to become a writer. She wanted to become feminist. She wanted to write an article on sexuology. Because in that particular subject, because she was a, we can say, she was a student of English literature. And so, but her husband, who is a professor, actually didn't make her to write an article. It means the freedom of speech expression is violated in this particular novel of Meena Kandaswamy when I hit you. Her husband prohibits her from using Facebook also, because Facebook and social media was the only link through which she could express her idea. But her husband blackmail her emotionally. He said her husband blackmail her emotionally. He prohibits her from using Facebook and he forces her to deactivate its account, change the password of Gmail account, and delete all the messages. As we have seen, this is a violation of human rights, obvious violation, and that is actually we can say the caricature by the Meena Kandaswamy. As we have seen, that is when the narrator's husband, who is a professor, when he says that there is
माइक वाला वहां पे जाएगा नीचे स्कूल लगा देंगे नहीं तो वो नीचे आए
someone's mic is unmuted, sir. Please mute your mic. Okay, as we have seen that, okay, when the narrator's husband, when he says that there is no reason why you should be on Facebook, it's a narcissism, it's an exhibitionism, it's a waste of time. I have said this to you 1,000 times. It is a completely the violation of her rights. How the woman, okay, especially in a marriage, in a busy marriage, okay, can aspire, can develop her interest, okay, if she is interested, so she can bring into the reality, she can show it, exhibit it to the world. So there we have seen that the violation of her freedom of speech and freedom of expression. As we have seen that her freedom of dressing is also curtailed. She was asked to wear only we can say such a type of clothes where she would look ugly. She lives like a slave whose wishes, desire, and even imagination are in control of the master. As we have seen that when I talk about the marital rape, when the we can say the wife who is in a marriage, okay, if her husband, okay, against her wishes, we can say keep any kind of physical relationship with her, so that must be considered as a marital rape. But this law is not actually especially in effect. Such as through this also I can say that such a like as we have seen the narrator, her husband means without her consent, he tried to make a physical relationship with her. As we have seen, the rapist is not outside the home. Rapist is none else than the husband who sleep beside her, for whom she cooks, for whom she has to showcase her love and loyalty. As we have seen that. So through this, we can say the novel When I Hit You, which is written by Meena Kandaswamy, as we have seen that, I would also like to advocate that if the women's consent is not there, then that time, as we have seen, her freedom of expression, freedom of we can say speech, and freedom of to live her own life is also violated through this point when he means her husband without her consent try to make a physical relationship with her. As we have seen Article 21, which promotes life and personal liberty. Women have sole right to conceive baby also. Women have sole right to conceive baby, but she is not able to become mother.
I request the participant to wind up.
Yes, sir.
Please sum up your session. Please sum up your session.
Yeah, okay, sir. As we have seen that, sir, in this When I Hit You, as we have seen, though the women have been conferred with the many rights, but today also we have seen the same situation, okay, before the effect of this right. Thank you, sir.
Well, Manojji, out of 3 presentations, 2 presentations, both are male, and they have talked about the rights of women and the plight of the women in the society. It means the women who are here on as participants, they must feel proud
that the males are worried about the rights of women.
Yeah, obviously.
So I'm very happy that all three presentations very interesting. Now the fourth one, please. I request to present the paper.
I next presenter, Dr. Sudhir K.V. Dr. Sudhir K.V.
Good afternoon to everyone, respected panel members who are chairing the session, and also fellow participants, paper presenters. Good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for providing me such a wonderful opportunity to present the paper here. So my paper is an analysis of psychological impact of violation of human rights on multifaceted psychological functioning. So this paper, in most of the papers, they cover about the impact of human violation, that is human rights, when they are violated, what will happen socially. But I have touched upon the psychological aspects. So how the psychological functioning will be deteriorated as a result of violation of human rights. So whether my PPT is visible, sir?
Still not visible.
Whether my
not visible.
Okay, sir. Let me try once again.
Please try again.
Okay. I hope now it is visible.
Functioning well, then you can you can present your gist of the paper or
Yes,
your
sir. Yes, sir. I hope now PPT is visible, sir. I hope the PPT is visible now. Okay. So human rights are considered as the universal aspects. So they are universally required, and ethical behaviors they are. We have to follow them for the social living. The violation of human rights occur due to many issues: personal, social, lack of education, poverty, unemployment, many things. So the disturbances in psychological functioning also, because of violation of human rights, it may take place. So this is seen in the form of disturbances in the cognitive functioning. Cognitive functioning means thinking problem related thinking, reasoning, judgment, and also which is continued in the sense which is related to the emotional problems, adjustment problems. There are many problems that will arise as a result of violation of human rights. So they are not properly taken into account in many of the research works. So going to the next issue, that I have taken few of the human rights, how they psychologically impact. So that is analyzed here. So let us see the first one, that is right to live and right to freedom. So these two human rights are very essential. So these human rights are violated through enslavery, daily wage, in the sense those who are daily wage workers, they are enslaved, and also those who are women, they are sexually abused or harassed, and that is gender based, and also human trafficking, that is also there. So all these are the ways of violating human freedom or prohibiting the life of the individual. So we are prohibiting the freedom of living. So with regard to the right to freedom, so women are deprived for power. So they are deprived of power, voting, access to ancestral properties. They are not allowed to give public opinion frankly, or in the amidst of the larger society. When they give their opinion, they are commented. So the people will make frank of them. All those things are there still now. So the development of these kind of situation ultimately will lead to trouble, in this, especially the harassment, and keeping the females not to come outside the house So all these are there still now in some of the areas of underdeveloped places of India and rural areas, and in also in certain cultures. So this could lead to the development of internalization disorders, especially anxiety, depression, anxiety, and also the PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, where the person will be very anxious when they think about that kind of painful situations, panic disorders, psychosomatic disorders, body-mind disturbances, all these adjustment problems, everything will happen when the freedom to live and freedom of movement is lost. So this is also not only related to gender or human trafficking or like that, but also during COVID-19 pandemic. So the quarantine also led to the violation of human rights, that is freedom. And then those who were quarantined, they also suffered a lot from depression. Some of them committed suicide, those who are working in multinational companies or BPOs like that. So cognitive disturbances, mood disturbances, thinking related problems, reasoning problem, memory related problem, overall helplessness, everything will come as a result of the freedom to live and threat to the freedom to live and threat to the freedom of movement. So this is about right to live and right to freedom. Next one is right to education. This is the another focus area. So wherein when the education is deprived, mainly the deprivation of education takes place as a result of poverty and socio-economic problems. So teachers try to go to the homes of those who are school dropouts and they try to get them back. But the actual thing is they are really, in order to achieve their life, in the sense to get their life fulfilled with the food, accommodation, etc., basic rights, they violate another right, that is right to education. This is what happening exactly. So here many research studies have shown that the poverty, the socio-economic status, they make the people to go away from the school and earn. So this is a threat to education, and gender-based discrimination is also there, wherein women or female children are not allowed to go for higher education. Females cannot.
Any technical error is there, sir? Patil sir? With Sudhir sir?
Etc. So this could lead to hostile
I think his screen is stuck due to low internet connection like that or coverage.
Okay. So next presenter, Mr.
So am I audible, sir?
Yes. Now you are audible.
Yes, sir. So now next concept is right to equality. So the right to equality is under threat because of unfair treatment of people. So based on caste, creed, religion, gender, ethnicity, socioeconomic background, people are maltreated or ill-treated. So this could lead to hostile aggression, attacking, violent behavior, etc. And also the victims of these situations, they will lose their parents, family members, their properties, their right to express their voice, all those things. So they ultimately they become very volatile and they suffer from depression. Some people, because of loss of opportunities, they commit suicide. In many organizations, there is gender-based discrimination, caste-based discrimination. So still now, so all these are nothing but violation of human rights. Ultimately, it reduces the psychological functioning. So many research studies have conducted on the backward children. So when the backward children were studied, so it was found that they used to have low academic aspirations, academic achievement, poor linguistic abilities as a result of social discrimination. And the psychological ailments that occur due to rejection by the members of one's community or other community or group due to discrimination or lack of equality will lead to stress and less life satisfaction. That is another problem which comes under psychological functioning. And next one is the right to religion. So right to religion emphasizes that people belonging to each and every religion must be treated equally. So that is right to religion. When the right to religion is violated, the mental status will be disturbed, because religion as well as psychological functioning, mental balance is interlinked. So when, say for example, when we have faith over the superpowers, that is natural powers, or what we call them as God, so that ultimately will soothe the mind stress, tension, etc. So whenever our religious practices are blocked by others, or when it is humiliated, or when it is damaged by wrong images or comments by others, so that ultimately hurts the people in the grassroots level or deeper level, and this will cause aggression. The communal riots that we are seeing, communal riots, mass killing, mob lynching, so all these things are mainly because of communal hatredness, which occurs due to the threat to one particular religion, or because of misconception due to the religious issues. So the threat by other religious groups to perform other groups religious practices will lead to religion phobia. Nowadays it is very common.
Okay, sir, will you please come to conclusion now, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
As
So,
time is running short, that's why, please.
Yes, sir. So my conclusions are like this. So we are saying that religion, equality, life, living, freedom, everything is needed. But we have to make the people from the individual level, they must be taught to become stronger. So when they have the voice to speak, so they can tackle the violations, they can manage with the violations, and they can overcome the psychological problems. So that is what my opinion. And this is the need of the hour for each and every rule making authorities or governments to revise the policies and look after these, to bring equality, to look after the emotional aspects of emotional issues that arise from human violation. So they may require counseling, they may require community oriented services, training, etc., to reduce the effect of violation of human rights. Thank you.
Well, Sudesh sir, particularly you highlighted very important points in your paper, and particularly the illegal crossing of the from one nation to another nation, and like this, and particularly the one point that you highlighted is violation of human aspects and different areas of illegal activities from one border to another border, like that.
Yes, sir.
So I congratulate the way you presented your paper, sir. So, sir, now,
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I request another participant to present the paper, please. Prashant, sir, please.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the opportunity.
Vishal. So please let me remind on the presentation. So the papers are what presenting. Time limit for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. May I share my paper?
Yes, please.
Sir, my screen is visible.
Still not. Prashant, sir, could you see, please? I cannot see.
Okay, give me a second.
Please.
Sir, I have made PPT, but there is some technical issue. May I?
No worry, no worry. Nothing to worry about. You can present orally your paper and the ideas that are there in your paper.
Okay. If another presenter is there, he or she can
continue with the
present. I'll present after that with my PPT.
So next, participants, Mr. Vishal.
Hello, am I audible, sir? Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible, but your PPT presentation is
Is it visible, my PPT, sir?
Yes, sir. Visible, visible.
Okay, okay, thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Mr. Ganesh Surjuse, Assistant Professor and HOD of the Department of English of Chintamani Mahavidyalaya, Ghugus, District Chandrapur, which is affiliated to Gondwana University, Gadchiroli. Today, I am going to present my paper. The title of my paper, that racism in the novels of Harper Lee and E.M. Foster. The racism, this is the comparative study of the both author, that E.M. Foster and Harper Lee. So this is the topic of my research paper. Now I am going to, actually there is a very limited time, that still I am going to present my presentation in a very brief manner. Now I want to tell you that what is racism. Racism is a man-made concept with no biological basis. Actually, it is a man-made concept. It has not a natural concept. It has not a biological basis. It is a man-made concept. Racism is one of the most pernicious problems of human society. It's sustained on the prejudice of the white people. Actually, there are white and black people in particular society, and it is the prejudiceness of the white people, because they consider that they are superior, they are more power to do anything. This is the concept of the racism. Now I have selected the two novels of one is Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird, and another is the Passage to India by E.M. Foster. So Harper Lee's novel To Kill the Mockingbird, which is published in the 1961, and another is the novel that Passage to India by E.M. Foster. So same theme happened in the both novel, and both same incident happened in the both authors' novel, because both authors tried to give the similarity, and in the particular novels, similar theme of racism in both novels, that the most similarity in the novels To Kill the Mockingbird and Passage to India is that in the novel To Kill the Mockingbird, both Bob Evil's wrongfully accusation that Tom Robinson raped his daughter. Actually, To Kill the Mockingbird, this is the American novel which is written by Harper Lee, and in that particular novel, Tom Robbins, that Bob Evil wrongfully accused, because Bob Evil was the white people. That's why they are considered that white are bearing the superiority. That's why he is wrongfully accused that Tom Robinson raped his daughter. The similarity in the novels, that in the novels Passage to India, that Adela Quested, who come to India, and she is also falsely accused that Dr. Aziz tried to rape her. In the both novel, the same incident happened, and both superior groups are trying to blackmail and trying to showing their superiority on the black people. So this is the similar theme in both novels. Now, whites versus black. White people consider that they are superior. In both novels, superior people consider that they can do anything with inferior. Inferior means the poor people and the black people also. Tom Robinson, black man, in To Kill the Mockingbird, is symbol of innocence as a mockingbird. Actually, mockingbird is the symbol of innocence in the novels of Harper Lee's To Kill the Mockingbird. And similarly, in Passage to India, that Dr. Aziz is also the innocent person, and the same thing happened in the both novels. That is the why this is the comparative study in the both novels, that Passage to India and Harper Lee, and both authors try to give the similarity and showing the racism in both novels. So actually this is the very limited time. So I am very much thankful for the organizer for giving me that chance to present my view on this particular novels. Thank you very much.
Next presentation, please.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes, audible.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Please.
Yes, Dr. Pratiksha Modi here. I'm also from Baroda, Gujarat. I'm an assistant professor at Faculty of Education and Psychology, Department of Education, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. Today I'm going to present my paper. Now I'm going to share my screen. Sir, please allow me to share the screen and please stop presentation of these one Anuradha Chaudhary, madam.
Please, continue.
Sir, I cannot share the screen because it is already visible. I'm not Anuradha Chaudhary. Actually, stop presentation. Yeah. Yeah. Now I am going to share the screen. Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Now I think the screen is visible. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, fine, sir. Yes, today I'm going to present my paper, Human Rights and Women. Now we can talk about the status of women in reality. Vienna Declaration in 1993 and Declaration of Beijing in 1995 stands in contrast with the daily reality of life for the millions of women of 1.3 billion people living in poverty, and 70% are women. And the majority of the world's refugees are women, and female literacy is also invariably higher than the illiteracy. We can also talk about the women regarding in economic, social, and cultural rights continue to be neglected. Now we can talk about the need of equal rights for the women. Yes, fighting for women, human rights is a positive struggle with recognizes equality of women's contribution in every aspect of this community. In politics, industry, commerce, you can see that in our society also, you can also see that various women are also spread in various types of fields, various types of spheres, and women are also the true peacemakers and the peace builders at the negotiating table and in war-torn communities everywhere you can see. Now we can talk about the women's enjoyment of their economic, social, and cultural rights also, because see in many fields also they are having the different types of roles, and it may be also impact on their ability to access the rights, resources, and opportunities also. It's to be also treated on the equal basis with men, because in many states they are not having these types of opportunity to get the resources, rights, and opportunities also. Now we can talk about the education and women. Education is a prerequisite tool for the economics participation also. Education and training for women and girls yields also high social and economic returns. And as you know that, है ना, जैसे आप एक लड़की को पढ़ा रहे हो, it would be also educated for the whole family, right? Now we can talk about the rights of women at workplace also. You may also see that in many private institutions and in many workplaces, particularly in private, they are also harassing the women also, and sexual harassment can be also seen. So many women experience multiple barriers in gaining access to rights such as employment, housing, land, food, and social security also. And so many barriers can be also included the disproportionate burden of reproductive and caregiving work which is performed by women. Yes, traditional practices can be also seen, which can be also affect to the women and girl child. Yes, as per these Beijing World Conference in 1995, there are many traditional practices which can be also affect on the women and girl child. And these are the reasons why men outnumber women in certain parts of the world, include harmful attitudes and practices such as female genital mutilation, son preference, early marriage, including child marriage, honor killings, and discrimination against girls in food allocation also. So these type of barriers can be also seen. Rights of health and reproduction also. The human rights of women include their right to have control over and decide the freely and responsibly on matters related to the sexuality, including sexual and reproductive health, free of coercion, discrimination, and violence also. Yes, so I'm also going towards the conclusion. Indian Constitution has been also very liberal about rights of the women, and women have right of education and of equal pay for equal work. They have legal right of equal share in the property of father also, and they have right to marry a man of their choice and can also complain about the domestic violence, and they can also raise the issues related with demand of dowry, and they can also complain against the ill treatment at workplaces. Female ferticide is a crime, rape and honor killing also, and child marriage and sati pratha are also crimes that you know that in the eyes of law. Despite having so lofty laws, many women are also sacrificed at the altar of dowry. Man-women ration has been dispersed because of female ferticide. And yes, of course, girl child is also discriminated in education and nutrition. So women suffer sexual harassment at workplace. So all these happens because women are not sensitized about their rights, and education should play a very vital role in sensitizing women about their rights and making them independent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much giving me this opportunity.
Well, Dr. Pratiksha, madam,
Yes, sir.
you highlighted the plight of the women in your paper. Being
Yeah,
a
yeah,
Gujarati, I am very happy that when a presenter is from Gujarat,
Yes.
being a Gujarati, I feel so happy. And I also congratulate you for presenting the paper in a very different way. Now I request the next presenter to paper the paper, please.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Harmanpreet Singh.
Good morning, sir. Oh, good afternoon, sir. I will be, hope my screen is, PPT is visible to all of you. Hello. Hello, is my PPT visible to all of you? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
yes.
Is
Amanpreet
my,
ji,
is my
are you
PPT
going to
visible
present the
to?
paper?
Yes, sir.
Please, please.
Is my PPT visible to all of you?
Still
No,
not.
not yet.
Prashant sir, could you see?
Yes.
No, sir.
Please try to show your PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, sir.
Your
I am
slides,
trying.
please.
There is some technical issues, sir. Sir, can I give my presentation without? I think
Yes, orally,
some...
orally allowed. If technical barrier is there, then you are allowed. Please.
Okay, sir. Sir, my paper is on an analysis of Rohingya migration crisis. We started, which came into highlight in 2017 when Myanmar security forces and Arakan army the terrorists, or we can say insurgents, had a fight. Myanmar is a Buddhist majority country, and Rohingyas, which are predominantly Muslims, they live in a Rakhine state of Myanmar, and majority of these people stay in Rakhine area, and these people were taken by Britishers when Britishers used to rule Myanmar and India. These people were taken to that area as a laborers in the 17th century. If we see at that point of time, it was an internally displaced. In these people were internally displaced, and there was not an issue. But when after the independence of Myanmar, these people were rendered stateless, and Myanmar Buddhist nationalists want these people to leave Myanmar so that they are not residents of Myanmar as such. So the United States had said that Rohingya ethnic minority is the most persecuted minority in the world. This minority is one of the most persecuted minority, as well as they have no legal stand whether they are citizens of Myanmar or any other country, because Myanmar is not accepting them as their legal citizens, and other countries are also not accepting them. And there was a mass persecution on the Rohingya people in Myanmar. During Second World War, Rohingya supported British India against Japanese, whereas Buddhist nationalists who are the natives of Myanmar, they supported Japanese. But after the independence, Buddhist Rohingyas were given the Rohingyas were promised that they will be given a Muslim national area within Burma. But after British left, the Myanmar government was not very comfortable with this Muslim staying in their state. So they started persecuting and making laws which do not allow Rohingyas to be their legal citizens of their country. Then military junta came into power in 1962, and this changed a whole lot of everything changed for Rohingyas, because military junta was not accepting them as their citizens, and they started, because they had their hard power or military power, they started persecuting or they started atrocities against Rohingyas. So for after all the atrocities were happening on them, they started leaving the Rakhine area and started settling in Bangladesh also, and some Rohingyas came to India also, and some left for Southeast Asia also. And recently in 2017, when insurgent group Arakan Army attacked the border police of Myanmar, and Myanmar authorities or military junta retaliated, and number of atrocities were done on the Rohingyas who were living in the Rakhine area, and because of which they left the Rakhine area, and the mass migration crisis happened. And because of this migration, there was a crisis in Cox's Bazar of Bangladesh, where all the migrants were moving, and from Bangladesh these migrants started moving to India also to have a peaceful and safe life. And in 2019, Rohingya helmet, which was in Rakhine area, was bombarded by the Burmese artillery, and they laid anti-human landmines in the surrounding area, so that Rohingya should not leave these areas, and they should not leave can leave this Rakhine area, and they should be persecuted there only. But some of them were made their way to Bangladesh and through to India also, and some moved forward towards Bengal and Bhutan also. And till date, Rohingyas are the most persecuted, we can say, minority in the world, as it is designated by the United Nations. When Rohingyas migrated to neighboring countries also, Rohingyas generally migrated to Bangladesh, and they were staying in refugee camps in Cox's Bazar of Bangladesh. But these we can say refugee camps were not capable, or they were not equipped in such a number like they were able, so that they can we handle almost 1 million of refugees from Myanmar to Bangladesh. So a number of difficulties were faced by Bangladesh also to accommodate these refugees. At the same time, refugees were also not able to have basic necessities fulfilled in these refugee camps. And till date, almost 1 million Rohingya refugees have left Myanmar and to the neighboring countries. What was the international community's response to the Rohingyas? China was not welcoming, or China was not at all, which is one of the main power in South Asia, was not at all helping Rohingyas. But it on the behest of the Myanmar government, China was blaming Rohingyas for all the problems. Bangladesh was not only accommodating the refugees, but they were also trying to provide them with the basic necessities after getting aid from United Nations and other Western countries. Whereas Bangladesh was not only accommodating them, but Bangladesh was also facing problems from their own people, because these refugees were coming into Bangladesh, and they were we can say human crises were taking place. So Bangladesh was welcoming them, but at the same time, because of this refugee problem, Bangladesh was also in problems. India was silent. India was very silent on Rohingya issue, and India didn't retaliate much, or neither they spoke in favor of Myanmar government nor against that government. Whereas French governments, or we can say United States, the European Union, United Kingdom, and United Organization of Islamic Cooperation were having a soft corner for the Rohingyas, and they were criticizing Myanmar government for for doing persecution of these Rohingyas. And in the conclusion, I would like to say that for a long-term solution of Rohingya crisis, the Myanmar government should come forward, or by the international community, Myanmar government should be forced to allow these Rohingyas to stay as a citizens of Myanmar in that particular area. And military and Myanmar military should not be given impunity when they do persecution of Rohingyas in that area. If anybody from Myanmar military is doing something wrong, and they should be charged with a court martial, or court of law should take their procedure. Finally, United Nations and United States and Western world, and especially the countries from South Asia and Southeast Asia, should come forward and put pressure on Myanmar so that this migration crisis can be handled, and these Rohingya migrants can be given a respectable place to stay for their life. Thank you, sir.
Can I present my paper, sir?
Yes, Harmanpreet, you presented your idea well. Now, next, please.
Pratibha Desai, can I have audible, sir?
Good afternoon, Dr. Pratibha. I think this is my turn to present.
Yes, sir. I can present my paper without PPT orally. My name is Dr. Pratibha Desai. Can I audible, sir?
Yes, audible. Continue.
Myself, Dr. Pratibha Desai, Associate Professor from Acharya Zavdekar College of Education, Gargoti, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. My paper title is कोविड-19 महामारी के दौरान कुपोषित बालकों का अध्ययन. हिंदी में पेपर है सर मेरा. कोविड-19 महामारी जग में फैली थी. इसका असर सभी कार्यालय, जनजीवन, नौकरियां, उद्योग पर गिरा है. कोविड की वजह से लाखों लोग बेरोजगार हो गए हैं. महाराष्ट्र में भी बहुत सारे जिले में कुपोषण का प्रमाण ज्यादा है, और महाराष्ट्र, बिहार, गुजरात इन राज्यों में सबसे अधिक कुपोषित बालके हैं. इस साल महाराष्ट्र में भी कुपोषण का प्रमाण अधिक है. कीवर्ड्स है मेरे कोविड-19 महामारी, कुपोषित बालक और अध्ययन. इसके लिए ऑब्जेक्टिव है, संशोधन पेपर के उद्देश्य हैं कोविड-19 महामारी की शुरुआत का अध्ययन करना, कोविड-19 महामारी का बालक कुपोषण पर होने वाला असर का अध्ययन करना, और कोविड-19 महामारी के वजह से होने वाले बालकों के कुपोषण पर उपाय का अध्ययन करना. और लास्ट है कोविड-19 के दौरान कुपोषित बालकों के स्थिति का अध्ययन करना. इसके लिए जो संशोधन पद्धति चुनी है वो है सर्वेक्षण पद्धति और सैंपलिंग है. टोटल ये कोल्हापुर जिले में जो 13 तालुके हैं उसमें से भुदरगढ़ तहसील लिया है, और इसमें से पिंपळगाव, मिंचे, मडिलगे ये 5 बिट में से चुने गए हैं. इसमें 218 और 219 इसके बीच जो बालक हैं उनकी संख्या है 1310, और ये 100% ये सैंपलिंग लिया हुआ है. और 19-20 में 1320 यानी 100% बालकों के अभ्यास के लिए चुना गया है. और कोविड-19 महामारी का बालक कुपोषण पर गहरा असर हुआ है. इसके वजह है प्रसव पूर्व माता कोविड रुग्ण बन गई, प्रसव एवं प्रसवोत्तर देखभाल में कठिनाई आई, नवजात शिशु को कोविड की बाधा हो गई, बचपन की बीमारियां का उपचार वक्त पर नहीं किया गया, माता बालक को आवश्यक पोषण आहार का लाभ नहीं मिला, अस्पताल में बालकों को और माताओं को भर्ती करने के लिए जगह नहीं मिली, रोजगार रहा नहीं, इसलिए पैसों की कमतरता और इलाज करने में बाधा आ गई, लॉकडाउन की वजह से अस्पताल तक पहुंचने में बाधा आ गई, अस्पताल में सिर्फ रुग्ण को प्रवेश था औरों को नहीं, इस वजह से मानसिक संतुलन अच्छा नहीं रहा. ऐसे बहुत सारे वजह थी जो कोविड का प्रसार बहुत सारा हो गया. इसके लिए उपाय भी किए गए. उपाय क्या थे? तो सरकार द्वारा चिकित्सा और उपचार की गई थी. जीवन रक्षक मातृ योजना का लाभ दिया गया था. प्रसव पूर्व माताओं की जांच और इलाज किया गया था. प्रसवोत्तर माता और बालक का इलाज, नवजात शिशु की जांच और इलाज, पीएचसी और ग्रामीण रुग्णालय में कोविड-19 के उपचार के लिए स्वतंत्र कक्ष स्थापन करके इलाज की सुविधा उपलब्ध कर दी गई थी। बालकों के पोषण के लिए पोषण आहार आंगनवाड़ी सेविका के माध्यम से लाभार्थी तक पहुंचा दिया गया था। आशा सेविका के माध्यम से ऑक्सीजन और जांच और शरीर का तापमान जांच करके उपाय किए गए थे। कोविड-19 का टीकाकरण माताओं को करने का प्रबंध किया गया था। VCDC योजना का अवलंब बालकों के लिए किया गया था। कोविड-19 के दौरान कुपोषण की स्थिति का अभ्यास जब किया गया, तब इस अभ्यास के दौरान आंगनवाड़ी में हर बालक को नीचे दी गई सेवाएं दी जाती थी, यानी कि पूरक पोषक आहार, आरोग्य की जांच, प्राथमिक आरोग्य की निगाह, पोषण और आरोग्य शिक्षा, टीकाकरण, शाला पूर्व शिक्षा। यह सेवा देकर भी बच्चे कुपोषित रहते थे, क्योंकि 18-19 में 0 to 1 वर्ष के बालक और 1 to 3 वर्ष के बालक और 3 to 5 वर्ष के बालक, इनका इस साल का जो स्तर था कुपोषण का, मध्यम स्तर में 13 बालक थे, तीव्र स्तर में 11 थे और कुल 24, और 1 से 3 बरस के जो बच्चे थे उनमें 19 बच्चे तीव्र कुपोषित थे, मध्यम कुपोषित 47 थे और कुल 56 थे, और 3 से 5 बरस के बच्चों में 19 तीव्र कुपोषित थे और कुल 75 बच्चे थे, जिनमें मध्यम स्तर में 56 बच्चे थे, और 19-20 बरस में 219 से लेकर मार्च 19 से लेकर फरवरी 20 तक जो बच्चे थे उनमें 0 to 1 में मध्यम स्तर पर 31 बच्चे थे और तीव्र स्तर पर 22 बच्चे थे और कुल 53 बच्चे थे। 1 से 3 वर्ष के दरम्यान के बच्चों में मध्यम कुपोषित बच्चे 88 थे और तीव्र कुपोषित 27, यानी कुल 115 थे। 3 से 5 बरस के बच्चों में 157 बच्चे मध्यम स्तर के थे और 14 बच्चे तीव्र कुपोषित थे, यानी कुल 171 ये कुपोषित बच्चे थे। तर इस सर्वे से जो निष्कर्ष पाए गए हैं वो निष्कर्ष ऐसा है कि कोविड-19 महामारी की शुरुआत चीन में वुहान शहर में दिसंबर 2019 में हुई। कोविड-19 महामारी का बालक कुपोषण पर असर हुआ। कोविड-19 महामारी में कुपोषण की वजह में प्रसूति पूर्व माता कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गई। नवजात शिशु को उपचार नहीं मिले। नवजात शिशु अस्पताल तक लॉकडाउन की वजह से नहीं पहुंचा। माता बालक को टाइम पे आवश्यक पोषण आहार नहीं मिला। अस्पताल में माता और बालक को जगह नहीं मिली। रोजगार जाने के भय में माता पिता बालक को अस्पताल लेकर नहीं गए। इस तरह बहुत सारे बालक कुपोषित हो गए। कोविड-19 के दौरान कुपोषित बालकों की स्थिति में 218-19 से 219-20 में मध्यम कुपोषित बालकों के और तीव्र कुपोषित बालकों का प्रमाण ज्यादा है। सन 2018 से 2019 में कोविड-19 के दौरान 0 to 5 आयु में कुल 155 कुपोषित बालक हैं और 2019 से 2020 में 0 to 5 आयु में कुल 342, यानी कि ज्यादा बालक कुपोषित हैं। सर्वे से ये लगता है कि 2018 और 19 से ज्यादा बच्चे 2019 और 20 के बीच में, यानी 342 बच्चे कुपोषित हैं। इसके लिए सिफारिशी जो की गई है वो सिफारिशी ऐसे हैं कि कोविड-19 महामारी के लिए वैक्सीनेशन संपूर्णता करना जरूरी है। वो चल भी रहा है लेकिन 100% नहीं हो रहा है। कोविड-19 के सभी नियमों का पालन हर नागरिकों को करना जरूरी है। कोविड-19 के लक्षण किसी से भी नहीं छुपाना और जल्दी से उपचार लेना जरूरी है। कुपोषित बालकों को कुपोषित से बचाना सरकार, माता पिता और हर एक की जवाबदारी है। इसके लिए ये संदर्भ भी लिए गए हैं ICDS एकात्मिक बाल विकास कार्यालय गारगोटी, यहाँ से ये डाटा कलेक्ट किया है और दैनिक सकाश 6 फरवरी 2022 शहरातही कुपोषणाचा फेरा कोल्हापूर आवृत्ती, इससे भी डाटा कलेक्ट किया है और रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी के लिए जॉन बेस्ट और कोठारी CR की किताब फॉलो की गई है। थैंक यू सर। Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hemant Singh Tanwar. I am a research scholar in Department of Defense and National Security Studies, Punjab University. The topic of my presentation is trends and factors responsible for migrant crisis in Afghanistan. If we see the geography of Afghanistan, it is a landlocked country situated in South Asia that borders Iran, Pakistan, India, China, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. As of 2021, its population is 40.2 million that compose mostly of ethnic Pashtuns, Tajiks, Hazaras, and Uzbeks. Now we see the migration history of Afghanistan. It is basically in three phases. The first wave of migration in the previous decade was caused by the communist rule in Afghanistan, that is from 1978 to 1979, and the Soviet invasion, which occurred in 1979. The time frame between the second phase is the time frame between Soviet Union's exit in 1989 to the Mujahideen's takeover, that is in 1992. This was marked as a fluid flow of people. Some of the peoples are returning back to Afghanistan and some are internally displacing. The third phase is after the Taliban's establishment in 1994. 3 to 5 million Afghans were forced to leave their homeland as a result of large-scale killing, and the country's worst drought in 30 years. Now let's see the countries with most Afghan refugees and asylum seekers. We can clearly see in the graph that the people, most Afghans are migrating to the Pakistan, Iran, and Germany, then Turkey. So these four countries hold the major outflux of the Afghan peoples. As because of the time constraint, I am not elaborating the factors responsible for migration. I am just highlighting that the first and foremost is the violence, civil war, and Taliban factors. And these factors lead to the employment and education factors, which are responsible for the migration of Afghan peoples to the neighboring countries as well as overseas and in different continents also. The geography of Afghanistan gave its various disasters, such as it is very prone to earthquakes due to its presence on the Himalayan belt, on the Hindu Kush mountains. And the second one is the drought. Lack of the drinking water facilities and rivers are the reasons of natural disasters. Now, the challenge faced by migrants. The main challenge they face is the assimilation and cultural barriers. We can see that language acquisition along with cultural adoption has historically been one of the most difficult obstacles for adult migrants. The Afghan refugees in the countries like India, US, UK, Europe are facing problems in learning Hindi, English, and other native languages. Along with the language barrier, next comes the culture. Every country or region has its own culture, tradition, and customs. The people who are migrating have initial hurdles in adapting to the foreign culture, customs to gel with the locals. And this is the basic challenge. And this leads to the employment opportunity, housing, access to the healthcare. So at last, in the conclusion, if we see Afghanistan as a whole, migration is not only a problem resulting of the persistent wars. It is a component that shapes the society and hinders both governmental structure processes and traditional military thinking. We can see that grave human rights violations are committed in the country. Destructive civil war are the primary and the secondary reasons why millions of people have fled Afghanistan over the last 2 decades. If we want to solve the refugee problem of Afghanistan permanently, the human rights issues must be addressed. Members of international community should exercise their influence with the different factions in Afghanistan, as well as of the Taliban, which is now in the power, to promote fundamental human rights respect. Thank you.
Well, Hemant Singh, Tanwarji, your ideas were good, and particularly migrants abroad. Now I request the next presenter. Prashant sir, please.
Mrs. Anuradha Chaudhary.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, my PPT is visible?
Still not.
Now? Now it's visible?
Yes, yes, it is visible. Please continue.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you for giving me opportunity. So my title of my paper is Illegal Cross-Border Migration in India and its Impact on India's National Security. As I am a defense studies student, so I have related it with national security. India is the largest democratic nation and one of the oldest civilizations of the world. From immemorial, people of India has been always generous and apathetic toward all those who come here to work, to live, and to plunder. Atithi Devo Bhava means the guest is God, prescribes the dynamic of the host-guest relationship, which embodies the traditional Indian Hindu Buddhist philosophy of revering guests with same respect as God. Therefore, its rich culture, resources, ideologies, and Hindutva philosophies and people's attitude toward life have always attracted the needy and destitute people who need help. India has its border with many countries, therefore it has a long history of migration. Since independence, it has been witnessing migration from its neighboring countries like Pakistan, Afghanistan, China, Nepal, Myanmar, Bangladesh, etc. People who have faced religious and political persecution, human rights violations, economic and social discrimination, cultural repression, and curbs on personal freedom have made India their home. Many others have entered India to escape from poverty and economic stagnation in their country and to build a better future for themselves. In today's time, illegal migration has become the most volatile and contentious issue in Indian politics because of the socio-political conflicts it has brought in its wake. Illegal migration comprises of people across national borders in a way that violates the immigration laws of destination country. Despite such unabated illegal migration from these neighboring countries, there are no authenticated official statistics to ascertain the actual number of illegal migrants in India. The government of India has predictably did not provided any static data on illegal immigrants in India. In 2004, the government of India revealed that there were around 1.2 crore Bangladeshi immigrants staying illegally in India. Gradually, the number of migrants increased day by day. If we see the present situation, each year 4.8% illegal immigrants entered in India. West Bengal is the only state where large number of illegal migrants resides. Currently, around 6.4 million illegal migrants are present in West Bengal. Other two states which are also equally affected by Bangladeshi immigrants are Assam and Tripura. Other than these states, large number of these migrants are living throughout in India in almost all states, especially Delhi, 1 million, Bihar, 1 million. You can see the data on my presentation. And this huge mass of illegal migrants is always seen as national security threat to a country like India, whose own population is around 1.3 billion. Their loyalty will always be suspect. They are also ripe material for carrying out subversive activities. Scores of them have been caught manufacturing bombs, printing and distributing counterfeit currency notes, and aiding Kashmiri terrorists. However, the majority is content with earning their livelihood and waiting for an opportune time to agitate for a greater. If we can talk about the Bangladeshi immigrants, and they are talking about greater Bangladesh. So who are these illegal migrants? As per the Indian Citizenship Act 1955, an illegal immigrant can be a foreign national who enters India on valid travel documents and stays beyond their validity, or a foreign national who enters without valid travel documents. So the major countries of origin are Pakistan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Afghanistan, and the largest number of these migrants, they came from Bangladesh. So India presently it took initiative Citizenship Amendment Act 2019. It provides citizenship to all illegal migrants who entered India on or before 31st December 2014 from particularly these three countries, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. So if we talk about the post-independence, India has seen huge migration from its neighboring countries after independence. Many Hindus from Pakistan came to live in India to escape religious persecution. Similarly, many migrants from Bangladesh, Myanmar, Tibet, Sri Lanka, and Afghanistan also fled and settled in India for religious, political, and economic reasons. Presently, Rohingyas from Rakhine province of Myanmar are the largest number of illegal immigrants in India. They have been coming in large numbers to the northeast of India since 2011. The main reason for their migration is their faced persecution by the Myanmar armed forces. I'm not going into the data because we have already the shortage of time. So major reasons for illegal immigration in India. Due to the porous border, many people come to India by crossing illegally. Most illegal migrants came to India from Bangladesh. The push factors that have contributed to the massive influx of Bangladeshis into India are political upheaval, religious persecution, demographic pressure, human rights violation, and environmental crisis. The pull factors that attract migrants from other countries to India are the availability of land, employment opportunities, access to facilities like medical care, education, and similar cultural landscape. Other reason of illegal migration was political factors. The political reason was one of the other main reason due to which Bangladeshi Hindus were forced to migrate to India. The 1964 riots and the Indo-Pakistani War of 1965 resulted in the exodus of a large number of Hindus from East Pakistan. It was followed by another mass exodus from East Pakistan after the Bangladesh Liberation War of 1971, when the Pakistan military establishment tried to suppress Bengali nationalism through brute forces. There are religious reasons, religious discrimination in Bangladesh. There were already discriminatory land laws. These laws were manipulated by vested interest groups and corrupt administrators to evict and isolate Hindus from their own land and property, leaving many Hindus landless. Similarly, when it comes to Rohingya crisis, religion has had a special impact in that matter. Under the guise of so-called war on terrorism, Myanmar's elite makes it easy to label the Rohingyas as terrorists, leading to their religious persecution. Following that, Rohingya military attacks on government targets further reinforce the belief of many Myanmar citizens that Islam is inherently violent and a potential threat to Myanmar's majority religion, Buddhism. There are economic factors. That is major reason of migration of illegal immigrants to India is growing population, a greater number of working age population, unemployment, lack of resources, and lack of economic opportunities in the neighboring countries of India. There are other facilitating factors, porous borders and weak border management. India shares a long and porous international border with Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan. Its effective management is a major challenge because of the several natural and cultural factors. Similar ethnicity around the border areas. Ethnic composition of the people is similar on both sides of the borders, especially in the Himalayan region, and that's why it is difficult to differentiate between people mostly in the northeast and other areas around the borders. Establishment of social network among immigrants. For decades, social networks have been established between old immigrants and new immigrants. that facilitate the clandestine movement of people across the border. Corruption by border guarding forces. Sometimes the soldiers guarding the border also collude with smugglers for the economic benefits and allow these illegal migrants to cross the border. There is another reason, that is political patronage. At times, political parties have been exploiting the vulnerability of illegal migrants for their vested interest and gains. Many political parties also protect illegal migrants to increase their vote bank. These are the reason. And the last one is the impact of illegal migration in India. Even though India is not a signatory to the 1951 Convention on Refugees and also the 1967 Protocol, it is a signatory to a number of United Nations and World Conventions on Human Rights, refugee issues and related matters. Hence, its obligation in regard to refugee arise out of the latter. India has also voted affirmatively to adopt the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which affirms rights for all persons, citizens and non-citizens alike. In 2016, India has adopted New York Declaration on Human Refugees and Migrants, which further shows it is a responsible country toward the refugees and other migrants. But in the long run, such a huge influx of illegal migrants has had a grave consequences on the socio-culture, economic and political life of the receiving Indian states.
Madam, sorry to interrupt. Madam, sorry to interrupt you. Please wind up your section.
Okay. So I'm concluding my paper. The problem of illegal migration in India is increasing day by day. The Indian government is looking at all reasons and shortcomings that are driving illegal migration and trying to fix them so that this huge influx of people can be reduced. India is giving all rights and opportunities to its refugees and all the people who come here for a safe and secure life. Apart from that, India also follows the international principle of non-refoulement, but with all this, the safety and security of the people of the country is of paramount importance to the Indian government. Therefore, recently Rohingya migrants were declared illegal in India and the government pledged to send them back to Myanmar. Moreover, in 2018, India stated at United Nations that the international principle of non-refoulement should be protected from dilution, and also argued against raising the bar for granting refugee status, saying that this leaves out a lot of people, pushing them into greater vulnerability. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me time.
Well, thank you, ma'am. When you were presenting your paper at the time, the Kashmir files, I was just yesterday I watched that, and I was mesmerizing, or I was just recollecting the experiences that those people had. So human rights, what?
Yes,
Okay, anyway, the next presenter, sir, please, Prashant, sir.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, audible.
Vishal this side, sir, and my topic for the presentation is elderly and their rights, a case study of Haryana. So first of all, let me start with introduction. Every year, millions of older people throughout the world face human rights breaches, ranging from age-based inequality and socioeconomic and cultural marginalization to nursing home abuse, refugee camp neglect and hurdles to medical and other necessary services. India is not immune to the worldwide trend of population aging. Despite the fact that Indian population has tripled in the last 50 years, the number of senior Indians, that is 60 and above, has more than increased fourfold. India's old population, according to 2011 census, was 98 million persons, with the number likely to surpass 100 million in 2011 only. So what are the obligations and the challenges faced by the elderly? So foremost challenge is the discrimination on the base of age, and with other forms of discrimination such as gender-based discrimination, ethnic background, faith, impairment, health, socioeconomic factors, among others, negatively impacting elderly people's ability to exercise their full range of human rights. Then second challenge faced by the elderly are abuse and violence, then followed by inadequate resources and facilities, and fourth is the poverty. So my objective of the study was to study the overall, to ascertain the living condition and the rights of elderly in the state of Haryana. and particularly the specific objective of the studies are current to assess the current living arrangements and difficulties faced by the elderly in current living arrangements in Haryana, role of elderly in decision making and involvement in household activities after turning 60, to consider the importance of elderly in family and abuse and violence faced by the elderly, and finally to ascertain that the elderly receive the desired medical health treatment. So basically, I've conducted a primary survey considering 316 households from 8 districts and 8 villages, 8 districts of Haryana, containing 8 villages and 8 wards. So according to the study, 5.7% of the elderly reported to be living alone, and 9.3% of the people are living with elderly are living with their spouse only, and it reflects that the most of the around 20% of the elderly are living alone or with their spouses only, and this, their son and their in-laws are living separately. Then next is the percentage distribution of elderly by the feel about their current living arrangement. So around 45% of the people said, the elderly people said that they are not comfortable in their present living condition, whether they are living with their children or their spouse or alone. Then due to some technical reason, I'm unable to share the PPT, but I will send you the PPT. Next is the role of elderly in decision making and household activities. So the variables taken for deciding their decision making and household activities are the marriage of children. 83% of the elderly said they take part in deciding the marriage of their children. Only 58% of the elderly reported to have their say in buying properties, and around 43% elderly people said that they have their say in taking the healthcare treatment. Next, this is involvement in household activities by elderly. So most of the elderly are given the role of non-monetary activities like taking care of their children, grandchildren, looking after the household and all. Most of the financial decisions are taken by the non-elderlies. And around 45% of the elderly reported to say that their role as decision maker has declined after they turned 60. So it reflects that with the increase in the age, elderly face abuse and they got neglected in the household. So now talking about the violence and abuse faced by the elderly. So 99% of the elderly reported to be neglected by their their sons, their daughters and relatives. And around 56% of the elderly reported to be abused and facing violence by the household members and the neighbors. So let me conclude. And despite various laws, policies, and programs aimed at the welfare and empowerment of the elderly in Haryana, elderly human rights violations are on the rise. The transformation of the traditional joint family system into a nuclear small family system, a rapidly moral value system, and a fast-paced modern lifestyle are among the key causes of violation of older people human rights. Elderly abuse is on the rise in metropolitan regions compared to the rural areas. The popularity of the small nuclear family system, the lack of intergenerational interaction, the lack of social interaction among elderly people, age discrimination, the lack of inclusive social security system in the country, and the other factors are amongst the most significant cause of the elderly people's deterioration, or you can say the abuse and the violation of their rights. The state of the old age society safety net, including old age healthcare facilities, bleak, with many elderly people still without access to primary healthcare and don't get the desired health treatment. As the nuclear family has grown into popularity, older individuals have become victims of elder abuse, which includes misbehavior, mistreatment, social isolation, abuse, mental torment, denial of basic requirements such as primary healthcare treatment, physical harassment, assault, and so on. And Haryana has mostly evolved into a complex state with a diverse mix of traditional values and modern lifestyle over the time. Although elderly people are acutely aware of their rights and wrongs,
Sorry
they
to
rarely
interrupt.
request particular
Sir, please
provisions and
follow
applications for themselves.
time
Thank you
limit.
so much.
Sir,
Hello.
Well, the last presenter. Vishalji, your ideas were very pinpointed, and the things that were there in your paper was very thought-provoking. So I'm very happy that you presented your paper.
Thank you so much,
Sir,
sir.
now please. Yeah, welcome. Now I request Prashant sir to continue.
Thank you, sir. We have been listening to eminent speaker deliberating the areas of human rights, its issues and challenges since morning. All these valuable insights gave us a new perspective that one should adopt while discussing these issues. May I now request Professor N.M. Nanore sir to kindly present the report of the conference. Please,
hello, sir. Hello. Hello, sir. Hello. Sorry to interrupt you. Hello.
Yes. Yes.
Sir, I remain to present the paper.
We already announced your name twice.
Sorry, sir. I didn't hear that due to range problem, network problem.
Okay, only 3 minutes you have to present your topic. Please.
Okay, sir. Just 3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes. My name is B.P.Arts. I am a research scholar from Pune University. My title is Awareness of Human Rights among B.Ed students. Human rights are standards that recognize and protect the dignity of all human beings. Human rights governs how individual human beings live in society and with each other, as well as their relationship with the state and obligation that the state have towards them. Human rights are the rights which are available to everyone, everywhere, in spite of the citizen of any country or territory. Now, we are living in different contexts where knowledge is important, where equality, freedom, employment, right to life and dignity, and right to education are important factors. Different acts and institutions came here in India to protect human rights of people, like Supreme Court and High Court and National Human Rights Commission. There are separate commissions for SC, ST, OBC, women, children, and minorities. Instead of this huge main and machinery created by state to protect the human right of peoples, they are not effectively successful in their mandate. This segment of society, which is already marginalized, get hampered by the violation of their rights by powerful and wealthy people. So this hampering of the right and the main cause of this is that is not inculcated from the education system. So I choose these topics, and the main objective of this study was to assess the awareness of human rights among student teacher in B.Ed College in Pune city. My method of study is the survey was conducted for data collection for project study. So survey method was used for the project study. Limitation of the study. This study was conducted in Pune city only, and on students studying in academic year 2021 and 22 in B.Ed College. Sample of the study. For this study, 10 B.Ed colleges were randomly selected from the Pune city out of 20 colleges from Maharashtra state. The sample has 250 students of B.Ed first year and second year. The tool is prepared by the investigator and tested and validated by 10 experts from the human rights field. This questionnaire has 47 items related to various aspects of human rights like civil right, political right, economic right, environmental right. After collecting data, the survey analyzed by using percentage and mean as statistical tool. Conclusion and finding of the study: most of the student knows only some of the basic right, that is right to vote, right to life, etc. Most of the student are not aware about the intricacy of the right, like the restriction on fundamental right and their use. Some of the students didn't aware basic section from important laws like RTE, Juvenile Justice Act and Child Labor Act. Discussion from the above conclusion or finding, it seems that the student teachers should learn more about human rights which are particularly related to themselves and their profession. But if teacher is aware about this human right, he would inculcate it to students, so increase the awareness of the student teacher in various program by the arranging program by with the help of NGO and government. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Okay. May I now request Professor N.M. Nanavri, sir? Please, sir.
Thank you, Patil sir. Honorable guests and the dignitaries, I am over here to present the report of today's international conference jointly organized by the Department of English and Political Science entitled Human Rights Issues and Challenges. The conference has 5 sessions including inauguration session, plenary session 1st and 2nd, paper presentations and valedictory function. At the outset, the principal Dr. E.M.B. Vildikar sir welcome all the respected management members, dignitaries on the behalf of the college. He also introduced our college to the fraternity. R.R.Borse, convener of the conference, presented the aims and the objectives along with the theme of the conference in detail. The conference was inaugurated by Honorable S.M.A.Sci, member of Human Rights Commission, Maharashtra State. He guided us in his inaugural speech. The president of the conference was Honorable Narayan Agrawal, Chairman, Managing Board, Chalisgaon Education Society, Chalisgaon. In his presidential speech of the conference he gave us valuable guidance and support. The keynote speaker, Honorable Advocate Asim Sarode, human rights and legal activist Pune, illustrated the concept of human rights and different angles of it. In the plenary session first, the resource person, Dr. Jitendra Bagul sir, head Department of English, K.K.C.Comm College, evaluated the status and reflection of human rights in literature in general and literature in English. Particular violation of human rights in society has been well expressed in Indian English literature. And the second one is literature is an authentic medium by which we can shed light on downtrodden's problem. Later on, in plenary session second, the second resource person, Dr. Vijay Tunde sir, professor and head of the department, Political Science in College, Amarner, illustrated different sets of human rights at national and international level. Sir has rightly focused on the fundamental rights and duties offered to us by our constitution. Sir has also distinguished duties and rights of common people. Paper presentations received quality papers by researchers, scholars, teachers, and students across the country. Total 63 papers were received in Marathi, English, and Hindi. The papers covered the topics and subtopics related to human rights with minute details and updated information. Out of 63, 11 paper presented in session chaired by Dr. Atul Kanaya from Kutch, Gujarat. He observed and evaluated all the papers with keen interest. In the morning session, Professor R.R.Borse, convener, illustrated the aims of the conference. Now I am with probable outcomes and conclusion. The conference and its proceedings are a step towards making those involved and present more human rights sensitive citizens of a society which needs to be jolted out of its regressive mindsets. The conference was highly useful for bringing together great minds from different fields related to human rights. There was also an emphasis, especially in the plenary session discussion, to make the audience realize how the whole idea of human rights is changing with the changing world of globalization. The conference also provided an active platform to discuss the concept of human rights, its journey, different angles of human rights, and its sub-themes, along with the current status of human rights globally. The present interdisciplinary international conference became first of its kind initiated jointly by the Department of English and Political Science, showing the immense possibility of discussion, exposure to current developments in the field of human rights studies and issues that can be explored through such forums. The conference has shown the way as to what can be achieved through such events that are supported by the active participation from students and academics. In short, I am very confident to say that the present conference is very successful. Thanks to all who supported and participated actively in this venture. Dr. Prashant Patil, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to get the feedback of the participants regarding today's conference. First of all, I'd like to call Dr. Pratiksha ma'am. Pratiksha Modi ma'am, please give your feedback within 2 minutes. Ma'am. Dr. Pratiksha Modi ma'am.
Sir, hello, this is Manoj Vardhan, sir. Can I give a feedback now?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, sir. Just wait a second, sir. Very good afternoon to you all. First of all, I would like to congratulate the President, Honorable Narayan Bhavu Agrawal, Chairman of Managing Board, Chalisgaon Education Society, for conducting such a wonderful and successful one-day international conference on human rights issues and challenges. So I would really thank you also to the principal, Dr. M.V. Bildi-Kar, who especially preferring the theme on organizing a one-day conference on human rights especially. It is really a burning issue, and in each we can say the discipline, this theme is actually based, and we can see this theme especially in every discipline. So I would like to congratulate to all the, we can say, Convener-Prof.R.R.Borse sir, N.M. sir, for conducting such a wonderful and successful international conference. Especially keynote speaker, Honorable Advocate S.M.A.Sci sir, for giving us a wonderful session, for giving us a very information on loss. Resource person, Dr. Jitendra Bagul sir, who has given a who actually presented very informative session, and we can say inculcate, we can say the human rights in each participants. Actually, the technical, we can say, technically this conference is really succeeded because while presenting the paper especially, I didn't find any kind of blunder, especially even the Atul sir, who has given very good remarks on each and every papers. So there, I would like to congratulate again and again to the all. One second, sir. Especially to the organizing secretary also, who actually consider his all responsibility and conducted this very successful international conference. And once again, I thank you very much, sir, for giving me chance to share my remarks on in this one-day international conference. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Hemant Singh Tanwar, please.
Can I give my feedback, sir?
Yes, ma'am, please.
First of all, I congratulate the organizing committee of Department of English and Political Science for give opportunity us to be a part of international e-conference on human rights issues and challenges. All the sessions are very good and informative session. Now the paper presentation session is also very good. Atul sir remarked each and every person who presented his paper, and I also presented paper. I am very thankful to for giving me opportunity to present paper and giving me a feedback opportunity to giving the feedback. So very congratulations to all the team member, and Bagul sir session is also very good. So thank you very much for giving me a opportunity, and again congratulations to all team members. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Atul Kanaya, sir, the chairperson and session in charge of the paper presentation, to give remarks about the session. Please, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir. I was very happy when I had an invitation from your college and institution that an international conference would going to be held, and I was invited as the chairperson in one of the sessions. When particularly it's on human rights. The day before, like that, we were discussing about human rights in our M.Ed semester 4 in a very detailed manner, and the papers presented here were very systematic. The presenters were very enthusiastic to put their points in a very particular way. The arrangement, technical session was very good, and the technicalities of the conference was were also very good. I must congratulate the team. The way online conference was held, and how can I forget my very dear friend Bagul sir, that he intruded me in this procedure. So wherever he is, I am heartily thankful to him, and the principal of that college also. You consider me as one of the team of yours, and Pratima madam and others who gave their opinions about this conference and the session that was shared by me. I really feel so happy and motivated when I had some words like from very experienced people like you. And last but not the least, I'm a Gujarati, and I also live in Kutch, and Kutch is very much famous all over the world. So whenever you come to Bhuj, whenever you come to Kutch, I heartily welcome you with your family, with your friends. Never think that Kutch is an unknown place to you. It's a very known district to you because Atul Kanaya is there, and the family of Atul Kanaya and the Kranti Guru Shamdev Krishnavana Kutch University is there. So anytime, at any time, you are welcome to our Kutch. So again, thanks a lot to all who have listened to me, and particularly have paid attention to me what I have said. Again, thank you so much, sir, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Tan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for you giving your valuable insight and observation about the session, and we accept your invitation. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to request our principal, sir, Dr. M.V. Bildikar, sir, to give the presidential speech. Please, sir. Sir, please unmute.
Lastly, we reached at the concluding session of the International on issues and I was there for a conference right from the inauguration section. I listened the keynote address also. The inaugural speech of Honorable Mr. S.M.A.Sci sir was so informative that we all get the certain directions for further research in this area from his speech. The keynote address given by Honorable Advocate Asim Sorode was full of informative, and again it opens the door for the researchers to get the new topics for their research, and also to the researchers who are doing the research in this area, they got a certain diversions and information for their research. The resource person for this plenary section number 1 and 2 was Honorable Dr. Jitendra Bagul, who is the head of Department of English, Vidya Vikas Mandal's College. Thank you. And the another resource person was Dr. Vijay Kumar Tute, who is actually Professor of Political Science in Pratap College, Ambalner. They both have also delivered good, nice lectures. During this whole day, around 63 papers were presented, but some of them was able to present here due to the time constraint. I think that all these papers which are submitted to our college will be circulated to all the participants by our committee. I insist on this, that the selected papers should be get published in the journal also. A copy of the same will be also issued to you. Totally, in this, the conference was inaugurated at 10 o'clock. Right now it is 4:30. This is a complete day we are here for this conference, and right now also a number of participants are still connected with this conference. It itself shows that the conference got the success. It is the most successful conference of this year organized by our college. So I must congratulate all the team of Department of Political Science, Department of English, and our IQAC cell, and all their colleagues who are helping them in organization of this conference. I must say thanks to all the resource persons. The keynote address is given by Mr. Sarode, advocate, and all these dignitaries for giving their valuable time to us. I heard also some feedbacks of the participant, and I am pleased with that. I think if there are any some lacunas are there, I must say that you forgive for that lacuna, forgive for us. That is only because of me and my team. So I take the responsibility of that. This conference was nicely organized by online mode, but if it was offline, it will be more better, because we cannot provide you a delicious food of our Chalisgaon, a Khandesh. Their Khandesh is famous for some delicious food, and so it is not possible for us to provide that. So, all of you, in the next year also we will organize such a conferences by these might be with another theme. So you must come to our college, visit physically, and give us an opportunity to serve you, to listen you, to stay with you, and to understand you. Thank you very much once again. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Patan sir for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Prashant sir. Me, myself, Professor S.V.K. Patan. Good afternoon to all of you. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the presence of all the honorable dignitaries and honorable chief guests and entire fraternity of the institute. First of all, my sincere thanks to Almighty God for making today's event a grand success. By His gracing or blessings, we are able to make the event what it was. Secondly, I would like to thank all the resource scholars like Dr. J.B. Bagul sir and Dr. Vijay Kumar Kunte sir and the chairman paper presentation session, Dr. Atul Kanaya sir. Thank you all. Thank you so much for making this event successful. I would like to thank all the research scholars and participants for their active participation. And I would like to thank our principal, Dr. M.E. Bildikar sir, for his motivation and guidance. I would like also thank principal, vice principal T.S. Babiskar and I.K.C. coordinator and vice principal Dr. A.V. Kate sir for their support. And also I want to thank the people who gave beautiful and wonderful remarks, Manoj Varjurkar sir and Dr. Pratibha Desai ma'am. Last but not the least, let me thanks to our professors, teaching and non-teaching staff, and also the technical support team like Pagar sir and Wagmare sir, Chude sir. In the end, thank you all for being with us. With the permission of the president, I declare that the valedictory program is over. Thank you so much.